Introducing the all-new Fly Z Plus from Cobra. With advanced flip zone weighting technology. Flip the weight forward for a lower ball flight with more roll. Flip the weight back for a higher ball flight with more carry. Engineered to provide 2 ball flight paths, so you get more distance from your swing.
Flip it and rip it.
Discover how to flip it and rip it at cobragolf.com/flyz.
Soldier On supports those who have been physically or psychologically wounded. Golf and sport in general have been absolutely critical in helping those who have been wounded transition back into society and build up a community that cares. We as an organisation have been very lucky to be supported by HANDA and other organisations which have allowed this program to exist and will mean that more servicemen and women and their families can communicate and connect to each other through the game of golf and other sports.
Tina looks like she's in need of something refreshing.
Canadian Club and Dry, thanks.
I knew it. Bring on the sexy person. Canadian Club. Tastes refreshing, like a snowball in your face from a sexy person.
You don't get that from a beer.
We see pluses. Home, health, wealth, all pluses. Friends, family, love. There's another big plus in the world. You. You plus the opportunities you create. You plus the action you take. You plus the future that's yours and yours alone. Host Plus, your industry super fund.
Wolf Blass, International Winemaker of the Year.
Have you heard of foot golf? Beginning in the Netherlands in 2009, it's now one of the fastest growing sports in the world. And with the first courses opening in Australia, these A-League champions, past and present, were keen to give it a shot. Just like golf, the aim is to sink the ball in the hole in the least number of shots. It's played on a golf course, but away from the golf greens. A round of 9 holes takes roughly 45 minutes and all you need is a soccer ball. So it's quicker, cheaper and accessible to almost any age. It's helped golf clubs struggling financially to stay afloat, and it's also brought new participants to golf.
Introducing the all-new FlyZ Plus from Cobra. With advanced flip zone weighting technology, flip the weight forward for a lower ball flight with more roll. Flip the weight back for a higher ball flight with more carry. Engineered to provide 2 ball flight paths, so you get more distance from your swing.
Flip it and rip it.
Discover how to flip it and rip it at cobragolf.com/flyz.
Soldier On supports those who have been physically or psychologically wounded. Golf and sport in general have been absolutely critical in helping those who have been wounded transition back into society and build up a community that cares. We as an organisation have been very lucky to be supported by HANDA and other organisations which have allowed this program to exist and will mean that more servicemen and women and their families can communicate and connect to each other through the game of golf and other sports.
Tina looks like she's in need of something refreshing.
Canadian Club and Dry, thanks.
I knew it. Bring on the sexy person. Canadian Club. Tastes refreshing, like a snowball in your face from a sexy person.
You don't get that from a beer.
We see pluses. Home, health, wealth, all pluses. Friends, family, love. There's another big plus in the world. You. You plus the opportunities you create. You plus the action you take. You plus the future that's yours and yours alone. Host Plus, your industry super fund.
Wolf Blass, International Winemaker of the Year.
Have you heard of foot golf? Beginning in the Netherlands in 2009, it's now one of the fastest growing sports in the world. And with the first courses opening in Australia, these A-League champions, past and present, were keen to give it a shot. Just like golf, the aim is to sink the ball in the hole in the least number of shots. It's played on a golf course, but away from the golf greens. A round of 9 holes takes roughly 45 minutes and all you need is a soccer ball. So it's quicker, cheaper and accessible to almost any age. It's helped golf clubs struggling financially to stay afloat, and it's also brought new participants to golf.
Along for the ride this afternoon, I'm Stephanie Brantz. Alongside me in studio, 1997 Open winner Jane Crafter. Jane, the temperatures are heating up and, well, the tension's going up as well.
Yes, it certainly is. And why wouldn't it? Playing for the National Championship of Australia at easily Australia's best golf course. Royal Melbourne, just a treat to play, but you have to be so precise. It's going to be a great test of golf.
It really will, and if we look at the overnight leaderboard, well, the two teenagers still the ones to catch.
Yes, certainly. Amy Yang and Catherine Kirk and Julieta Granada right on their heels, but they're all going to have to get off to a hot start, really, to put some pressure on the two teenagers in Jutanagarn and Lydia Ko. Chella Choi last year was runner-up to Kari Webb at Victoria Golf Club, and she certainly knows what it takes. Looking back there, we see Jessica Corder, also important for the long-hitting American to get off to a good start. If she can get 2 or 3 birdies in the first few holes, she is in with a chance. And good to see young teenager from England, Charlie Hull, who is also a prodigious talent right up there amongst it as well, Steph.
She certainly is, but we've spoken about how the temperatures are so very, very hot, but, well, Lydia Ko is ice cool. Do you see her dropping any shots today?
No, the consistency and precision that she plays with really reminds me a lot of Annika Sorenstam, the way she dissects a golf course. A to B to C to D, and really methodical young player. Impressive at really such a young age.
Absolutely. Well, in a share of the lead area, Jutanagarn, the long-hitting tyres, no problem with the fairways. What will be more important? Will it be that big-hitting game, or will the short game be key?
I think both, really, because she has the length and strength to overpower the par 5s and hit short clubs into the par 4s. It's going to be a test for her short game. She does have a good putting stroke, but we saw her lip out a number of times yesterday. So it'll be a test of her patience for one so young.
Now, we've spoken a lot about the greens, Jane. How do you expect them to play today?
Well, I think with this hot northerly, they're going to dry out a little bit. They've been watered last night and again this morning. The wind is not going to be quite as high as originally predicted, but I tell you what, it's still going to produce a tough test of golf. Anytime you play Royal Melbourne in a northerly wind, dramatic.
It's going to be very exciting, and our last groups are ready for tee-off, so let's join our commentators, Quentin Hull and Kate Burton.
Thank you, Stephanie. How exciting it is to be at Royal Melbourne for the final round of the 2015 Women's Australian Open. And the national hope of Australia today most likely will be Catherine Kirk. So hot yesterday with the putter. 5 times in the top 10 of a national open, but yet to win it. While this young lady, the Clover girl, Hana Zhang, 22 years of age, qualified for her full LPGA card at Q School late last year. She's a talent, and at 3 under is 4 from the lead, starting the final day.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. With scores of 72, 73, 70 from Australia, please welcome Catherine Kirk.
Last big win in Australia for Catherine Kirk was the 2009 Ladies Masters. She'll have the home crowd cheering her every shot of the way today.
Safely in play.
And that's all you want on the first tee. Get it out there.
Scores of 71, 69, 76 from Korea. Please welcome Hana Zhang.
Bubbly, effervescent player has the ability to shoot low.
building galleries like that as well. Welcome to you, Kate. Great to be alongside you for what's going to be an exciting day of golf. Sandy McKenzie has the pleasure of walking with the contenders today. A native of these parts. You know it so well, Sandy. I bet the blood's flowing.
Oh, it is. I'm just going to love this today because I've got two of the youngest superstars in the world in this final group I'm going to be following. But they're going to have to contend with some serious weather yet again. We have had one with a lot this week. Very hot and humid yesterday. Again, let's take a look at this weather forecast. It's going to be a top temperature of 37. Humidity up a little bit at 43. Now, the wind again from the north, but it's picked up 35 kilometres. Now, they say it's hot and sunny. However, we have a lot of cloud cover at the moment, and trust me, everybody is praying that stays around, but hopefully there's nothing in it. Anyhow, what we might do right now is head down to the lovely Georgie. She's with a gorgeous piece of hardware in front of the clubhouse.
Yes, thank you very much, Sandy. I'm at the front of the Royal Melbourne Golf Clubhouse, and I've got a very special guest with me, the Patricia Bridges Bowl. Now, this is the trophy that our talented field of competitors will all be vying for this afternoon at the Australian Open, and it's a very patriotic trophy indeed, made of Broken Hill silver, a little bit of Queensland walnut, and even some kangaroo hide at its base. But who will it belong to come the end of the day's play? Ko Jutanagan and even our very own Catherine Kirk are all still in the running to take this very special prize home.
Thank you, Georgie. It's the second time that the Women's National Open has been played here at Royal Melbourne. 16 times the club has hosted the Men's National Open, 8 here at Blackrock and 8 at the former home at Sandringham. Now, Jessica Corder looking to get some early momentum with an eagle putt.
Is she jumping to try and rock the ground and get it to dive into the hole? It would appear that way. Wow, only around to wait 10 seconds for the ball to drop.
She seems that she doesn't want to go and tap this in just yet. We can't see it there. Eventually, she taps it in, so she takes a birdie to go to 2 under, and just an early tester for the rules marshals out on course, Kate.
Well, it is 10 seconds. She did take her time walking up to it, but it was a 4.
Can Hull find an early birdie as well? Oh, she can. And she actually took birdie at the first as well. So 2 early birdies for Charlie Hull, as was the case in her first round. So she's up to 3 under and 4 from the lead. And what a talented group that is of young, effervescent golfing ability. And we've just seen our third to last group tee off the first.
167 metres to the flag for Catherine, 152 to the front edge. She needs to land this short because these greens are getting hard and fast. Strong left to right breeze blowing across this fairway. Needs to aim at probably about 4 or 5 yards left of the flag would be good.
So the flag on the green. Indication of those conditions.
The line is very good, feeding back directly on the flag, moving a little right of it. It gets the right kicks. Now going to come up a little shy.
Yes, a little bit tentative from Catherine Hull. He can be confused by the wind.
Well, we might see a few players address the ball and then step away today with the gustiness of the conditions. It's not a consistent wind.
Now Hana Zhang.
Well, 28 metres further ahead.
Big drive.
Yeah, it was a big drive, Kate. She does get it out there. 139 to the flag. Again, left edge of the flag is good. Now, the wind has got it. It's moving it right off the flag, but the kick could come in from that side. Again, not going to get up.
Oh, both players stumped by the wind, so coming up just shy.
Well, as ever, there's always interest in the defending champion, and particularly if you're a Hall of Fame member and the Queen of Australian golf. Let's see how Kari Webb's going today. She was a long way back to start her final round, but this was a birdie at 3, the par 4. Unfortunately, she bogeyed 4, so the shot she got back there, she gave back immediately. Here's her approach into the par 4 6th hole. Pretty tough birdie putt for her there, but feeding. Wait a minute. Yes, Kari Webb knows these greens too well. Very friendly resting place in the end. So that for birdie. So she knocked it in there to get it back to 2 under, or 2 over for the day, having started at 3 over. She bogeyed 7, and now here's her approach to 8. And that's again dialed in. And her birdie putt on the 8th green. And in it goes. So she's playing 9 at the moment, Kate. We've seen 3 birdies. She gave them back with bogeys. Let's join her on 9. Hopefully that's not the case here for the Australian.
A long approach required on 9. Tough par 4. It needs to chase up. And it will. It's 23 paces on. It's coming down towards the hole and it's right to left, sloping green. That's a beautiful shot from Webb.
She came from 5 back on the final day last year. It's 10 today.
Oh, you never know in golf.
And the eagle opportunity for the Frenchwoman, Gladys Nocera. The experienced Frenchwoman finds an early eagle, and that gets her to within 4 shots of the lead. So we've seen a couple of birdies and eagles going early on. Nocera up to 3 under. Charlie Hull starting birdie. So a little bit of a movement behind our leaders, who are not far from teeing off, but the penultimate group today features Amy Yang, she who shot to prominence as a Queensland schoolgirl when she won the Ladies Masters back in 2006, and her playing partner Julieta Granada, among the half dozen that played in the dramatic playoff here in 2012. She was in a playoff at the tour-ending championship as well to finish last year. She's a serious challenger today.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. With scores of 73, 70 and 70 from Korea, please welcome Amy Yang.
Very comprehensive performance by Amy Yang. Hit 17 out of 18 greens yesterday. Finds herself just 1 behind.
Very strong left to right breeze for the players on this hole. They've got to start it down the left-hand side to get it back to the middle of the fairway. Good solid contact by Amy Yang. Ball goes bounding down the centre. Perfect spot.
And with scores of 73, 72 and 70 from Paraguay, please welcome Julieta Granada.
Been 9 years since she last entered the winner's circle, and this week the putter has been the weapon in the bag.
Back at familiar climbs here though, Kate, and a couple of very prominent finishes in the majors last year. Tied for 5th at the British Open. Similar type of conditions here. And good finish at the LPGA event where she finished tied for 6th.
Good contact there by Julieta. Don't be surprised if you see her floating around the finish again today. She's not as long, but she can putt, and that is in the centre of the fairway.
So as they leave the first tee, let's take you up to the green at 1. Both our players coming up short here. We had that putt dialed in late yesterday, so a par for Kirk to the other Australian.
Very good chance of a birdie for Kari Webb on the 9th hole. Oh, not to be the Queenslander, and that'll be a front 9 of 34, 1 under. Finds herself 2 over for the championship, and she moves on to the back 9.
At least she didn't bogey it after her previous birdies in the front 9, where she gave the shot back immediately. Jane keeping the pin in here. Both players with par putts on the first green.
The final group features 2 of the most exciting prospects in women's golf. Ariya Jutanugarn, just 19 years old, a Thai star in making, and the recently crowned world #1, Lydia Ko. But how do their credentials stack up against each other? Ariya Jutanugarn hits the cover off the ball, playing explosive golf, and has averaged an eye-watering 287 yards off the tee, where Lydia Ko plays with finesse and precision, hitting 90% of greens in regulation. Ariya Jutanugarn yet to win on the LPGA Tour, but qualified as an 11-year-old as a young amateur, where we know that Lydia Ko has stormed to 5 LPGA victories at just the tender age of 17. Ariya Jutanugarn is now making up for lost time. A shoulder injury that sidelined her for 8 precious months of her short-lived career. She is now back in imperious form here at Royal Melbourne. Is this the start of a great golfing rivalry?
That to come. Kirk for her 4 to start. Ooh, it looked a bit dicey from the get-go.
Frustrating 3-putt for Catherine Kirk. Drops 1 back. Now Ilhi Lee had the outright lead on the opening day. Super round yesterday. And very nice indeed. So she finds herself once again in the red figures. Of a topsy-turvy championship for Ilhi Lee. Great first day, not so good second, and a very good third.
Jang takes care of her par at the first, so Kirk drops a shot, and Hana Jang remains at 3 under. Meanwhile, the penultimate group. Heard Sandy talk about Julieta Granada not having the great power off the tee, but the great craft of golf that has got her in contention here. Could hold her in very good stead if the wind gets really prominent.
Well, 168 metres back for Julieta, just left of the flag. This might be nice. She could be sneaky around here today.
That's a beautiful approach.
It is a super approach from Julieta. A lot of woods in that golf bag.
Just improving as the tournament goes on. 73, 72, 70. She's the smoky, to use the Aussie vernacular.
Yeah, she ranked 34th in the Rolex rankings as well. So for a player who's only won once, but as you say, has come close a number of occasions. Player to watch out for.
30 metres ahead at 139 for Amy Yang. Now this is right on the flag. The wind is just drifting at a fraction right, and And another one we see come up a little shy.
Well, that's still a good opportunity for Amy Yang on the opening hole. Well, Amy Yang, we've been talking about her for a number of years since she burst into prominence here in Australia in 2006. But she's had a good start to 2015. 5th in the opening event on the LPGA Tour in Florida, the Coates Golf Championship. Her last win came in 2013 at the HANDA Championship in South Korea, and then played well in the US Open.
And murdering the par 5s here. She's
long.
10 under so far in the 3 rounds to date. Now Webb has made the turn. Is she going for home here? Par 5 10th. Most players getting there in 2 throughout the tournament.
And she's just got over that gnarly rough. Don't want to be stuck in that. It's a really good hole, the 10th, the par 5. It is a risk and reward. Isn't that long as par 5s go. You can get on.
The galleries really gathering around our last group. Ko and Jitanagarn, let's hear what the world #1 had to say to Sandy before her final round.
Another really solid performance from you yesterday.
Yeah, it was tough yesterday with the greens firming up, and you know, it was tough conditions. It was getting really hot, so and trying to stay cool is one thing, and trying to play good golf is another.
Certainly playing good golf. Birdies were incredibly hard to come by yesterday.
Yeah, you know, it's hard to make one birdie. You know, you have to try and grab it when you've got the chance, but I think the key is to try and make the birdies in the reachable par 5s.
Lydia, the amazing thing when I watch you is your placement of your shots. Your course management is amazing. You know where to put the ball. You do it very well.
I try. I mean, no, I've been discussing with Jason trying to make it a little easier to go to the greens. I mean, it's hard from pretty much everywhere, but making it a little easier and trying to execute it is another thing, but we've been working hard on that.
Well, a little cloud cover today. Hopefully conditions might be a little cooler.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, at least it feels cooler right now, and no, as long as it's a little cooler, I think it'll make it much easier.
Well, we expect to see more of the same from you, even better. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Both players have got home events next week. Lydia Ko going to Christchurch to play Clearwater for the New Zealand Open, and Ariya Jitanagarn heading to her home country of Thailand. But that's ahead, and it would be the furthest thing from the mines, you'd think, with this very important round of golf awaiting these 2 talented players. The contrast of game style, but prodigious talent underlining both of these future stars of the game. Well, she's a current star. #1 in the world, Lydia Ko, as a 13-year-old played the Australian Open, while this young lady, Ariya Jitanagarn, just 2 years older, had a shoulder injury a couple of years ago to stunt her rise to the top, but she's back fit and raring and with a rise on her first Australian Open title.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We've come to our final group, and on a score of 70, 70, 72 from New Zealand, world #1 player Lydia Ko.
Five LPGA victories already, tender age of 17, going for her 6th. #1 now for 3 weeks. Youngest player, male or female, to do so.
The Kiwi fans are here. The NZ combination of Jason Hamilton on the bag, the Australian, for the Kiwi superstar.
Just starting that down the left-hand side for Lydia. Wind really gusting out here at the moment. Move back to the right, and it's in good shape. We never expect much less from her.
And on scores of 69, 71, 72 from Thailand, please welcome Ariya Jitanagarn.
Big hitting Thai player came close to winning her first LPGA event in 2013 in Thailand and lost in a playoff just a couple of weeks ago in the Bahamas.
Just seemed to miss a few fairways yesterday, so think this part of the game is crucial.
Expect this to go a long way down. That started fairly well left, though. Just moving over the left-hand side is going to pick up the rough. So I'll scoot over and see what lie we've got.
Yes, unfortunately, we did see her, particularly on those dog-legging par fours, run through the dog leg or find her way into the rough. So that's one of the questions of Jatanagarn today. Let's go up to the green. And Amy Yang looking to join the leaders. Birdie putt for 7 under.
Stayed pretty much dead straight. Not a bad putt though from Amy Yang. And Webb came up shy on 10. It's a par 5, looking to get up and down, claw some shots back. Whoa, sit down, come back.
No, it's going to stop, so that's for birdie for Webb on 10. Now, Julieta Granada. Birdie putt after a wonderful approach. And yes, see from that terrific angle, took the break pretty early there, so not to be after that wonderful second shot in. Takes care of her par. 28-year-old world number 34, Julieta Granada. Among the 6 that played in the dramatic playoff here 3 years ago. And a pretty good resume apart from those W's, the wins.
Well, the ADT Championship, she won $1 million in prize money, richest fund in women's golf. Sandy.
Well, Kate, I'm not going to walk too far with these because I'll be exhausted before I start. But way over the other side of the fairway, over there is Lydia Ko. Lydia 163 metres from the flag, in a good position to come in. Here is Arya Jatanagarn's ball. Now she has a tree directly in front of her, but it's not going to cause any problems. It's low. Arya is 172 from the flag, but it's a very tight lie, and the breeze is going to take this a lot left to right. So a little bit to think about her in the early stages.
But Arya Jatanagarn has played from a number of tight lies over the past few days.
Now this is Webb's birdie putt. Looking to move to 1 over for the tournament. We see Kari Webb so often find some birdies around the Melbourne Sandbelt, so she's 2 under for the day, 1 over for the tournament, and they are all away on the final day of the 2015 Australian Open at Royal Melbourne, with Jatanagarn and Co working their way down the first fairway, still leaders by 1. Amy Yang with that birdie on the opening hole stays 1 back. Granada just missing her birdie putt, 3 from the lead. But Charlie Hull making some early moves with 2 early birdies to be at 3 under with Kirk and Jang. And Jessica Korda, the champion here in 2012, has picked up a shot as well to be at 2 under and 5 from the lead. So it will be Jatanagarn from the rough.
Just always makes it a little difficult when you cannot see the pin.
Consulting caddy Jeremy Young.
That tree, Kate, is about 60 metres in front of her, so it's just nothing other than the fact it's just blocking her vision more than anything. She'll need to play this sort of left centre of the green because the wind is certainly going to pick it up.
As Jeremy telling me, this is his 4th tournament in the bag with Arya Jatanagarn. That relationship ever crucial, particularly on a layout like this.
Good contact from Area 172. It's just left of the flag. Gets the right kicks. It could be good. Or just pulling up short.
Just short left of the green. Right side of your screen. So no real trouble for Arya Jatanagarn. What's so important for her to do today is to start well, because she hasn't done that in this championship. She's played the back nine so much better than the front. Tends to make a couple of careless bogeys, and if she can not do that and get pars on the board, give herself chances of birdies, a real threat to Co.
Lydia Ko is just a magician with these rescue clubs. This is her number 5, 163 metres. Just having a little think. The wind is gusting a little bit up and down. It's strong. Just picking up now as she's standing over this ball.
Here we go, sound effects microphone.
Well, the contact is good. It's at the flag, depending on the kick. A little bit right now with the wind. Again, she's come up short. Popular spot there this morning.
We've seen a few finish in that region. So she doesn't turn 18 until the 24th of April. Amazing. World number 1, a 5th Australian Open, first here as a 13-year-old, 8 professional wins, and she has won in Australia as a 14-year-old at the New South Wales Open. Really, with that full year on the LPGA last year, as we expected. 3 wins there, won the Tour Championship, surging to prominence, as has always been promised.
Always impressive how she's made the transition from amateur to pro so easily and effortlessly. 4th shot for Catherine Kirk.
Oh, threatened. Really did. It's just got a bit of verve about it at the moment. Certainly late yesterday, was able to get it really going. To par on 2 for Kirk. She stays at 3 under the tournament, and Sandy caught up with the popular Australian before her round.
Well, Catherine, you were right in the birdie zone on the back 9. You must have been loving that.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting to make that many birdies, but I made a couple of long putts and I had a lot of chances, so it was nice.
Catherine, that really puts you into contention because you were really the only mover of the day.
Yeah, anytime you can shoot in the red around here is good. So it was nice to, I guess, make a move on moving day and give myself a chance today. But it's going to be tough to finish it, and really anyone within a few of the leads got a chance.
It was an incredibly hot, stifling day yesterday. How'd you handle the conditions? Obviously well.
Loved it, yeah. Kind of like Queensland weather, nice and warm. And where I live in the States, it gets pretty hot in the summer too. So I felt very comfortable and yeah, had no issues.
Well, it looks like we might have the temperature up again today, and looking for more of the same from you.
Yeah, hot birdies, right?
Absolutely. Good luck.
Thanks, Sandy.
Well, she'd like some birdies on those par 5s. We saw her take par at 2. Amazingly, she's even par through the par 5s at this tournament, and most of the leading players are under par on the longer holes here.
Because they are the holes that are easier on the golf course. I haven't found an easy one out there, though, over the past 4 days. Talked about Ariya Jotanagan struggling on the front nine. She's 1 over on the front nine and 8 under on the back nine. Now, there are 3 par 5s on the back nine, so that's 3 obvious shots to make up. But there's a big disparity between the 2 front nines.
And she's birdied 14 all 3 days so far. Whereas Ko just very consistent, trying to break down the numbers there of where she's been able to do so well. She's 6 under on the par 5s, 1 over on the par 3, so she struggled a little on the shorter holes, but as ever, there's not too many undulations in the statistics or scoring for Lydia Ko. Just amazingly consistent. But Jotanagan first. Very long birdie putt.
Yeah, it is. There's a nasty little ridge just directly in front of her that'll be up and over quickly, then feed down to the hole.
It's left some work to do there.
Pardon? Touch left to right, second time. Maybe a touch left early. It's right to left and left. Maybe flat. Yes.
We'll just leave them there for a moment. Let's go ahead to 2 and the ball positions of our group there. And Julieta Granada has lost a radar there.
Well, the one consolation, it is a par 5, so she, well, I hope she can get back on track. We've lost her there.
Taking a medicine there. She got it onto the fairway. Ooh, looks like the lie's okay, but pad that's not all that long as well. That's a very costly missed fairway. So now Ko.
Right to left break here for Lydia, and that needs some legs. This is uphill, not going to be there.
Work to do on the opening hole for our two leaders. Bit of a knee knocker faces both of them.
Now Amy Yang with a long second into this par 5, reachable in 2.
There's going to be a big difference in the style of play between Granada and Yang, mainly off the tee. Long way in for Julieta.
She hasn't got the journey from there because of that errant tee shot. So up and down required from there just to save par for Julieta Granada on the second hole. Back to the first. Co-leaders, both with par putts. Oh, and Ko will drop one. That's a mistake from the world #1 to start the final day. So temporarily out of her share of the lead, with a playing partner needing to find her par putt to, well, somewhat through the back door, have sole possession of the lead. So a pair of bogeys it will be. Should Jatanagarn hole out there, she's just going to take a moment. And that brings Amy Yang into a share of the lead as well. So if this goes in for Jatanagarn, she'll be one of 3 at 6 under. Royal Melbourne takes a couple of early scalps on the final day. Now back to Granada. Needs to be up and down for par here. On a par 5 second. Good work, giving herself a chance.
Jump ahead to the 11th hole. Join the defending champion, Kari Webb. That's a nice shot. So important to be below the hole, so that's okay from that direction. Good chance for Webb.
The runner-up from last year, Chela Choi of Korea. Oh, she finds an early positive. So 2 under is now just 4 from the lead.
She enters the fray and yet to win on tour. She has this deal with her father that when she does win, he can stop caddying for her.
Third of Yang, the joint leader, and a wrap. And perhaps a little too hungry there. It'll be a good putt back if she can claim birdie.
And Lydia Ko, the second, with the driver. And a good drive. Over that bunker's run out of fairway. Ooh, that got a fair amount of run. So tricky. You do want to fly it over the bunker, which is 211 from the tee, but then need a bit of a fade. Keep it on the corner.
Now this for the lead for Amy Yang, the outright lead. To be. Not to be for the now 26-year-old. Yes, we've been watching her in Australia for 10 years. Amazing.
Jatanagan parred this hole every day so far.
Oh, has not left anything behind there.
But needs a fade in order to keep it on the fairway. And once again, scuttled all the way through. She's had a number of dusty, tight lies.
She must not worry about playing from the rough. She just keeps missing fairways now. It's a tough up and down for Granada. Oh, and that's a wonderful save for the Paraguayan. Had to take her medicine under a tree off the tee, and she still walks off with a 4 to stay, a 5 should I say, to stay 2 from the lead. And this for Yang to stay at -6. Takes care of business. The joint tournament leader strides to the 3rd tee.
Kari Webb, this is actually a par putt for Kari Webb. She had to chip out sideways after an errant drive. So this to stay at 1 over. It's going to be another drop shot for Kari. She went out 1 under, had a lovely birdie on the 10th hole, but a drop shot on this 11th. That's moved her back to 2 over for the championship.
So used to being in the last group, but not today. Here is our last group, taking some early respite from a Sunday condition. Sandy.
I'm just down here with Lydia Ko's ball, just here in the rough, lying okay at 218, but we move further up and keep going all the way up here. Cameraman Andy following me along, and way up there near the tower, not in a great lie, it's very, very bare, is Erija Jatanagan, 193. But the one good thing is they both have a right-hand pin, so it gives them a little bit of room.
Well, there will be a big difference in the driving distance between Erija Jatanagan and Lydia Ko. Interesting when Erija Jatanagan was injured and she did start to play again. She was playing with a fade. She has been working on getting more of a draw. She needed the fade on that drive, though.
Kirk bogeyed the opener. This to get that shot back. Birdie on 3. Not to beat for Catherine Kirk, and just seems a little disappointed with her form with the flat stick early on today after it was so hot yesterday.
What's the direction like north? It's from the north-northwest.
If I take a little bit back what I said there, right-hand pin, of course it's a tight left-hand pin, which is going to make it very tricky.
Put it on that drive there, that starts at 200. And that's playing? That's been playing just a touch of curve right now. It's just hurting a touch, 5 yards of curve. 5-3? Yeah, like it. What's this left bunker? Cover? Yeah. That's going to be like 15 yards short, just the first bit of it. 15 yards short to cover. The 190? 15 short, so like 200. Because you've got 214. Oh, okay. But you got the wind and the slope doing the work for you. You can land it between them 2 black and green things. Start left half of the right one. Yeah.
You hear Jason give the instructions there. The slope and the wind are going to work for her. The good thing too is today this pin has been virtually in a similar spot every day in that back left corner. Just a gust of breeze blowing up there as Lydia stood over that ball.
Certainly taking her time over this shot. We heard before the conversation between player and caddy. Ko is known for so particular.
Started well right, coming back with the breeze, going towards the centre right of this green. Now it's going to depend on the run and the kick. Good shot from where she was.
Was a good shot. Played for the gap. That's the percentage play. So, eagle opportunity for Ko on second. She asks a lot of questions, doesn't she? Jason has to be on the ball.
Here's Jatanagarn.
Area Jatanagarn starting out to the right again. Now it's just starting to work its way back again. The bounce, the kick, but not enough club for Area, so she's going to be pitching.
So our last group strides to the green at 2. Well, the players on course enjoying the final day of action, but there's some equally remarkable players off the course. For visually impaired golfers, Jeff Ellis and Kay Hancock, it's camaraderie that's hard to find elsewhere. Royal Melbourne is running blind golf clinics throughout the Australian Open for people whose love of the game is worth seeing.
It feels like you're hitting out to the left a little bit more.
I don't think I would have tried it had I been fully sighted, but it was something to build confidence. That was the aim of the game. So yeah, I took up golf, but only in the summer, because in the winter I skied.
Yep.
How difficult is golf?
Well, it depends what you want from it. If you expect to be an A grader, then it's very difficult. If you want to go out and enjoy yourself, have a good walk, meet great people, it's fabulous.
Thanks so much for coming.
Good luck this week in New Zealand.
Thank you. Thank you.
So Kay Hancock there, and the tournament sponsor, Dr. Harashio HANDA, very, very giving of his funds to golf, and particularly disabled golf.
And entertaining us as well.
Yes.
Dr. HANDA at the beginning of the week. It was a pleasure to have him join us. He sang a few songs, Fly Me to the Moon, and a very wonderful supporter of women's golf and professional golf.
And here's our leaderboard as we start to work into the Sunday afternoon of the final round of the Australian Championship for women. And we have 3 players at 6 under. One of those players not too far away with a couple of early birdies is Charlie Hull. She's in the bunker at the par 4 6th. You can just see ahead. Well, there it comes.
What a good start. Charlie Hull, that is a lovely shot. Birdieing the first and the second 3 consecutive pars. Well, she's only 3 behind.
And if she gets rid of those bogeys.
Yeah, it's so easily, isn't it?
Yeah,
just get rid of the bogeys.
I just think she's the one that can score, among others, really prolifically. She's got a lot of amazing golf in her today.
Just controlling the golf when you get to the pointy end of the tournament. Well, that happened last week. Royal Pines just struggling, had that triple bogey early on in the final round.
Yes, we were talking about Granada, perhaps the experience of these conditions. Well, on the other hand, if you want someone to outright score and just have a really good day, well, Hull is in that category that might come from the pack.
Other players, though, have struggled over this composite layout. It has been a really stern examination. Not just your golf, but 6 inches in your head as well.
Just pitching that up, letting it run out. Got to be careful of behind the flag. Won't have to worry about that because it's got plenty of check on it. So just coming up a little shy.
Yet another sluggish start for Area Jatanagarn. Not the start she wants. It's a makeable birdie putt.
Now Granada, again, not on the short stuff off the tee. But that's tracking nicely. That's a brilliant shot from off the fairway from Julieta Granada. So setting up a birdie chance to go to 5 under.
Jessica Korda, she moves, could well move very much a contention. Oh, yes. So Korda, winner here in 2012. Birdie at the second, 3 pars to follow, and then a lovely little 3 at the 6th.
Oh,
This is not easy.
A lot of the players really aggressive at this hole. It does dip away, and that's the concern. You go down in that little swale there, and it makes it a tough third shot.
Ko got home in 2 on the second, which is a par 5.
Well, this is going to be a very big ask for Lydia Ko, but they do go in, Kate. But what a bonus this one would be. And she's got a bit of a howling wind behind her at the moment too, which is not going to make judgment much easier. And it does slope away as soon as you get past the hole, so you've got to be a little cautious of the pace. But this will be good luck, Lydia.
See that tattoo on her right wrist? There's a date in Roman numerals when she picked up her first LPGA win as an LPGA member last year, San Francisco. Now it needs to sit down.
So that back for birdie to go to 7 under. Speaking of relatively new turned full-time professionals, Lydia's got 12 months on this young lady, but Minjee Lee, the young Australian, was in contention at Victoria last year. Had a poor Sunday there, but oh, that's a wonderful shot, and Minjee Lee almost provides a highlight with that shot. So 6 over for the tournament, but a birdie opportunity coming up. The third for Amy Yang. So a chip up for her second on the short par 4. This for birdie. And the lead. Looks good. Yes, Amy Yang goes to the lead at 7 under. Early on the final day at Royal Melbourne. Jitanagan, she needs this to get to 7, and she'll take par on the second. So she'll stay at 6 under, and Ko's got a chance to join Amy Yang with a birdie putt coming up.
It really is proving to be a tussle at the top. We have 10 players who are 1 under and better.
Leave them for the Granada birdie putt. Wonderful approach to 3, and oh, that is such a disappointing result after the wonderful approach.
Return to the second green. Lydia Ko had an eagle putt, raced it past the hole to this position. This is a birdie to rejoin Amy Yang back at the top on 7 under.
Never really looked like going in once you'd hit it.
Fair amount of work left in that par putt.
So our last group finds itself dropping down from the top of the leaderboard. Let's see how the Aussie veteran's going. Kari Webb, always galleries around her, despite not being in the race for the Patricia Bridges Bowl this year. Started at 3 over today. She's 2 over for the tournament. Picked up 1 today. Now this for Ko to try and tidy up. That bogey at the first for both players in our final group, Arya Jitanagan and Lydia Ko. They find themselves 1 from the lead, with Amy Yang setting the standard at 7 under.
that's the way to do it. Minji Lee. Very good to see her back in the red. Started off so frustratingly with that round of 76 on the opening day.
So it's Amy Yang who leads outright through 3 holes of her final round, picking up an early birdie, while the leaders of overnight, Stata, Cohen Jatanagarn, bogeying the first to drop back to 6 under. Julieta Granada, well, she's had a mixed start, but even par through the first couple of holes for her, and 3 from the lead, and then a group at 3 under, including the 2012 champion Jessica Korda, Charlie Hull, Catherine Kirk, and Hana Zhang, all 4 from the lead. Gladys Nacera is 2 under and has been pretty good throughout this weekend. 71, 73, 74 for the French woman, so she'll hope that that trend reverses itself. She gets a bit better today. Minji Lee into the top 10 with Chela Choi.
The outright leader, Amy Yang. Okay, with the heavy artillery on 4, it's a difficult par 4. Dogleg right goes up the hill for the second. Distance is never a problem for Amy Yang. Hoping it's got a little bit more of a grassy lie for her approach. Difficult, can't see the base of the hole from the player's perspective.
A chance for Catherine Kirk to return to 4 under. Dropped a shot on the first. To be. So that left for par. Granada.
It's a blind tee shot, going to fly it over the trees.
And looks like it's going to hold the fairway. So we'll leave them there. Hana Zhang to stay at 3 under. That's a dropped shot. 76 yesterday after 69 to throw her right into contention. And triple bogey on the back 9 just sort of derailed things for Hana Zhang yesterday. So she drops to 2 under the card. And the wind's been gusty today. No real consistency about it, which sometimes makes it even trickier than the howling gales that we can get around this place. But Amy Yang standing on top of the leaderboard. Up to fair group of talent snipping at her heels. So there's our top 8 players in the early phase of the final round, and Lydia Ko with a bogey on the first has dropped from that share of the lead. Odds-on favourite going into the weekend for this tournament.
Breeze helping them from the right-hand side. This is just over the left edge of these right-hand bunkers. It'll get a good kick and end up somewhere down on the left-hand side.
Down in that little swale where Yang was previously.
It's not an easy hole location. Very difficult with such an appreciably sloping right to left fairway.
Well, this is going to be a huge carry with the tail breeze. Clears the bunkers easy. He's going to kick down towards the green, possibly a little left.
Ah, caught the bunker just a fraction further right, and that would have actually skated through the back of the green. It's a greenside bunker for Area Jatanagarn. Let's have a look at these 2 swings, are very contrasting styles. They both have a very good setup. Lydia Ko in particular, the arms hang so naturally. And what great players have is the ability to keep the lower body still while a great turn with their shoulders. So not getting over parallel, and then they drive into the ball, extending through with the arms. just Area Jatanagan can generate a lot more club head speed, and that's where her extra distance comes from. But don't need to be long to be the world's #1. And it's a very controlled swing indeed from Lydia Ko.
So we'll leave our last group and rejoin our tournament leader, Amy Yang, who's in the rough, but Granada first to play. Oh, and that's a friendly kick.
Green at the 4th, and slips back to front.
Birdie at the last. They're into the outright lead. And that's going to be a long birdie putt, so two similar long birdie putts coming up for Granada and Yang at the par for 4th.
First of the short par 3s, 5th. Playing at 139 meters. Go! Oh, and that is the reason why. Oh, that is not going to be easy. You certainly want to be below the hole. Bit of a little bit too much. Oh, look at the breeze picking up, Peter Wilkins.
Good afternoon, Kate. Yes, Gary Webb. Yes, the players thought there might be some respite from the breeze this afternoon. That doesn't appear to be the case just at the moment. It is gusting very, very strongly as we see Hana Jang at the 5th with par 3, a treacherous hole.
Both players fooled by the direction of the wind. You'd have thought she probably would have gone to score a little bit more on Catherine Kirk's tee shot, but that wind is certainly picking up. Oh, that was an enormous blow from Area Jatanagan. Would have driven the green on the 3rd.
Yes, but she's left herself, Kate, with a horrible, horrible bunker shot. But first to go here will be Lydia Ko. Now, Lydia's got her problems as well. I mean, with this howling wind behind, they really needed to have these tee shots a lot further right than they have done. The bunker is in the way. It's going to kick off that bunker. There is a ridge 10 feet short of the flag.
It's a really difficult driving hole because everything encourages the ball to move right to left, and then you're faced with this tricky little prospect.
Lands it perfectly. That is a wonder shot. The supreme skill.
From the lie that she had and the position she came in from, she could not see the bottom of the hole. It didn't sound like the best contact, but she nipped it obviously just right. Try doing that again. Landed just on the shoulder of the bunker, trickled into the hole, and it went.
Wow. Just the shot of the championship so far from Lydia Ko, given the circumstances. She's absolutely nailed it. Mind you, she has had a couple of eagles already so far in the tournament, but that is just amazing.
Well, that was always going to be the case for Area Jatanagan. She had absolutely no room to work with. Ball trying to feed its way back.
Good afternoon to you. You lob into the hot seat at a very big time. That is absolutely momentous from Lydia Ko. The front nine hasn't served her too well in the tournament so far. She'd only managed 2 birdies in the entire tournament, and then she struck with an amazing eagle.
Well, that was just a sensational shot.
Julieta Granada at the 4th for birdie. Well, again, the putting is a real strength of Julieta Granada. She's missed a short one, and now from long range comes up a bit shy as well.
Let's have another look at this shot. Sounded just a tad clunky, but it wasn't. Good amount of spin on it, and then it just hit the downslope, trundled into the hole. I thought it might have lipped out, Peter, but it stayed in. And Lydia's gone back into the shade, which is all important today. Temperatures getting pretty warm here this afternoon. Now Jutanagan. And that was always drifting off to the right.
Jutanagan finds herself now a couple behind after 3 holes. She has bogeyed the first hole on the last 3 holes. Well, the 3 days, I should say, the first hole, and that's got her off to a pretty ordinary start, really, upstairs. Birdie putt for Amy Yang to go to the lead also at 8 under. It's going to come up short as well.
Yeah, didn't learn much from Julieta there.
The greens have foxed the players, particularly Amy Yang. She sees it one moment, and then the next, some indifference creeps in.
Tough shot for Hannah Jang down in the hollow short of the 5th green here. Oh, very nice. The holes have all been pretty much located in the same area on this green in the back tier. Very tricky green, this one.
And at the 4th, Lydia Ko. She has just vaulted to the outright lead. 3 equals in her tournament so far.
Expect to be a little pumped right now. That is down the right-hand side, moving into towards the centre of the fairway, and yeah, just staying down that right-hand side. It's not a bad place to be with a left pin.
Well, you don't see Lydia Ko get pumped very much. She's pretty much flat lines out there. There's not much emotion.
Lydia Ko with that magnificent shot, almost impossible, really. She's produced at the world #1 to go to 8 under par, leading by 1 over Amy Yang and Ariya Jutanagan.
Now Ariya's got this drawing back towards the left-hand side. It was a much lower flight, but it's going to hold the fairway. Didn't run very far. She did not catch all of that.
Yeah, she went with the hybrid by the look of it, Sandy, and certainly laying back. Let's see if Catherine Kirk can emulate the shot of her playing partner. A little too much grip. It's not an easy shot to judge there, Peter.
The freshening breeze this afternoon. It's going to further dry out the greens. They were watered a couple of times. Here's Amy Yang with this par putt.
And these are the kind of putts that you have to make.
Amy Yang remains at 7 under par. Catherine Kirk, meanwhile, this for par 2. The putter was oh so hot yesterday.
Good for a long time. I love the way she keeps her head stock still, lets the ball get out of her peripheral vision. And people at home could do well to emulate that. It's a good stroke, just a poor tee shot led to that bogey.
Bit of a tester for Julieta Granada. She's only made one very good clutch par putt and makes another one too. Julieta Granada not so long off the tee. She has only missed 2 fairways out of 45 prior to today.
It's not bad,
today. Par putt for Hana Jang. Jane, the greens have been watered overnight and this morning. Philosophically, what do you think of that with the breeze? They're trying to just look after the entirety of the field. But a lot of the players had some sort of damper conditions this morning as we watch Il Hili.
Well, certainly it's going to dry out and the greens are going to get faster. So I had a chat with Trevor Hurden this morning and he told me that indeed they were watered last night and this morning. And, you know, here in Melbourne, when a hot northerly blows, you better take care of the greens because they're going to get baked very quickly.
And that northerly has not abated at all. We saw a divine shot from Il Hili, and there's the ball positions of Lydia Ko, pumped up after the eagle, and Eldia Jutanagan.
Yeah, she laid well back and was a bit worried, I think, about going through the fairway. There's a good look from the back of this green. And a hole today is located 28 on and 8 off the left.
Here's the elevation. And that's what the players confront. So sort of visually a tough task.
Visually intimidating. And I think when you get to Royal Melbourne, one thing that tends to surprise you a little bit, I think, is the elevation changes and the number of dog legs. Jeremy Young there.
Yeah, we wanted to finish a little right because of the backstop. So correct. Left to right. And like right now, yeah, left to right. How far are you? 160. Yeah.
Okay, after a decent conversation there between player and caddy, Area has 162 to the flag. Now the problem she's got, it's a left pin and the breeze is blowing strongly left to right, so she's got to keep it maybe a little left of the flag if she can. But she's got plenty of room with 28 back. Contact is good. Now that's left. Joan, you're going to have to tell us if it's too left.
No, it actually turned out pretty good, Sandy. It held the green and ran straight past the flag. I'd say maybe 4 or 5 meters, so not a bad shot at all.
I'm sure you'll enjoy that result. Area Jutanagan, the 19-year-old from Thailand. Amy Yang, one behind Ko, playing the par 3 5th hole.
Playing 139 meters today. Another back flag as well. Oh, that landed really soft. I think that surprised her. She expected if she landed it there that it would kick on all the way to the back tier. It's that extra water made the difference there, Pete.
Absolutely. As we trek ahead to the 13th, Kari Webb, the 5-time champion, will be no repeat today. Working on a few things.
A very fast putt from the front of the green to the back. And, not well judged there by the Queenslander.
I think go right at it and it should go right.
Good angle here, Sandy, for Lydia Ko.
Yeah, this is perfect. Just 131, only 103 to the front. She is going with an 8-iron. She's heading back towards the crease just a little. Clear view of the flag. Now that is moving on the wind to the right a little bit.
Well, there's a rueful head shake. The standards are very, very high from Lydia Ko, who's had her trials and tribulations with the putter. 35 putts yesterday. Some of the lines eluding her. And the wind coming well into effect.
Well, the wind on this hole coming into the players from the left. And the greens are very firm. Yes. Yeah. She didn't judge the wind well there. She needed probably one more club. She's going to take off now and see if she can get up there before the ball rolls all the way back down to the base of that hill. You better run faster than that, Hooley.
There's some commitment.
Oh, to be young. Well, she knows if she doesn't get there in time, it's going to be another 30, 40 metres back down the base of the hill.
I think there probably is enough moisture in that green to keep it sitting in that position.
Well, it was interesting. I was talking to Trevor Hurden, the tournament director, today, and he said last week they did hydro jets of water into these greens, which are almost like aerification with water. So it sort of builds up the water table underneath so that when you do water them, that there is some sort of water table and it doesn't go all the way through. So the greens are in absolutely gorgeous conditions. Certainly the wind's drying them out, but not as bad as they could be.
Chella Choi for birdie.
Oh, watch out for Chella Choi.
2 under par for Chella Choi. 6 behind. It's amazing what just one shot can do, though. That from the world #1, the 17-year-old Lydia Ko. It was a tough shot. She's holed it, and that has sent the field, those people who are clawing up the leaderboard, they're a couple behind.
Exactly.
More than they thought they'd be.
Well, things can turn very, very quickly, can't they, on a Sunday afternoon, especially on a golf course such as this. It'll really put a spotlight on your weaknesses, and those that don't have too many, the cream tends to rise to the top. And we've got a great leaderboard there. Look at that, Peter. World #1, Amy Yang, no stranger to winning in Australia. Julieta Granada, Jessica Corder were both in playoff here in 2012, so it's shaping up to be a great afternoon of golf.
Yeah, many questions to be answered as the afternoon progresses. There are a few landmines awaiting the players too. 15, 16 and 17 playing very, very tough today. A couple of awkward pin positions. It's going to be no easy journey home for the leaders in the Australian Women's Open. Lydia Ko, a long-range effort for birdie to try and follow that eagle at the 3rd.
Oh, I thought for a minute, and so did she. That would have been almost a bit of a dagger to the heart of the field after that chip in on the last hole. Make a bomb. Another foot of pace. It was in the back, Peter.
Well, you feel as though there are a few putts coming for Lydia Ko. She's hit a lot of good putts without reward over the first few days.
Ever so close.
Thought it was in. Now, Julieta Granada running up, pacing up to mark the ball. This for birdie. She'll take 2 from here.
She certainly will, and this is an extremely slow putt. Uphill into the breeze. Hard to believe you have to hit it that hard. Your brain says, I'm at Royal Melbourne. I don't have to hit things that hard, but on a hole like that, you do.
It was a good shot in from Area Jatanagarn. This for birdie.
A big opportunity here.
Oh, and she's barreled it by.
Gracious.
That's an error. That's attacking with intent, but you need to be a little bit more defensive, don't you?
Especially from that side of the hole.
Now for a joint share of the lead, Amy Yang.
She's given this what she thought was a good hit. Can't believe that it came up that far short. Good to see her playing well in Australia. Very talented young Korean. Now let's see what Kari can do here at the par 5. Let's just settle.
The coverage of the ball. It's just out the back a little bit.
It's not too bad from back there. Oh, talk about a crucial putt now, Peter.
Jatanagarn nerveless for that moment, and a broad beaming smile. She remains at 6 under par. Julieta Granada is going to have to produce another clutch par putt. Oh, and does so well.
She's a pretty good putter, ranked 7th on the LPGA last year in the putting stats. So even though she's short off the tee, she can make up for it with the flat stick.
Playing with Kari Webb, so Yeon Yu 3 over par. She also featured in that playoff too. 6 names at 3 under par 3 years ago.
3 putted the last green to get into that playoff. Had a putt to win, and oh, look at this shot.
Oh, that is a mantelpiece effort from So Yeon Yu, almost holding out from the fairway.
Oh. We like that length 3.
Brilliant. Amy Yang for par. 2 staying at 7 under. Solidly high for Amy Yang. She hit a lot of fairways yesterday. The par 5s. She played in, or has played in 10 under par over the course of the week. And will that come into play on the second 9 today?
There's certainly 3 par 5s on the back 9. And
the shortest cover left of the pen is 44. Yeah.
It's not sure.
No. We'll pitch like 48. I think we're just going to keep a little bit low. We get it too high, it might climb a bit.
Probably think we're on the tee to see the tee shots of the previous pair and how they responded when they hit the deck.
Well, the green should
give them a clue.
The other day's been downwind. Yeah, so we're going to pitch like 48. Even if we keep it low, it's still playing 52.
Start between those poles.
There's a real science working this out between the pair of them. Lydia Ko just to the left of the flag here, just coming up a little shy. Yeah, it's going to be short, but that's okay. She's putting uphill.
Yeah, it's different because the first couple of days, as Jason Hamilton said, it was downwind. Now it's cross and into from the left. So the ball is certainly going to react differently on the green once it lands.
Now here's a tap-in eagle. You like them from that range, don't you?
No, I love them from that range.
Nearly the big albatross for So Yeon Yu. She goes back to 1 over par and threatening to get into red figures. Well played.
And in a tie for 16th. Some players going backwards out there today.
Now was Area Jatanagarn learned a bit from the Lydia Ko landing.
Again, breeze coming into her from this left-hand side. That's moving a lot further left than Lydia's, and also a little shy. So both players got lengthy putts here.
Yeah, I think a little bit of lack of experience playing this hole in this particular wind, Sandy.
Well, this will be a good double, but she's got some work to do. Kari Webb for eagle at the 14th.
She got the one department correct in the speed, but not the line.
As we head into the crucial phases of the final round of the Australian Women's Open at Royal Melbourne, Lydia Ko, courtesy of an eagle, holing out on the 3rd hole, the short par 4. She's at 8 under par. Amy Yang at 7 under. Area Jatanagarn still there from Thailand at 6 under par. Then Julieta Granada 4 under. Jessica Korda, Charlie Hull, Gladys Nocera and Chella Choi 2 under par. Australian Open. Gee, it's fascinating with the world #1, the 17-year-old, making an error uncharacteristically on the first, but going beautifully. Catherine Kirk, she's had a couple of moments too, a couple of aberrations. She slipped back to 2 under par. Can she get that putter working? And HANDA Zhang, who cruelled her chances with that 3 over hole yesterday. To see if Kari Webb can go forward at 14.
good stroke there from Australia's best ever golfer. That was beautifully holed.
Kari Webb back to 1 over par as we work back and look at the players well and truly in contention. Amy Yang and Julieta Granada, who's grafting out a good round so far.
Both in beautiful position to approach this hole. Tough drive, but they've negotiated that well. Now uphill to a right hole location that's had 3 of the 4 days just in a very similar spot. And that's pretty well judged there with the right to left wind. Amy Yang, I talked to her on the practice range after play yesterday, and she was telling me that it's just been a couple of months since she's worked with a new teacher, Tony Ziegler, in Orlando, and is really back loving the game again. Hard to believe someone so good could fall out of love with it, but she's really enjoying her golf right now. Not a bad play.
Maybe just 1 metre shy of what she was hoping for, nonetheless. In good position as Amy Yang, who did confess to a few nerves too, playing back in Australia again. Remember that great triumph in the Australian Ladies Masters as a 16-year-old.
Yes, who could forget that?
From the front of the 5th, Arya Jatanagarn, a long-range birdie putt.
See if she can judge the pace a little better. Oh, this is very well done. Yeah, great smile. Watched these two sisters play amateur golf back in America for quite some time, and they're young budding professional careers as well, and good to see her back healthy again. We've documented her shoulder injury. Just a strong, talented young player.
Hannah Zhang needs to find some magic. Tough hole to do it with the 7th.
Yes, this is a tricky little hole location here. Got to bring it in from the left.
She's going to get a bit of assistance.
I think she might. Remember, we saw Catherine Kirk's shot.
Come on.
That's the way to do it.
Oh, that's handy. A good result from Hannah Zhang.
Effervescent young Korean. She's just got such a great personality. It's been fun to watch her this week.
Now the leader for birdie. Shaved the hole at the last. Always just a bit outside the required line. Not quite enough pace, but that should be a comfortable par for the tournament leader, the tournament favourite. Not on the shoulders. The thirds the last 2 years. Catherine Kirk at the par 3.
She's playing 119 metres today. And the wind blowing right to left. Oh, that is going to be
well, that's
diabolical.
An impossible task, isn't it? The 6th hole. This to join the lead. Amy Yang.
Hands working together as a team there. Stroke. Certainly a slightly unusual grip. One that works well for her. 15th on the LPGA last year in putting stats.
Just to tidy up for par for Lydia Ko. Just a brilliant year. Last year, 15 top 10s, 10 top 5s. Sneaks in the right side. She remains at 8 under par, 3 wins.
It's ridiculous, isn't
Rookie
it?
of the year, over $2 million in prize money, first to do so. So many firsts for Lydia Ko. There's going to be another one today with an Australian Open win. Lots to do yet, though.
Now Julieta Granada after that lovely shot into number 6. Perfectly flag high. A putt that should break quite a bit from left to right. Oh, but for a little less speed, that was in the back of the hole. Julieta just slightly overly aggressive, and it rimmed out to
horseshoe out.
Just a metre and a half left now.
The 6th-time Lydia Ko.
195 metres to carry all of those bunkers across the dog leg.
Oh, and that is well left again, Jane. It's very tight on the dog leg. Boy, she judges that spot on. Bounding out the fairway.
Sandy, you know, when you're that good, you pick your line and the ball goes there.
And there is just no fear.
No, there isn't. There's supreme confidence. There's the carry there. Sorry, Peter.
No, I was just saying, Jane, as you would well know, it's a risk-reward hole too, isn't it? But you can get into some trouble.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There's plenty of trouble to get into, isn't there, Sandy?
Yeah, certainly. And I'm hoping area possibly. Jane, you'll be able to tell me. We'll not be going with driver here?
Fairway metal.
No, we're down the fairway further and we can't see the tee. But good solid contact anyhow, high in the air. Now that's going a little further left. This is going to run out of room anyway. Wow, miles away.
Sit down. That's over in the bracken, I think.
Might need a chainsaw out there. That's very healthy stuff, isn't it?
Or something.
Something. That's an error too, and you can see just the body language. Or perhaps what it should be. Julieta Granada, meanwhile, has made a series of these putts for par. She faces another one. Oh, just poked it straight right.
Uncharacteristic.
This hits a lot of fairways and the greens, and the putter is pretty good form, pretty dynamic. Now we saw Catherine Kirk showing this ugly stuff.
There's not much room to work with once the ball gets to the green. He's going to have to bounce it up the hill. Oh, and hit it thin. Gone through the bunker and now in the sandy waste area. That it's gone from bad to worse.
Gary Webb, birdie at the last. Second shot to 15, the 360-metre par 4.
Holes right on the front today. So trying to bounce it in, and oh, look at this consummate shot. Sit. Is it going to run away into the hollow? No.
Pretty good, very hard to get it close. She played just about the perfect shot, but that's a testy little pin position. Part of the hard run in as we look at the leaderboard. Almost midway through the final round of the Australian Women's Open at Royal Melbourne. It's rearing its head today. The wind not abating. It's coming from the north. Lydia Ko by 1 shot over Amy Yang. Area Jatanagarn is a further shot back. Granada at 3 under par after that drop shot. Jessica Corder, the 2012 champion. She'd want to get something going very, very soon. Charlie Hull started out well, hasn't really improved, and Chella Choi with a superb tap-in eagle has got it to 2 under par. Hana Zhang at 2 under as well. Catherine Kirk is the real problem. This the 3rd shot at the par 3.
Gonna have to try and play this like a bunker shot. Good effort. Very, very good effort.
And what's the mind doing as well? Well, Sandy, you're over there. You can tell the story, or we can see it.
I am, and I'm getting out very quickly because Aria's just arriving. Her caddy's here, and you can see where the ball is now. It's in a bearish spot, but boy, good luck with this one. It's 159 from the flag, and I'm getting out of here.
Well, I think the 159 is...
irrelevant, Jane.
Thank you. We've known each other so long, you're completing my sentences.
I'm also getting out of there because I asked if they did a snake search before I went in.
Yeah, wise move. That is going to be very tricky. I wonder if she can even get a club on it.
Hana Zhang for birdie to go to 3 under. Just reading it fractionally.
That's all it takes. They're going to be so precise on these greens. Stint metering at about 11.6 again today, but I think they're going to get up a little bit faster this afternoon. They're going to get up a little bit faster this afternoon. Now, ball positions there. Look at Lydia Ko just absolutely precisely in the middle of that tiny little fairway. And Jutanagan over in the bracken. Really the best she can do, I think, is just try and punch it out somewhere onto the fairway, even if, don't even know if that's possible. Hole today, as we said, on the right-hand side, just over that ridge. So this is going to be a big decision, Sandy.
Jutanagan has made an excursion into the wrong part of the course. And Neil Thrace has a problem to get it back into play. Where is she going to play it? Take the penalty and just sort of hack it out. But you want to make some reasonable contact. You also want to be faced with another awkward shot.
Well, the problem she has here is actually just hacking it out, because there's so much that can grab on to the shaft of her club, and it's actually getting a clear swing at this and making sure she gets some sort of decent contact.
Well, there's a lot of stuff right in front of her ball as well, Sandy. Oh, this is it's not looking good.
Yeah,
she's got the strength, but no, I'm a bit dubious.
Me too, Jane, but this will want to be good contact. Oh, it's excellent contact. Very, very good down the centre of the fairway,
Wow.
just a wedge distance. That was exceptionally well played.
Another bucket of sand in the eyes. That's for about the third time this week. Arya Jutanagan from Thailand, the 19-year-old, exploding out of the rough.
She was lucky it wasn't another half a metre to the left of where her ball was, because I don't think she could have even moved it.
Like that?
But that is very well done. That's why they call it the sand belt, don't they?
No,
Sandy.
It is. You love this. It's such beautiful condition, this golf course. And then when you get off these fairways, it's just a horror. But Lydia Ko, this is no horror for her. Just 114. Under 100 metres to the front, directly in front. Breeze is coming into her, though.
And she must carry this at least 10 on to avoid that false front. Will it hold? Okay. Probably not as good as she might have liked.
From Lydia Ko, very authoritative, great rhythm. Catherine Kirk for bogey. Well, that is a terrific bogey, if you can have a terrific bogey. After the second shot, well, after the tee shot, then she just sculled it through into the bunker. She played a beautiful recovery. That's a good four. Curry Webb, meanwhile, to get back to even par. Curry's better efforts, the five-time champion. The winner last year, she came from 5 behind. Chella Choi had posted that superb round to be really the favourite. Curry remains at over par as we now head to Amy Yang. There's going to be a battle in 2 after this next hole. Amy Yang and Lydia Ko walk an area. Jutanagan stay with it.
It's going to be a very, very fast bunker shot. Good news is there is a little breeze into her face. It's a very steep part of the green all the way back to the hole.
Another third shot for Arya Jutanagan.
Only about 60 from the flag, but this will be a good up and down. Good contact, needs a little check high in the air. It should stop quickly. Oh, it's gone past the flag. Jane has it. We can't see
it. Actually checked very quickly there, Sandy, and it spun back.
Yeah, looked to have plenty of work from down here.
Yeah, I think she'll be a little bit disappointed. It looked good for a long time. different wind conditions, players having to adapt.
Julieta Granada, so at the 7th, the short par 3. She's looking out towards Catherine Hull country.
Oh dear.
This is a major error from the Julieta Granada. She's got a down slope, she's got bunkers.
Diabolical, treacherous.
That's incredible.
See how many other adjectives we can come up with for that shot. Wow, that's going to be a challenge. And if you mishit a shot here at Royal Melbourne, you pay for it. You cannot afford to be out of position. These players haven't been out of position very much. Jutanagan certainly off the tee has a chance to recover. But looking at Lydia Ko, she pretty much plays the precise line extremely well all the way around. It does remind me of Arnica.
Jane Crafter, the 1997 Australian Women's Open champion, talking us around the course and how these players are going to negotiate it, what's happening in the head. But you need to be today a very good player, not attacking all the time. You've got to find the right spots, and the greens are still drying out. That's the problem too. They're, come the last 4 or 5 holes, they're going to be as hard as they've been all week.
Yeah, they're forecasting winds of about 30-35 kilometres. Hasn't quite eventuated, but the wind is still a factor. Coming from the north, very warm this afternoon. Clouds, but when the sun peeks out from behind the clouds, it's really hot.
Lydia Ko from long range for birdie.
And a very slow putt. A lot of slope from back to front on this green. It really is a gorgeous golf course. Composite course, 6 holes from the east course and 12 from the west. Designed in the late 1800s by Dr. Alistair Mackenzie, Alex Russell. And it's just a gem. It's a joy to be here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a masterpiece of golfing design. It's etched wonderfully into the landscape and into Australia's sporting consciousness, really. It's always in the top 5. It's very often the top-ranked course in the nation, talked about across the world, and tough.
This would be a heck of a par.
No. Good attempt. Nonetheless.
Well, bogey's not a bad score after that lie off the tee. That had trouble written all over it.
Well, that's a bogey all of a sudden. Area Jutanagan.
So the nearest
leader,
spot would be
3 behind.
There.
Here.
1 club length from there. I've got a 2 for you. Then we've got 2 club lengths can roll, so we'll see what happens from that.
So I can pick it up from the bunker.
Happy with that? Thank you.
Yeah, it's ground under.
Yeah.
Ground under repair.
Sure.
I think it's a bunker from the other golf course. So out of play. Sandy, can you fill us in?
Yeah, I've just jumped ahead, and it's actually a bunker that is on another hole that's out of play this week. So
that's pretty fortunate.
That is very fortunate, because you would not want that shot in a blue fit.
Here's your tee.
Yes, you can see one of the other holes on the course in the car park, so that's been out of play.
I think the next car was mine down there. I'm a bit worried about that. I might go and shift it.
It's a pretty bad shot to get there.
Not an easy one. She's going up to survey the territory as we now look to the leader, Lydia Ko, to tap in. Lydia Ko remains the leader by 1 after 6 holes. It's hard work today. The Royal Melbourne layout, the breeze whistling in from the north. Kari Webb, 5-time Australian Open champion. And that's the 3rd of the par 3s. The 16th, this is very tough today.
All of these par 3s are difficult. This one quite challenging. It landed on the front and let it run up the hole today is on 25, 5 off the left. So
way up to the back left. How about that for a pin placement? To get the Granada, that lone pin in the distance. Feed into the just tickles away the other side of the bunker, and that's not going to be, probably prefer to be in the bunker.
She might hit a similar shot to Catherine Kirk. And she played it all the way to the back of the green and let the terrain take the ball back down to the hole, because it slopes severely from the edge of the bunker down to the hole location. And Peter, it just shows you what happens when you hit one bad shot. You get yourself out of position, and you got to pay the penalty.
Hana Jiang yesterday, perfect example at 12. Errant drive into the trees, fell down, terrible lie, bunker to bunker, 7, thanks very much. Amy Yang, legit manoeuvring here, Jane Crafter.
There's a lot of slope from left to right and from the bunker all the way down to the hole, so she's going to have to play this out quite a bit to the left.
She actually looks like she's going to
She might play it the other way, yeah,
and just let it run gently and get an uphill putt. That is a really interesting move. Okay. Not quite sure of why she would have done that, but well, each to their own.
Well, I didn't think that was, I mean, it was difficult, but I did think she could keep it on the green. Going
if
left
she
of the
just
flag.
flopped it out on that top level, it would have just easily run around. But that was an interesting decision.
Yeah, I'd like to have seen Kari Webb play that shot. She'd probably hold it. A long wait now, Peter.
Back on the tee. There's a bit of waiting on various holes yesterday and the day before, when so many players were completing their rounds. The 7th hole, playing number 9 on the tough scale today, but we've seen 17 bogeys already today and 1 double bogey for a short hole. A few errors.
I think these are a grouping of 3 of the most beautiful and the most difficult par 3s I've ever seen on any golf course. And there's only 3 on this composite layout, and they're all with their own challenges.
Yes, you don't get to a par 3 thinking, oh, a little bit of relief here. I'll just poke in an 8-iron.
No, you don't.
Hurling at a Granada, she did have the advantage of being able to drop from that bunker out of play, because she did have a downslope in the bunker. Would have liked to have seen her play the shot.
Sandy, what do you think here?
Oh, Jane, this is horrible, because she's got the bank of the bunker kicking straight off on the other side. She's running it. She's going to try and run it up the slope and run it back.
Yeah, that's what Catherine Kirk did the other day.
It's turning around. Look at this. This could be incredibly clever, because she just had nowhere to go. Come on, keep coming. It's going to stop up there. That is unlucky, but not a lot of options with that shot.
Oh, she had the right idea.
Hurling at Granada in a playoff 3 years ago, in that 6-way playoff today. Well, this hole in particular, it seems a million miles away. The course, with the breeze whipping in on the flag, it's providing some tremors. Amy Yang, her 3rd shot too. It could be the Lydia Ko show very, very shortly. She's played that well. Super shot. And that was for par. Jatanagan. So needing just a couple of grapes, maybe a little orange juice. No pressure etched on her brow, despite a couple of indifferent holes so far today, as we leap ahead to Kari Webb at the 16th. We saw her tee shot.
A long-range putt, swinging from right to left, uphill. Keep tracking, keep tracking. Oh, too much pace. Oh, gracious. So it goes uphill, and then as it starts to crest, it goes away very swiftly.
Yeah. Talk about diabolical pin placements. That's a possibility, and that's all before the lead groupings. Anything could happen in the next couple of hours. It's going to be riveting television as Royal Melbourne shows its undulations and problems.
Well, this might be one of the most diabolical locations I think I've ever seen on a par 3, actually on any hole.
I agree with you, Jane. This is an absolute shocker, and Julia's got all sorts of problems here to get this to stop. That was an exceptional putt, because, boy, that anything could happen with that.
It just goes to show you one bad shot and things go from bad to worse, and she drops back substantially with that double.
Back to 1 under, and all of a sudden 7 shots behind. Amy Yang this for bogey to drop just the 1 shot. Bogey. She limits the damage. She's at 6 under par.
So that'll be a bogey for Kari Webb here at the par 3, 16th.
They've been waiting for some time. Back at the 7th. Fluffy cloud around, the breeze still piping in from the north. Plenty of time to think about these shots. And the last few coming through here, there've been some errors, but you wouldn't expect it from Lydia Ko. Tee to green. Green's in regulation. She's very high up in the stats. I think last year on the tour she was number 7. Green's in regulation. So this is the great strength of a game.
Absolutely, and I think one of also her great strengths, Sandy McKenzie, is her brain. And I think, don't even think about the flag. If you can just get it to that little area of green, just to the left of the flag, that's ideal.
I cannot get over her course management and the thought that goes into it. And she does that. She doesn't think of where the flag is. She thinks of where she needs to play her next shot from. And gosh, she's so good at it. She gets it so precise. Look at the wind blowing in the background there. The flag's blowing, coming straight across right to left on this hole, which is making it even more difficult. Very, very tough pin placement here. Nice easy swing from Lydia. It is enough to carry the bunker, and well, you can't place one much better than that. Wow. Look where it's finished. I mean, got it just over the bunker, caught a little bit of a downslope, but again, she's in good position. She's behind it. We thought she may have played out to the safer left side, but decided to go straight at the flag.
Class rises again. Lydia Ko, just a brilliant shot in the circumstances. Leading currently by 2 shots. She'll have that for a 3-shot lead all of a sudden. Tough putt, mind you. Now, Ariya Jutanugarn will be hoping for something similar. Maybe not the same brave line. Heading for Jane Crafter's landing zone.
Now that has to grow some serious legs, and it's not going to, or it pulls up in that horrible spot. She'd really be better off in the bunker.
Yes, she would be better off in the bunker, Sandy, and that did sound quite heavy right away. And as Peter said, it could start to become the Lydia Ko show very quickly if Ariya doesn't get up and down there.
Amy Yang. The par 4 8th positioning of the tee. Very important here. They don't take driver. Most of the players
Yeah, it's an uphill drive, Peter, and bunker on the left. You just really want to make sure you don't run out of fairway on the dog leg. It's not a very long hole, only 285. Compared to this one, 401 metres, so 440 yards from the hole located in the back left. Wind coming off the right. This holds the green. She's going to like that one very much. Sit. Sit. Okay. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, great result for Catherine Kirk. Trying to get something going. Dropping back a few shots today. HANDA Zhang out of the sand. The full ninth.
Kick it.
Lying it down.
Kick it.
Looking for a bit of a hoop off the bank.
Yeah, well done. Great shot there. Keep going.
Well, that's a good effort from that position.
I think so. Still going.
Yeah.
It's the voice of caddy Dean Hurden. He's a caddy for G.A. Shin. He's got an eye for some talent, does Dean.
He's called it, Dean. It's a good shot. It was a very good shot from that position for the likeable Korean, a three-time winner back in 2013 on the KL PGA Tour. She's won 6 times all up. She can put a performance together. Just that one moment yesterday, the triple at 12. Sort of sent her back on her heels a little bit. She was right in contention until then. Now the problems confronting Jatanagarn. We saw a similar shot just a couple of moments ago, Sandy.
Well, I just went over and had a look at that at ground level, and it's worse from over there. So it's just a horrible, horrible shot. You've not got much choice. I can try and play this back bank because there's no chance of holding it short. She's doing that. She's running it. Now that's got to stop. Whoa.
It sounded a bit thin.
Oh, she caught it thin, Jane, and now it's turning, but it's going to stay at the back, and that's what she didn't want.
That is a nightmare par putt in front of Area Jatanagarn, so a bogey you'd think at best as we look at the leaderboard, which presents the 17-year-old world #1 Lydia Ko. An eagle really kick-starting the round at the third today. She's 8 under, leading by 2 from Amy Yang. Area Jatanagarn with the problems at 5 under, Ilhee Lee and Charlie Hull at 2 under. And the rest of the players seem to be battling for those minor honours in this final round of the Australian Women's Open. Catherine Kirk started the day at 4 under par. Bogey the first, that set her off on the wrong foot. HANDA Zhang at 1 under, Julieta Granada. We saw her problems at the 7th. And we head to the players now over par as the course does claim a few scalps. It can do that at Royal Melbourne. It's a long day ahead for several players, but it is Lydia Ko prevailing currently. Jane Craft, a fascinating scenario. And if you're following the golf, you'll be enjoying it. But if the WNBL is a part of your diet, you can follow Townsville and Bendigo on ABC2 right now.
It's a beautiful scene overlooking the 18th green. But we've got players here on the 8th. We've got Julieta Granada, who's pulled her tee shot over into the left fairway bunker, and that is not a lot of joy from over there. Amy Yang in good position. Let's see what Julieta faces with this steep-faced bunker. Shot of about 55, 60 metres. I don't know if it'll hold the green there, Quentin Hull. It might. I think she better run up and mark that one too.
Well, here's Charlie Hull, who is providing the gallery with some entertainment, as is pretty much generally the case, but under par for the day. This to get to 3 under, and that's a good roll from Charlie. without dropping. And just the one bogey today for Charlie Hull. Pretty
steady.
Boring for her standards. Birdie start and then one bogey on 8. So plenty of pars today for the talented British team. Now Hana Jang to try and get it to 2 under with a long birdie attempt. Jang has it on its way for a birdie. But she won't go to 2 under there. Now the 7th is really claiming some victims. And Jatanagarn set to join the crop.
Well, this to save par, but if she get down in 2, she'll have done well. Starts to swing to the left and pick up speed. That's not dead yet. Now Amy Yang after that excellent tee shot. Down breeze. Right hand hole location. Oh, and that's a disappointing effort there.
Look at that flag.
Tough to judge, Quentin, as that wind really starts to bluster.
Almost being blown off the flagstick. Now this is for Ko to go to 9 under and put a 3-shot gap on the field.
It doesn't break as much left there as you think. Jatanagarn didn't read it right, nor did Ko learn from her fellow competitor.
Stepping off of the 3 there. Should be happy. Catherine Kirk for 2 under.
Reach.
Started with a bogey today, Catherine Kirk, and also bogeyed 5 and 7. And finishes her outward 9 in a 3 over 38. 7 from the lead. Pretty good minimising of damage there for Jatanagarn. She drops a shot back to 4 under, 4 from her playing partner Ko, who is the leader. And piece by piece they're dropping away, as has Julieta Granada, but perhaps a step back here.
A slow putt from the front of that green. Lydia clean up for her par. Still one that you've got to give respect to. She doesn't take much for granted, Quentin. Everything is precisely thought out.
And that's a very good 3 today. She's actually parred the hole every round of the tournament. Lydia Ko, that treachery of 7, and Ko's escaped unharmed. This to halve Ko's advantage. Amy Yang. Oh, that's a very good putt without going in. You get the feeling she's the one that might steal the spotlight from the Ko show.
I think she's slightly more consistent than Jatanagarn at this point.
Ooh, and that's not a nice result for Hana Jang.
It was always a little left off the putter face, wasn't it? And she's all the way back to even. Big learning curve here, playing golf on the sand belt. It's not easy. Good to see Il-Hee Lee working her way back after that terrible second round. Starting to feel a little bit better. She was under the weather the first day.
Well, she's the only player in the field to have carded 2 rounds under 70, but there was an 82 in between the 68 and the 69, Il-Hee Lee.
He seems to have just calmed down a little bit right now, and Lydia's ball coming up the centre of this fairway, as it usually does.
Sandy, the murmurs among the gallery, it seems as this woman has the tournament at her mercy. She's yet to make the turn, but what's the murmurings among the keen golfing followers here?
Well, the thing is, she doesn't make a lot of mistakes, and that's where you get yourself into trouble around this golf course. And, you know, as we talked before, her course management, everybody's going, you know, she's just so steady, and then she picks up her birdies where she can, as we see Harry Jutanagan hit what seemed to be quite a heavy shot there off that tee, just going past Lydia's. But Lydia seems in the box seat because other players are making mistakes on a golf course where you just cannot make mistakes.
Great to have a native of the Sandbelt, Sandy McKenzie, with you out on this tough Sunday afternoon as Kate Burton rejoins me, and this could be the challenger. Just 2 from the lead.
It's a beautiful rhythmic swing of Amy Yang's. Ooh. Might have put the mockers on her there.
Well, she's minced the par 5s this week, playing them in 10 under par, so I doubt she'll be able to get to the green 2 there. The reigning champ has this and 1 more to play.
Oh, lovely shot from Kawi Webb. When I stepped out of the commentary box, I saw Julieta Granada taking a drop from a bunker, and I was just saying to Jane Crafter, when can you ever take a drop out of a bunker without penalty? Oh, hello.
What's she doing there?
Well, her mother, Tina, might have passed her some extra supplies. Yeah, it just makes the bag even that bit more heavy for Jason Hamilton.
As we mentioned, that drop, that bunker that she went over the back of is a part of the car park and the television compound.
Yes,
the opposite course.
Not a bunker on this golf course, the championship course, but yes, that is a first. Sandy.
Oh, well, now here are the 2 balls. This is Lydia Ko at 78 metres, Harry Jutanagan at 74. The difficulty for both players is the side slope. The ball's going to be above their feet, so a little bit of a challenge there, but in pretty good shape.
Looking good, Sandy.
Looking hot, isn't she?
Thanks, Kate, and I know how you mean that as well.
One, Kate.
Well, exactly. Nobody gets a better tan on the golf course than Sandy McKenzie, so giving us the lowdown on Jutanagan and Co. So in a very good position to tackle the 8th green, which isn't easy. And a good illustration is that little hollow short right, which you wouldn't think will come into play, but it has caught a few players out over the past couple of days.
3 short, maybe 4 short, 77.
Just the 10 miles under par.
It'll take 1 little hop and then stop.
They've just been chipping away those numbers, haven't they? By the end of the tournament, you'd think we'd be in the single figures for players having beaten the course.
81. We've got 77, playing like 73.
Just right.
Is directly behind Lydia. Now she's pulled that a little bit left. That may run too.
That was hot.
Oh, she hasn't played too many of those. That's gone, Kate.
That is going to be a very difficult assignment. Ran all the way through the green with just 73 metres.
One of those half lies as well. It's half in the long stuff, half on the shorter rough. That's going to be a very challenging assignment from the back of the green for the tournament leader.
It's better, just a little bit. 60? Yeah. 60 to 62.
Just for a moment, it seems that an opportunity presents itself for Jutanagan to try and eat into that 4-shot advantage that her playing partner has.
she can manage to put a good one in here, she might be able to close a bit of that gap. That's not too bad. Stayed below the flag. It's such a tough little pin placement here with that hollow at the front of the green and downwind.
So as they stride to the green, a chance to yet again break down these two players and compare and contrast.
Well, Ko is on the left and Erra Jatanagan on the right. Ball above their feet. And they do keep their lower body very quiet. Their weight favours the left side as it is just a little pitch. And they both caught the ball just fine, but it's all about where you land on these very subtle slopes at Royal Melbourne. And Ko was unfortunate. She didn't seem unhappy with the way that she executed the shot, but it landed very hard and just raced through the bag.
So we'll leave the leader there for the moment with a bit of cloud looming high on your screen there, and it's a bit more prominent here as Granada with her second into the par 4 ninth.
Keep coming up. Hopefully just stay at the front edge of the green for Julieta Granada. It's a long putt for a birdie, but these are holes that a player of her stature in the way distance off the tee will be happy to walk away with a par.
Well, we had the threat of thunderstorms here yesterday. It hit the Melbourne CBD, which is, well, a fair way away from Royal Melbourne. But this is west of Port Phillip Bay, and we'll just keep an eye on that as Amy Yang. It sounded like pretty good contact out of the sand. Oh, and that's an exceptional piece of work from the Korean. She seems to be the one that could spoil the party for the world #1. That's a magnificent shot.
Excellent out of the sand. Had to keep her body very still, swing the arms. Now,
it's not too dry up there.
Okay, you just simply don't want this shot. She's got a lot of room to carry up a steep rise. Unfortunately, the bunker cuts into this green, and it is in line with her and the flag. Once she hits the green, it's downhill all the way.
Smart here and stay a little bit to the right.
Angle. It looks horrendous.
The more left we go, the more it's going to run out.
Or do you think it's better for me to chip it into that bump, into that?
Well, it's a tricky chip because it's going to kick it that way as well. I think a flop shot just at the edge in between those two big trees.
Oh, it's pretty good though.
Even at the left edge of the right tree. Then you've got a bit of a bank to help stop it.
Just on the edge.
Very important moment. Championship Sunday for the world #1.
Get up, it's not there. Straight underneath it.
And back it rolls. Not quite to her feet, but she will be playing 4 from the back of the green, and gee, up and down from there would be just the one dropped shot.
It's a rare mistake from a player who normally puts on a short game masterclass. Julieta Granada, front edge of the 9th green.
So not quite there for the Paraguayan. Now Curry Webb with a nice approach into 17. This to get it to 1 over. She rolls it in. Well, not going to be her tournament this year, but she's poised to finish in the top 20 again. Currently in a tie for 16th at 1 over for the tournament and 2 under today as we rejoin the trials and tribulations of the Kiwi teen.
Well, all you can say about this one is it's a better angle. If that's anything, any help. But she's got to try and maybe skip this into the bank, Kate, and that always has its issues.
Yes, and it runs away once you get up the top. tried to kill it, and that is a very well played shot from that position, Sandy.
Very, very clever.
So that back for bogey. Ko will at least drop one, and Amy Yang, 2 behind currently, has this to go to 7 under. Moving back and in. Amy Yang finds a long birdie putt. She is 7 under, and Ko will be no better than that once she strides off the 8th green.
Certainly worth another look. The super putt from Amy Yang at 9. Had the line all of the way.
This, as they say, Kate, is where you add more flour. The plot thickens. So off she goes. And this is a birdie putt for Jutanagan. Oh, that one threatened as well. She can still afford a wry smile, so she'll stay 3 back from the lead, which still is, well, it's -7 with Yang, and Ko can't escape that green being any better than that. We'll just wait for Granada. Nope, so she'll go to even par. Another one drops away. Single figures for those in red here at Royal Melbourne. Just 9 left now.
Testament to what a championship layout Trevor Herden and the team from Golf Australia put on this week.
So this is to stay with a share of the lead. This bogey putt, the world #1 at 8. Skipped through the back with 2. Third went up the ridge and back down it again, and chipped on 4 to here. Very important minimisation of the damage.
And that's what she does so well, Lydia Ko. To soar to #1 in the world rankings at the age of 17, you don't do that without playing. It's how to play bad shots well and how to limit the damage, as you say, Quentin. Ariya Jutanugarn just doesn't have that experience at the moment. She can still notch up big numbers on the golf course.
So the clouds threaten, and the leaderboard, certainly at the pointy end, tightens. Not quite a race into just yet, but only a short time ago we thought it was going to be the Ko show, but not for the world #1 just yet. As she threatened to run away, she finds trouble on the 8th green, and she shares the lead with Amy Yang, 3 ahead of Ariya Jutanugarn. Ilhili, Charlie Hull, 2 under, and 5 from the lead as they go down the back 9. And only the 9 players under par. Catherine Kirk is one of them, but 3 over today, the Australian. So she's poised yet again for a top 10 finish at her National Open. It would be a 6th top 10 in 10 Australian Opens for Catherine Kirk. But she'll have to do something extraordinary down the back 9 to challenge.
Well,
she was good yesterday.
Lizzie Curry come from behind last year, 5 back.
And you can keep an eye on your favourites here as we roll through those numbers. Look at that, not even through the top 35. That's less than half that have made the cut for the weekend, and we're already at 6 over. And I noted that Lydia Ko said in one of her press conferences that it really is playing like a major layout here at Royal Melbourne. A true test of golf. The veteran Australian Rachel Hetherington finishing with a 5 over 78 today and 8 over for the tournament. All the way out to the players at 10 over now, including Christina Kim. certainly honours with this tricky course on the weekend. With the green slick yesterday and still slick today, and a bit more breeze today as well. Anyone who could dare think they got the better of Royal Melbourne, well, the grand old lady of Australian golf has had her say. Not around these parts, despite your talent. You can see just on the horizon the CBD high rises of Melbourne. That's up to the northwest, so southeast of the city here.
And we have a very pleasant journey out to the golf course each day from town, along the water, along the sea, where it seems that half the population cycles in Melbourne. Is that right?
They do like getting on their bike, so to speak. So that little leaderboard you see represents all bar 2 of the players that are under par for the tournament. Amy Yang and Lydia Ko sharing the marker of 7 under. And perhaps this lady, though, she's got the talent to score well. Arya Jatanagarn just hasn't really got it going today. 3 over through 8.
Now Arya just bringing that down the centre of the fairway, so it's going to be in good shape down 9.
Good shot.
Right in the middle of the fairway for the tie. Now our joint tournament leader.
Thank you.
Par on Thursday, birdie Friday, par yesterday for Amy Yang on a par 5 10th. And that's certainly well positioned off the tee. We don't expect it to be rattled because we've hardly ever seen her rattle, but no doubt perturbed by her performance at the previous hole.
You're bringing it very tight down the left-hand side. It's right on the edge of that bunker. Oh, just skirted by.
Oh, that was a lucky bounce, very fortuitous. Taking it very much tight left. That was fraught with danger, but it's okay. It's on the fairway.
And now Curry Webb into the 72nd hole. Good position off the tee. Can she get it back to even par for the tournament? Needs to birdie the last to do so. Ooh, long way from home up there, but it'll trickle a little. So that's a very, very long birdie putt from the fringe for Webb to finish even par for the championship.
Very much taking the tiger line off the tee for both Amy Yang and Julieta Granada. And this really is a hole that both of them, given the distance, certainly Amy Yang, not sure about Julieta Granada. She has got what looks like a fairway wood or a hybrid, but anything just a fraction short will get caught up in that gnarly rough.
That's out the right side.
Even try to play safe. Hasn't quite worked out for Julieta Granada.
We'll be back to Yang for what I sense is a very important approach there at 10 in just a minute. But here's our last group.
And Ko in the driving seat after biting off an awful lot of that corner. Not often you see Jatanagarn outdriven.
Longest par 4 on the course.
188 for Arya Jatanagarn. This is a very good line.
It's front fringe.
It's a hole she has birdied twice this week. Dropped a shot in the opening day. 2 consecutive birdies to follow.
Sense this is an important strike. Minced the par 5s this weekend. Oh, and Amy Yang yet again. Brilliance into the par 5 10th. An eagle opportunity awaits could be seeing the shift in momentum in the last 10 minutes or so. Well. Safe, but certainly not out of the top shelf of the world #1's talents. But she seems pretty relaxed.
She doesn't give a great deal away. It's a very placid demeanour from Lydia Ko. Back of the green on 18. Defending champion.
So Kari Webb won't beat the course. But with that tap in for par, and just heard the warning siren sound, I'm not quite sure whether Webb... Yes, we can just catch up with that a short time ago. So play will be suspended, but we can just go back to see the defending champion. Yes, she does find that par on the last, so a smile for Kari Webb. 71-71 at the weekend after that 5 over 78 on Friday. Yet again in the top 20, currently tied for 16th. And with that threatening cloud above us, the warning siren has been sounded here at Royal Melbourne, and play is suspended in the final round. Oh, and what a moment for it to be suspended with... Well, suspended literally, and in suspense we are, because this eagle putt will await Amy Yang when play resumes.
And for a player who really is gaining such momentum after that super putt on 9 to go out in 34, join Lydia Ko at the top of the leaderboard, staring down an eagle putt on 10. Amy Yang really won't want that siren to go.
Doesn't look too threatening on that shot, but well,
this is Melbourne.
Yeah, if it continues, well, it needs to bank pretty hard to the right, as you see it. That cloud, or the rain squall coming in across Werribee, which is to the southwestern part of Melbourne, and we're southeast here, so that's going to come across the bay as the reason why they've sounded the siren. And all she can do is take some nourishment on board and mark that ball and say, I'll get to you later. Could be a putt to take it to a 2-shot lead.
So the players will all march back to the clubhouse until further announcement from the tournament organisers. Certainly poised to be an enthralling back 9.
What a time for the warning siren to sound, with Yang on an eagle putt. We wait for that. Lydia Ko with that bogey on 8 is at 7 under, sharing the lead. And those others trying to chase them down, and the warning siren sees our cameras about to be covered up. There was great theatre here 3 years ago, as there is theatre right now with the warning siren sounded. But 6 made the playoff in 2012, one of the greatest finishes in Australian golf history.
It's for birdie. Jessica Corder has one hand on the trophy. A spectacular putt.
What a beautiful putt this was. It was turning from the right-hand side. It held its line, but certainly not over yet. Julieta Granada.
She misses. The winner is Jessica Corder, our first in Australian Women's Open history. An 18-year-old wins the trophy.
Indeed, from 2012, and Patricia Bridges there presenting Jessica Corder with the Patricia Bridges Bowl. Wonderful moments indeed, and the famous quarter kick there as well. Jane, it feels like it was just yesterday.
Yeah, it really does. I can't believe it was that long ago. Jessica was just 18 years of age, now she's 21.
All grown
soon to be
up.
22. Exactly, but yeah, this championship always holds some drama, without question.
It does, and of course, if you have literally just tuned in, the players are off the course. The warning siren has sounded. There is a storm in the area, and as we wait for that to go around us, Jane, tell us, what does that do to momentum?
Well, it really stops your momentum. Certainly most of these players are used to it, but it's still not a lot of fun. You've got yourself going. You really want to keep going. It might help those players that haven't played terribly well so far today. They might be able to just sort of take a little bit of a step back and say, okay, take a breath. What do I need to do now to get back into this championship? But, you know, it's never a whole lot of fun.
Well, there has been some swings in momentum, especially at the top of the leaderboard. Let's have a look at some of the highlights of today, Jane. And we start with Charlie Hull here on her first hole. This is her third shot for birdie.
Yes, this was a lovely approach to the par 4. Always nice to get off with a birdie. Sets the tone for the day, and that was very nicely done there for Charlie.
Gladys Nathera, she's been there or thereabouts for this whole tournament.
Yeah, she really has. She's just sort of been lurking, not really totally in contention, but she can certainly produce some birdies. We know that, and a good one there for the French woman. Now Jessica, after a lovely approach, keeps her head beautifully still, right in the back of the hole. Very nicely done.
Now, how about this young lady's round? Thought she might have slipped out of contention, and gee, look where she is.
Yes, this was on the third hole, and a lovely curling birdie putt. It's been a little bit of an up and down day for Amy Yang, but this was definitely the highlight of this afternoon. Lydia left herself in an awkward position, but just nipped it beautifully all the way to the hole. Very nice.
That's beautiful when they can't even see it, isn't it?
I know, exactly. It's like, did it go in?
Exactly.
Yes, it did.
Now, Chella Choi has slowly but surely been making her way up.
Well, she hasn't won yet on the LPGA Tour. Runner-up to Kari Webb last year at Victoria, and I tell you what, she could be there or thereabouts if she could make a couple more. And Kari, not looking like she's in contention this year. Just her second tournament of 2015.
Well, the ones to beat are our next two players, Jane.
It's Lydia Ko trying to go for the heroic flop shot and just did not come up with enough speed on that one.
And Amy Yang in a share of the lead now.
Touch all important here at Royal Melbourne. Lovely pace on that one. And the young South Korean who spent formative years in Robina High School on the Gold Coast, looking in good shape for right now as she's atop the leaderboard there, Steph, with Lydia Ko, and starting to see some separation there behind with Jutanagan. Look at Ilhee Lee after a second round 82 coming back. Good for her. And then Charlie Hull, Chella Choi, and Q Beck. Look at that, couple under. I tell you what, if you can produce a good score today in these conditions, you're going to be popping right up the leaderboard.
Yeah, you can be really proud of that. Catherine Kirk, best placed Aussie, 1 under.
Yes, gotten off to not a terribly good start, but there are 3 par 5s on the back 9, so perhaps she can take advantage of those and come home strong.
And Jessica Corder, a road too far now at even par?
Yes, I think it's looking a little bit far back, but we know that it doesn't take much to get offline here at Royal Melbourne if the leaders start to crumble any little bit. I think even par is a little too far back though now, Steph.
I think you might be right, Jane. And Kari Webb there at the bottom of that second page with an under par round once again. Jane, that's her second under par round here at Royal Melbourne. Do you think she'll be satisfied despite not taking the trophy for a sixth time?
Well, Kari's such a perfectionist. I doubt that she's ever really satisfied, but certainly I think we'll be well pleased that that she did shoot under par today. Looking like her iron shots are a little bit better today. Uphill iron shot here to the sixth hole. A tough hole location, and landed it in a good spot. Just trundled off to the back of the green. Might start to come back just a little bit. And that's important. You know this golf course and you know where you can hit the ball and where it will roll back. That was extremely well done from the 5 times champion. Kept her head beautifully still there.
Here's her second shot to 8. Jane, she's changed coaches recently from Ian Triggs to Mike McGettrick. Do you think she's getting out of that what she hoped to achieve?
I think so. You know, sometimes even though they might not say things much different, it's just a different way of hearing it, and I think you know, that's perhaps the little spark that Kari needed at this point. I think she and Ian are still on good terms. Certainly there's no animosity there. They've been good friends for a long time, and that's very nicely done there for Kari.
Birdie putt to 8 there, and here is another birdie attempt here on 10. Jane, it would be difficult though, because she's used to having, it's almost like a family around her, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And you know, living down in South Florida, Mike McGettrick makes his home very close to where Kari lives. Has worked with Meg Mallon, Julie Inkster, Beth Daniel, so he's had some extremely good and talented players in his stable. So, you know, he knows what it takes to get a great player, just playing that little bit better. Now this was the approach shot to the par 5 here for Kari, number 17. Yeah, very nicely judged there for Kari. Just leaving about 3 metres left for birdie.
Indeed, and she does put this one in, and of course ended up finishing the round at 2 under. Let's hear from her now. She's with our very own Georgina Tunney.
Yes, thank you very much, Steph. I've got Kari with me. She's just stepped off the golf course. 4 rounds, day 4, 78 on day 2, but you backed that up with day 1 being 73, 71, 71. What did you make of your performance here at Royal Melbourne?
Well, it was a little up and down this week. You know, obviously very disappointed to put myself out of the tournament on Friday, but you know, made some improvements this weekend, which was good to see. And you know, that's the good thing about golf is you know, we've got another tournament to play next week, so you know, I had work to do to try and feel a bit more confident going into next week. And you know, today actually with the conditions, I felt like I handled them pretty well and left a couple of shots out there with a couple more 3 putts, but you know, all up I felt like I played pretty well.
Yeah, a 2 under performance today, so really great work there. But what is it that makes Royal Melbourne just so difficult?
Well, I think it's how they set it up. You know, traditionally Royal Melbourne's greens are firm and fast, and I would hazard a guess they put a little bit of water on the greens overnight, a little more than they had been, because they weren't quite as firm today. You know, but then we were allowing for them to be firm, and then they'd stop short of the pin. But you know, I think it's just tough when the greens are that firm, and we're hitting some of the longer irons that we have to hit into some of the greens. You know, you're just playing for the front numbers and hoping to keep it on the green.
Take us back to round 2. It was one of the difficult rounds for yourself, but that shot out of the bunker on 6, how good was it?
That's the best bunker shot I've ever played, and I doubt I'll ever hit a better bunker shot than that again.
Do you like hitting out of the bunker?
Yeah, I mean, I love being creative, and you know, typically I've been a pretty good bunker player over my career. I think I just like the challenge of it, and you know, I pulled one off. I could put 1,000 balls there again, and maybe keep half of them on the green, and half of them would be off in the front bunker and off the front right of the green.
What can you take out of this Australian Open? Defending champion from last year, but what were you most happy with this year?
Well, I played better here at Royal Melbourne than I did 3 years ago, so that's an improvement. You know, and I feel good about where things are. I've just, like today, I trusted things a little bit more. I was a little more comfortable out there, and, you know, that's really the name of the game for me. So hopefully I can carry that into the rest of the year.
Who's your money on?
I don't know. It seems pretty close out there, and I just heard before the siren went off that Amy Yang's got an eagle putt, so it'll depend on if she can pick up on that momentum once they get back out there.
Thanks so much for joining us, Kari. Always great chatting to you.
Cheers, thanks.
Yeah, it was wonderful to hear from Kari Webb. Generous with her time once more, Jane Crafton. Now, her last victory was the Founders Cup over in Phoenix, Arizona, and I believe that you cooked her the pre-tournament meal, was it? So is it your cooking that makes her a champion?
Absolutely. I definitely think so. It's amazing what Aussie lamb chops and a Henschke red wine will do for you. But we have a great relationship. It's great to be able to, you know, see the players when they come to my hometown, and you know, it's we had a great time. So I don't think it was all my cooking. Might be her talent as well.
I reckon. Bit of both, perhaps. And for her now, she goes to Thailand, correct?
Yes, correct. She'll play the couple of events over in Asia, and then she'll head back a week off, then go to Phoenix, and then Carlsbad, California, and then of course the first major of the year for the LPGA be the A&A Inspiration, which used to be the Kraft Nabisco, new sponsor this year. Same golf course, same challenge. She's won it there before, so I look to really for Kari to have, you know, a good next couple of months. I think she's on the right track, and sounds like she's feeling a bit more comfortable and trusting herself.
Yeah, well, we love seeing Kari Webb out here, and once again, an absolute treat. Now, Kari did make it into the clubhouse. Before this came over, Jane, what's your meteorological skills like? The siren went off and the players were sent off the course.
Yeah, so it's looking like that's going to come across the bay, and you know, I'm not that familiar with the weather here in Melbourne, but I know that red and yellow is not good. I've been through a few hurricanes in Florida, and hearts go out obviously to the people up in Queensland and the Northern Territory with that horrible weather. Nothing like that here, but still, it's dangerous conditions.
It is. Well, we're east of the bay here, and hoping perhaps that will avoid us, but the players are off for a designated amount of time, correct?
Exactly. They'll have to wait and make sure that there's no lightning in the area. Not sure how many miles or kilometres they allow for, but they've got very high-tech weather equipment at a tournament like this, so they'll make sure that everybody is safe.
Well, indeed, safety first, and of course we're safe, warm and dry, pretty warm in fact, in our studio here, and we've got the opportunity to perhaps look a little bit closer at some more of the highlights of the play here at the Australia Women's Open. Now, on the third day, it was where Lydia Ko really seemed to perhaps make her move. We pick up play on her second shot to 12. This is yesterday, Lydia at 5 under the card, and it was a really interesting day. Let's have a look, Jane.
Breeze just swirling around a little bit here, but it's a good angle to come in. 130 to the front. Line's good, just left of the flag if it kicks up.
Oh, it was a good line, Sandy. It's a difficult hole to attack, and that's a good shot from Lydia Ko. One behind HANDA Zhang. It's just been one birdie for Lydia Ko in this round on the 8th hole. A couple of bogeys, so a lot of the players treading water, but not Catherine Kirk, who's on a lovely run of birdies. Come on.
Up you go. Just didn't quite release.
HANDA Zhang has had a string of pars. She is even par. She's got her work cut out to salvage par here, Sandy.
Yeah, she'll want to be a magician here because this is not the side to be on. She is over on the right in the rough. She's got to carry it over the bunker. There's very little room, and it's got to be able to stop. And as we know, Kate, this is something this green doesn't do very well. 122 to the flagstick, and she's lost that.
Well, she plays the game with great spirit, lots of emotion. Most of it's been really positive today. That's the first sign of real frustration, barring some spectacular shot. She is going to drop at least one.
Up ahead on the 14th. Here is Julieta Granada from Paraguay. She's insidiously creeping up the leaderboard.
Brilliant. What a putting stroke. Has her in the top 10 on the LPGA putting statistical analysis. She comes in at number 7, and you can see that pure stroke she puts on the ball.
Well, of the leaders competing today, Charlie Hull is struggling 2 over the card. Two under for the championship. And that's trying to cut off a little bit too much of the corner.
Well, she was at 6 under par for a couple of early birdies. The putter was working, and then some errors, consecutive errors on 4 holes. Arya Jatanagan, she's had many an opportunity today as well. And despite her fluctuating round, still finds herself 5 under.
Jatanagan yet to really ignite her round. Only 1 birdie on the 9th hole. Can't help but feel once she gets her putter going, then she really is going to be on fire. Let's have a closer look at Catherine Kirk's lovely run of birdies. Here she is on the 13th, a curling right to left putt. Oh, super. Got the measure of these greens. Jump ahead to the 14th hole. Eagle putt, 2 terrific blows to the heart of the green. This one going the other way, left to right. Oh, well, it wasn't an eagle, but it was a birdie.
She has got that putter going beautifully. The shot into the 15th was extremely well measured, and she followed it up with another great stroke. Catherine Kirk, 4 birdies in 5 holes. And now a long-range effort. She'll probably take 2, but the way she's putting, who knows? Go, go, go. Yes, indeed! 4 in a row for Catherine Kirk. She explodes towards the top of the leaderboard. And that broad, beaming smile that would light up a dark night lights up the afternoon at Royal Melbourne. Catherine Kirk, this is your day. Can she keep it going and maybe post a little bit of a mark? Birdie, 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 birdie. That's 5 in 6 holes.
This is a very tough
Bad
spot.
as you get here, Kate. Downhill all the way. And that's just not going to stop. It is going to go in the bunker on the other side. It was always going to be a prospect.
Well, the tyres are deflating somewhat. She needs to stop the car and put a little bit of air in them. Charlie Hull.
Fast green. Got to get the yardage just right. Charlie has come up short, and that is going to be a very difficult prospect from there.
Yeah, that's a little better, but it's not going to finish all that close. So this putt for double bogey and the risk of dropping 3, the tournament leader.
So easy to say this from the confines of the commentary box, but you've got to try and limit the damage. If you're in trouble, get it back on the fairway, limit the damage to a bogey. She has the outright lead by 1 over Jatanagan and Lydia Ko. We might well see Hannah Zhang tumble back down at the leaderboard at a critical stage of this championship.
Arya Jatanagan is going to find herself back in the lead very, very soon. Second to the 13th hole.
Lovely.
She'll take that. Beautifully placed. And a birdie chance to go to 6 under for the 19-year-old from Thailand. He's done well to recover from that shoulder injury that she incurred in curious circumstances. Now, Kate and Bruce. Bruce Green and Kate Burton. We're going to find out how to play some of the toughest holes on the Royal Melbourne course, the 13th.
Oh, there are some devilish hole locations here today, and who better to share the secrets on how to play them just right than Bruce Green, the head professional here at Royal Melbourne, been a professional here for more than 35 years. And so you're not suggesting I take the sand wedge or the putter. You're going to use this little weapon
Absolutely,
instead.
yeah. We're promoting the rescue. We think it's a growing influence in the game. A lot of the great players of the world use it, and I think very, very safe. You know, you can miscue it. So those sitting at home looking at the golf on the TV, on the couch, having a little quiet beer, take notice. Take it out and have a go.
Okay, well, I'm going to have a go right now. So I'm on the front right-hand portion of the apron here on 13. Oh, this is a fast green. Look at the movement.
Oh, you've got it right. It is in. In you go.
Look.
In. Oh.
Oh, nearly. I might have to ask you for more lessons.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Great shot.
Former England international, Kate Burton with a superb touch, and right from that position is Charlie Hull.
So fast with the green sloping from front to back. The reason why players, certainly around this golf course, do adopt the rescue club is a putter with a bit of loft on it.
Lydia Ko, birdie at 12, this attempt. One of the strokes of the day from the 17-year-old world number 1. 6 under par.
Certainly worth another look at this super putt from Lydia Ko. It's all changed at the top of the leaderboard now. Beautifully tracking towards the hole. In it goes.
Come on, give us a smile. It's tough out there today. But you're in sole possession of the lead. Charlie Hull, not so long ago, she was there as well. This for par, that's a tough one. And it's trickled on too. Now, Hana Jang. This was for double bogey at the 12th hole. Having watched Lydia Ko just hole from long range, how are you feeling? Oh, not so good. It is a nasty triple for Hana Jang, and just the one blemish on the card, and it's a nasty 7. She goes from the lead to 3 behind, as it turns out.
Well, be a decisive moment for Hana Jang. She's going to need to dig deep. Arya Jatanagan is starting to find the hole more confidently. Oh, another putt shaves the hole. She does seem to come alive, though, on the back 9. Compared to the front, it's certainly her preferred 9. Looking at her stats, and so she remain at 5 under. 1 behind Lydia Ko. It is congested at the top of the leaderboard. A lot of players treading water, all jostling for position as we go into the latter stages in the final round tomorrow.
The leaderboard, Lydia Ko, a beautiful putt at 12 to go back to 6 under par. Arya Jatanagan 5 under. Catherine Kirk, the charger of the day. She has posted 4 consecutive birdies, 5 and 6 holes to be 4 under and just 2 behind. She's playing 17. Amy Yang at 4 under. Julieta Granada. Now Charlie Hull is for bogey. Oh, the wanders. And it has gone rather pear-shaped for the 18-year-old prodigious talent. Virtually since she hit the lead earlier today. And she now finds herself 6 shots behind Charlie Hull at even par.
The tournament leader, Lydia Ko.
Breeze blowing across this hole. Kate from left to right started that well out the right-hand side, high in the air as she does. Just needs to kick back towards the centre. It's going to hold out in the rough, and that's a rare fairway miss for Lydia Ko.
Could be a tricky lie as well, Sandy. You know, as soon as you venture off the fairway, you never know what you're going to get.
It's an awkward spot with the right pin too.
Back right pin.
Amy Yang, she's been ghosting around the course, still in the fray at 4 under par. Second shot to the par 5. Great view of it.
Big number.
Two big blows, and that's okay. It's trying to come back towards the hole. Well, it hasn't even stopped yet.
How's it going to finish?
Smart play by Yang.
Well done, Amy Yang. That for eagle.
I think a fair bit of venom parted on this golf ball.
Yeah, and that one's absolutely splitting the centre of the fairway, Kate, so she'll be in really good shape.
She's quite an expressive player, Sandy.
Very animated, isn't she? And it's always fun to watch. And she's very chatty on the golf course. She's been really great out here today, except maybe for the last hole.
One of the longest players on tour, Jessica Korda. No problems in getting on in 2 here.
Trying to will it to come right a little bit.
That was an unfriendly bounce.
Oh, misses the bunker. Not too far away for the 2012 champion, Jessica Korda. Once again, the shoulders a little bit droopy. The crowds, or the clouds, build up around the course. And still rain and that storm not threatening as we check the leaderboard. Lydia Ko, a wonderful birdie at the 12th. She's even par for the day. 6 under for the championship. Area Jutanagan at 5 under. Catherine Kirk at 4 under par, 3 under today. A huge run of birdies put her right in contention. Amy Yang, Julieta Granada and Hana Zhang in sight of the lead at the Australian Open. All these players still with a realistic chance of taking the Patricia Bridges Bowl when it is handed over tomorrow afternoon. You would favour any one of the top 3, certainly Lydia Ko, a hot favourite going into today. Chella Choi, she was runner-up last year at the tournament in her grasp after a brilliant early round of 62. Beatrice Ricari back in the fray, the Norwegian Marianne Skarpnord. Even par today, 1 over for the championship. Nayeon Choi, we haven't seen too much of her, but she had an even par round today. Melissa Reid has slipped back a little bit. Kari Webb did very well today. At one stage, she was 7 over par, got it back to 3 over. So a good finish for the 5-time champion, Mi Hyung Lee. She was under par earlier on, has slipped well out of contention. These players playing for position this afternoon and tomorrow as we go down to some who've been grabbed by this Royal Melbourne course, and the greens and the breeze are building up a little bit again in the latter part of the afternoon. It's not getting any easier as the greens dry out, become much harder, much firmer, and putting, well, it's been quite a science on these greens.
Course playing at 75.5 today. Just 4 holes playing under their par, and they are, of course, all of the par 5s. And it's a tough stretch of holes to finish with. Second hardest hole is the 15th, and 16th is the 8th hardest. 17, 18 eaves off a little bit. Generous par 5, the 17th, but the 18th, well, we are nestled at the back of 18, Peter Wilkins. It's a tricky little hole location. Got to hit it into the centre of the green and drift down to the hole. Really is. Very compelling afternoon of golf. All these players jockeying for position. Congested top, to say the least.
Curry Webb had a close range birdie attempt on the last to get it to 2 under. She hit it in tight. That pin only about 9 feet away and just watched it graze the edge. Lydia Ko is the leader. A couple of bogeys. She's turned that around with a long birdie effort at the 12th. Lydia Ko leading the Australian Open at 6 under par by a shot from Area Jatanagarn. Former champion Jessica Korda has been there or thereabouts. She'd dearly love to get this very close, if not in. It's for Eagle at the 14th. She sits at 1 under par. Pace. Down. It's not an easy one back. A little bit rueful. She'll have that for birdie. And the ball positions for Hana Zhang, who vented a bit of the spleen. She's straight down the centre. Lydia Ko just off to the right.
But it's all about Lydia Ko's lie for the approach. Hardly anything club-wise. Got to make good contact as she has ventured off the fairway.
Good.
The lie is bare, Kate. She's coming from 82, just left of the flag. Now she's fading this in. This could be really good. Very hard to finish short of this flag.
Oh, and she has, and that was unfortunate. Still trying to trickle down. It's a very good attempt from that dusty bare lie. Anything a fraction further on could have skated through the back of the green. Eagle putt for Amy Yang.
Big moment. Amy Yang rises to the top of the leaderboard with a superb effort. Wow, what a shot for Amy Yang. Six under par for Yang and a share of that lead. Now Catherine Kirk in the midst of a glorious run. 4 consecutive birdies, 5 in the last 6 holes. This from short range at the 17th, the par 5.
A very kind hole location on 17. Really is a very birdieable par 5 indeed. Just working out the direction of the wind. As Sandy McKenzie said, it has changed direction. Storm coming in.
Just 87 for Hana Zhang, and this is going to end up in the hollow at the front. It's going to pull up short.
Another error. We'll go back to Catherine Kirk, poised.
Sit down. That. It's going to be a little bit quick there. You can see it runs down that little slope towards the hole. So she was hoping for a little bit more bite with that wedge. Didn't happen.
Birdie putt for Jess Korda. Now well struck to 2 under par for Jessica Korda. Well, who's to say she can't put a name on the trophy yet again? Catherine Kirk is up ahead. We see Charlie Hull and Area Jatanagarn on the 14th.
Not far to go in, so Charlie Hull will have a long iron. There's is well bunkered left. Play to the gap, which is exactly what Charlie Hull has done. That is a superb approach. Watch this. Trickle closer to the hole. And that will be an eagle putt for Charlie Hull, and she needs it. Got to make up for those 4 consecutive birdies to finish off, bogeys to finish off the front line, and also the double she had on 13.
Taking the putter here for Hannah Zhang up and over. It's got to stop now.
We've still got some movement left. Hannah Zhang with a little trough in her round. Arya Jatanagarn again. The second shot to the par 5.
That's good. Hold its line, but that won't. It's a fast track. And that has scuttled on through to the next tee. Anything slightly left of that hole will skate on through. Got to keep it right centre of the green to benefit.
Now Beatrice Rakari, par putt at the 18th to remain 1 under for the championship. Solidly hold for Beatrice Rakari. That's a fine round of 1 under, 75, 71, 72. She's in the red figures at the moment. One of only 11 players.
This is a very quick putt for Lydia Ko. Not that quick.
Well, it did scare her. There's been a bit of movement on the leaderboard today, particularly in the last 6 or 7 holes. Amy Yang, an eagle to go to 6 under with Lydia Ko. Arya Jatanagarn at 5 under. Catherine Kirk has a long effort for birdie at the 17th. Julieta Granada at 3 under. Arya Jatanagarn is her 3rd to the 14th.
Oh, that's a brave shot, lobbing it up in the air. Must have been a good lie. What a terrific, brilliant result.
Not by the response of thrusting the club in the bag.
Oh, but the talent run deep in the Jatanagarn family.
Par putt.
And Hannah Zhang's chances of a shot at this title are evaporating very quickly.
Back to 2 under all of a sudden. And Catherine Kirk, one of the stories of the day, not just from an Australian perspective, but from a tournament perspective. Birdies at the 11th, and that was after a bogey at 10 in the par 5. So she birdied 11, 13, 14, 15 and 16, and now this at 17. I'd have to say unlikely, but she holed a putt from the front of the green at 16. Never looked like missing, really. So Catherine Kirk for 5 birdies in a row. Slow down. Oh, you can see the break and then the pace of the green. And now the run has come to a halt, and she's going to have some work to do to remain on that score, just 2 from the lead.
Very makeable eagle putt for Charlie Hull to get her back on track. Oh, ran it through the break. Birdie putt will give her something to think about, as will this putt. This is quick.
Steely nerve from Lydia Ko. Retains that share of the lead after 13 holes. It's 6 under par. A little bit of relief, the emotion. Just to join the lead for Arya Jatanagarn after that beautiful chip shot. Well done, Area Jatanagarn, also at 6 under par.
Catherine Kirk had enjoyed that wonderful string of birdies, and now this is a par. Saver required to remain at 4 under, 2 behind the lead. Oh, well done, Catherine Kirk.
Well, that's a bonus for Catherine Kirk. The error on the 17th came with the short approach shot. She wanted it under the hole. It kicked on a little bit. Well, you might smile. Got a glorious round going. Now this for birdie. Gee, a very makeable eagle, as you mentioned. This for birdie. Oh, Pine, she had the difficulties on the third day. She missed 3 from close range.
And the putts that Charlie Hull misses all tend to be left. Just a little bit jerky with the putting stroke.
Pumps it in. But there's definitely an opportunity lost for Charlie Hull. Even par for the championship. As we head deep into the afternoon, the clouds gathering. Amy Yang, 6 under par. Area Jatanagarn there as well. It's a 3-way tie at the top. We've had a replacement figure. Amy Yang has moved in as Hana Zhang has dropped down the leaderboard after that ugly triple at the 12th. Catherine Kirk remains at 4 under. Julieta Granada 3 under. And Korda with Zhang at 2 under par.
Fantastic catch there from Leanne Pace, just down the road here in Brighton at Dendy Beach. I hope her male compatriots aren't going to be as classy during the Cricket World Cup. Jane, of course, they're enjoying a nice sunny day, which is no longer the case here.
No, it's a little problematic outside. I think we've got some big issues out there with the thunderstorm looming, and you know, it's unfortunate because you know, these players were really underway and it's warm outside, and now they're going to have to sit back inside and get cooled down, and they probably get a little bit stiff as well. So it's definitely going to be an issue.
Indeed, and it is, of course, there's quite a large weather front nearby, which is why they're off the course. It is safety first, and we're hoping that it clears, but it looks quite fierce.
Yes, it certainly does, and you know, anytime there's lightning and thunderstorms in the area, safety first. Not only are the players need to be whisked off the golf course, but you've got a lot of spectators in the grandstands walking around as well with the players, so you have to make sure you give them, you know, enough time to seek shelter.
All right, so with play suspended and the players in the clubhouse for the moment, we're safe and dry here in the studio, Jane, and let's just take a look at how play stands at the moment. And it's rather unfortunate, isn't it, for Amy Yang, because she's got an eagle putt sitting out there waiting for her to come back.
Yes, she's going to be anxious, I think, to get back on the 10th, but certainly looking at the leaderboard, Lydia Ko started out, you know, a little bit up and down. She had that eagle at the 3rd hole, but she's had her share of trials and tribulations as well. Jatanagarn there in 3rd place. Yeah, it's a bit of a challenge for her today, 3 over par, but look at Ilhee Lee and Quebec from Korea. They're shooting good scores, and it is out there, but I tell you what, you've got to be really precise, and you just can't afford to make any mistakes, because Royal Melbourne, this composite course, will really highlight any errors that you make and make you pay.
Indeed, Catherine Kirk, they're the best placed Aussie. A few other names on there that we had hoped to see higher up. Perhaps Jessica Korda was the winner here in 2012, and Jane, you've suggested that even par might be just too far.
It might be just a little bit too far back now, I think, especially with par 5s on the back 9 for the leaders yet to play. Yes, I think those players are too far back. But good to see Minjee Lee, the young Aussie professional, just starting out. Good steady game for her. Jessica Corder, I think she'd be disappointed being one over at this particular point. Good to see Kari Webb, a couple of rounds of 2 under to finish on the weekend here at Royal Melbourne for the great Australian golfer. I know she'd be disappointed with that 78 on the second day. You hate to kick yourself out of the championship, and you know, but I think she'll be looking forward to the next couple of tournaments in Asia and build on this weekend.
Absolutely right, and we have been fortunate enough, of course, to see some of the world's best golfers here during the past 4 days, and being one of the world's best takes a lot of long hours, commitment and dedication, and a group of very lucky young children here at Royal Melbourne had the chance to learn from 2 of the best. Sue Oh and Chella Choi shared what it takes to get to the top.
I was always sort of, you know, I would love to be a golfer, but I know it's hard, and I'm probably not still quite there yet. Like, I sometimes think, you know, have I chosen the right thing? But then you always, you know, golf is great because you have a bad round, but then you can also have a really good round the next day, and then it could drag you back into it.
It was so exciting because, like, they've done so many things that are so inspiring, and like they got hole-in-ones that are really hard to do.
They look like they're having so much fun, which is great, and as long as, you know, they keep enjoying being on the golf course, I think that would be great.
I think they might help me be a little bit more confident just watching somebody else play, and I can get some tips.
Start off with the lower irons when you're training, and you know, just a smooth shots, not just try to smash every shot. I think you do need to put in a lot of work because so many girls out here do really work hard, so you need to put in the work, and you just really have to be dedicated too. To hit 1,000 balls and not improve, so just know what you're working on and keep working on it.
One day I'd like to be on TV like Chella and Sue.
Yeah, we certainly do love golf. What an opportunity for those kids. Jane, that's just marvellous.
Yeah, absolute joy. I tell you what, it's wonderful when you get a chance to learn from the great young players. Sue Oh, terrific to see her out there giving back after just winning the Ladies Masters. But, you know, it's always wonderful when you can get the opportunity, and great to see these kids start at one so young. You know, I started playing golf when I was about 6. My brother and I started playing golf, and Dad would help us as youngsters playing at the Par 3 in North Adelaide. And the most important thing, I think, for all those kids, enjoy the game. Love what you do. Don't make it work. Still play all sorts of other sports, because I think that's important as well. And if you happen to be talented enough to really become a professional or a really good amateur, that's when you can start to focus and maybe concentrate a little bit more on it.
Well, and to be able to get up close and personal with idols and the top players. Who are your idols?
Well, my idol really was Jack Nicklaus.
Oh, why not?
Yes, why not? Exactly. Yeah, that was my idol. And you know, we didn't have a lot of women's golf on TV early on. We really got the Kraft Nabisco, the Dinah Shaw early on, and you know, that was when I was really inspired by some of the best women golfers in the world.
Yeah, we did okay, Jane Kraft.
Thank you.
Jane, of course, the winner of the 1997 Open here, and if you have just tuned in, the play has been suspended in the final round of the Australian Women's Open, and that pretty much shows you why. Jane, a safety feature of golf, that the siren goes off when a front like that moves through. Now, it is west of Port Phillip Bay, we are east, but it really is protecting the players and, of course, the spectators, Jane.
Yes, absolutely. Easily could come across the bay, and players must be protected at all costs. You certainly don't want to be hit by lightning, and nor do the spectators. That's rule number 1 of golf championships, is to make sure that everybody is safe.
Fair enough too. Now, the players that are, of course, safely in the clubhouse are eagerly anticipating getting back out on the course, and we will return you there as soon as we can. But we're going to head back to play from yesterday today, and we rejoin Lydia Ko. She's on 6 under at this point, and it's her second shot to 14.
.200 to the front of the screen for Lydia, and contact is very, very good, heading in the right direction. But it was a rare fairway miss again for Lydia Ko.
Nowhere near that sand, but work to do. Now Amy Yang, yet another chance for her to move to -7. This for the lead. Oh, trickling, but never reaching.
It's a slippery putt.
Really took on the corner here, just 180 to the flagstick for Hana Zhang. It's got a good line.
That's a lovely line to sit down, hit the pin flag. Another one scuttles through, trying to come back. Will it make the short surface? It has. She got backspin.
That's extraordinary. Still showing that frustration. Now to stay share of the lead. Yang to close out. Does so at 15. 3 under for the day. And the woman that won the Ladies Masters on the Gold Coast as a schoolgirl is right in the fight for the 2015 Australian Open.
So Jatanagan turned her tee shot over, so she faces a slightly longer prospect than her playing partner Charlie Hull. Where the hole is located today, the best line is to hit it center of the green and let it roll along the contours towards the hole. Anything short right will get gobbled up in the gully, which eats into the center of the green.
Safe. And another one of these teasing long putts awaits the 19-year-old. Well, she's been one of the stories of the day. Catherine Kirk has been the one who's made it moving day on what's been a pretty static day scoring-wise. 6 under was the mark to start the day and still is, but Catherine Kirk started the day at 1 under par. Got hot on the back 9. Her approach to the closing hole here at Royal Melbourne, one of the most famous shots in Australian golf. That'll feed a little, but it's got to be safe.
It's trying to come back. It hasn't stopped yet. It's going to be...
It's all right.
It's all right.
Yeah, she's happy enough.
Well, the way she's putting, any distance is all right.
Yet again,
superb back 9.
In contention for her National Open. That's evaded her to this point of her career. Now, Charlie Hull. Started the day 4 under. And at one point, it was 6 under, but it's unravelled since then until now.
Super shot. Worked with that green quite brilliantly. Charlie needs to get them back, though. He's got to make a couple of birdies to close.
Well, if she can see the hole, there's a chance that Lydia Ko might go to 8 under here. Huge eagle putt. And it keeps trickling, so that's a huge opportunity for birdie, but it's not done and dusted for Ko as we rejoin the leading Australian striding up the 18th at Royal Melbourne. And oh, wouldn't she love to be in this position tomorrow, yet on top of the leaderboard. It's one of the most famous walks in Australian golf. Just that incline up to the 18th green, this very well bunkered finishing hole to the composite course at Royal Melbourne. Oh, the greats, what names have walked up to this green with the applause of the gallery. We'll wait for her birdie putt to come.
Back on the 14th, Hana Zhang. Slides by and still frustrated how her round has unravelled over the last half an hour. It is a birdie for HANDA Zhang, but she finds herself at just a 3 under. Still only 3 shots back, and you can make that up. But that triple bogey 7 really has put pay to her chances temporarily.
Jatanagarn, 7 under. Perhaps, no, not there. It's pretty safe for Jatanagarn, and now the Korean.
Isn't it beautiful rhythmic swing?
Up the hill to the green at 16, and yeah, that's the tricky thing. Even though you're going up that hill, it still can get away from you at the back. How she made world headlines in the world of golf, winning the Ladies Masters as a Robina High School student.
This is an opportunity for Ko to take the outright lead. Yes!
So Ko goes to 7 under, and the hot tournament favourite leads late on the 3rd day. So she was at 7 under after her birdie on 8. She gets back there now. And now Catherine Kirk pacing around a long birdie putt on the 18th green.
Catherine Kirk really is putting one of the rounds of the day together. 3 under she stands at the moment. Opportunity to be 4 under for the day. Best round of the day so far, though, does belong to Il-hee Lee, our first round leader from South Korea. Super round of 69.
So birdies on 11, 13, 14, 15 and 16 for Kirk. Oh, how this would be the cream on the cake. Won't get there. But that to finish off and to sign off on a 3 under 70 for Catherine Kirk. A little bit of work to do before she can sit back and contemplate a great day of work that has put her in position to make a charge in the final round.
World number 36. Eager to get back into red figures. And the ball goes in the hole. A birdie for Charlie Hull. 1 under, 6 back.
15 holes played, just 7 pars. That's always the way for Charlie. Now, just a moment ago, Julieta Granada had a birdie putt to try and move up to 4 under. This is on 17. Oh, and yet again, she is a name of prominence at Royal Melbourne, having been a part of the 6-player playoff 3 years ago.
Let's find out. Let's try and find Jess Corder's ball on the 16th.
It's always a long way down from those legs, but oh dear, when you've got to stand outside a bunker and lean in, that's a very well executed stroke. Well to keep balance and not topple in.
Good recovery from the world number 19. So looking to finish off with a super 3rd round of 70. Catherine Kirk.
On a day where a lot of players couldn't move, this has been the woman who has done so. Catherine Kirk, the leading Australian, and as it stands, just 3 from the lead.
Introducing the all-new FlyZ Plus from Cobra. With advanced flip zone weighting technology. Flip the weight forward for a lower ball flight with more roll. Flip the weight back for a higher ball flight with more carry. Engineered to provide 2 ball flight paths, so you get more distance from your swing.
flip it and rip it.
Discover how to flip it and rip it at cobragolf.com/flyz.
Soldier On supports those who have been physically or psychologically wounded. Golf and sport in general have been absolutely critical in helping those who have been wounded transition back into society and build up a community that cares. We as an organisation have been very lucky to be supported by HANDA and other organisations which have allowed this program to exist and will mean that more servicemen and women and their families can communicate and connect to each other through the game of golf and other sports.
Tina looks like she's in need of something refreshing.
Canadian Club and Dry, thanks.
I knew it. Bring on the sexy person. Canadian Club. Tastes refreshing, like a snowball in your face from a sexy person.
You don't get that from a beer.
We see pluses. Home, health, wealth, all pluses. Friends, family, love. There's another big plus in the world. You plus the opportunities you create. You plus the action you take. You plus the future that's yours and yours alone. Host Plus, your industry super fund.
Wolf Blass, International Winemaker of the Year.
Have you heard of foot golf? Beginning in the Netherlands in 2009, it's now one of the fastest growing sports in the world. And with the first courses opening in Australia, these A-League champions, past and present, were keen to give it a shot. Just like golf, the aim is to sink the ball in the hole in the least number of shots. It's played on a golf course, but away from the golf greens. A round of 9 holes takes roughly 45 minutes and all you need is a soccer ball. So it's quicker, cheaper and accessible to almost any age. It's helped golf clubs struggling financially to stay afloat, and it's also brought new participants to golf.
That looks to be tracking nicely. So, yet again, Jatanagarn and Hull finding themselves with similar birdie opportunities on their third last of the day. Johanna Jang really unraveled.
13 to the front, 139 to the pin. This is straight at it. If she's got the right club, she's good.
Sorry, Sandy. That's a good finishing place for Hana Jang, who, if you're just rejoining us, had a triple bogey 7 on the 12th. It's been bogey birdie since then. Jane Craft is back with me, and that doesn't look good for Amy Yang. That's off into the scrub somewhere.
Well, nothing good can come of that one, unfortunately for Amy.
It's 2 to play. Just got to hold it together. It's been a tough Saturday. Get off the course, sign your card, stay in contention. You never know what presents itself on Sunday. And speaking of Sundays at Royal Melbourne, this woman knows it well. Julieta Granada among 6 that finished at 3 under when the tournament was last held here 3 years ago.
And this is a pretty similar putt, maybe a little bit shorter than what Catherine Kirk just had. Let's see how Julieta reads it. She had good pace.
Gave it every chance. That was
absolutely. That was a very good effort. Very nice effort for a young lady from Paraguay.
So started the day at 1 under, and barring a tap-in calamity, she'll sign for a 3 under 70 to be 4 under. Now Hull. Another birdie, perhaps.
This has a lot of swing from left to right. And she was up and out of that one very early. Never the right line, never the right pace. All Melbourne Greens have got her muttering.
Well, now Coe. Birdied 12, parred 13, birdied 14. Piece by piece, she's starting to just put the bricks down on a platform of a Sunday lead.
Good chance here, uphill, a little bit of left to right swing.
Wishy-washy there, Sandy. Never really got it started right.
Wasn't really a commitment to that one, was it, Jane? No. But it was a tough putt.
Yeah, certainly was. It's one of the most difficult greens on the golf course with that hollow there in the middle.
So the missed opportunity for Coe means if Jatanagarn holds this, she'll join her at 7 under.
Oh, it's going to have to break really hard. Started just out a little further than she needed to. Good holding speed though, gave it a chance.
Here's the problem for Amy Yang. We saw her ball disappear from view.
Turned out not too bad, really. She can lay up there just short of those beautiful cross bunkers. It's a great par 5, this one. I really like this hole. Risk reward, if you hit a good drive, you can take on the green. But you'd better be very precise, because there are plenty of bunkers lurking to grab your ball.
So we're back to the green at 15.
See if she can get this one out there on the right line. Yes, Hannah Zhang.
Well, it looked a bit dicey after that triple bogey 7 and the bogey 5 at 12 and 13, but birdie since then for Hannah Zhang, so that's a good response from the youngster. Now Granada to hole out, and she takes care of business on the 18th green, and as we mentioned, she'll be a prominent name yet again on the Sunday at Royal Melbourne.
Well, she's a very solid player. Not surprising. Now, important putt. Oh, not too much problem there for the world number 1. Well, she had a great year last year. Won the season-ending event and the season-long points race on the LPGA. Just cleaned up a clean $1.5 million that weekend. I don't even think she bought herself much. She doesn't really care about the money.
That's par for Charlie Hull. A rare par.
Yeah, it's been a bit of everything for Charlie Hull today. Good experience, good learning experience for her. Just a little bit erratic. It's a few too many errors.
The approach, perhaps, for the long-hitting Corder. Trying to get to the 17th in 2.
Well, it's doable for Jessica Corder. Oh, this is on a good line. Just comes up a little bit short. Unfortunately, needed to carry it a little further to get that bounce up there.
To remain at 6 under, and indeed Jatanagarn takes care of business there. So a set of pars for the Jatanagarn Hull group. And now Hannah Zhang having recovered.
Well, hardly a breath of breeze here at the moment. It's so calm. Hannah Zhang needs to get this to kick forward. It's not going to do it. It's a terribly difficult green to hit. You need to land on the green and let it run out and not go past this flag. But, well, she'll be chipping from the front anyhow. But could have done with one more there.
Yeah, it's a pretty generous hole location today, Sandy. It's 19 on and 9 from the left. You can certainly use the slope.
Possibly, Jane, one of the easiest you'll get here. It's a tough
9 from the right.
Yeah, it's a tough green, but it's just sort of like coming down the alley here. So it's pretty straight onto the tee. You haven't got to worry about too much. Just got to make sure you've got the right club to get it here.
Yes, it's deceiving view from the back of the green. It is quite uphill. It plays about a good half a club uphill.
Just noticed Lydia Co's got a bit of a sniffle as well.
Contact from Lydia there. This will make the front of the green. Now is it going to kick up? This could be very, very good.
Lovely shot.
The world #1 stalking as she gets to the closing phase of day 3. It's been hard work today, but gee, she's just threatening to really just put that very important gap of a shot or two on the field now. Third into 17 for Amy Yang. And that's a wonderful shot. So that for birdie for Amy Yang. She holds it. She gets to 6 under. It's Ko leading with a birdie attempt to come at 16. She's 1 in front of Arya Jatanagarn.
Yes, here at Royal Melbourne on the final day of the Australian Women's Open. Jane Craft is with me, and for those of you who have just joined us, there was the warning siren sounded for a weather front that had moved over nearby. Jane, very frustrating for the players. They are making their way out back now, but that's slow-moving cloud.
Yes, it's just sort of hanging out there, and I think they want to see if they can get as much golf as they can before it gets too much closer.
Now, of course, if we look at the radar, we can see that it is still moving along, and we're a little bit away from where that weather front is moving through. But someone who can tell us all about what's happening is the tournament director, Trevor Hurden, who's with our own Georgina Tunney.
Yes, Trevor, we heard the siren. We saw the players come off. What actually was behind your decision for that?
Well, there was electricity in the air, and it was getting too close. It was getting near the 10-kilometre range, which is too dangerous for us. So for everybody to be safe, we have to suspend play and pull them in.
And we've got some news, though. Plays shortly about to resume. What changed?
Well, the cell is actually stalled out over the other side of the bay, and it looks like it's going to diminish in power, so that the Weather Bureau have told us it's probably likely to do that for another hour or so. So we'll use that hour and get as much golf in as we can and try and get this championship finished.
How confident are you that we will get it finished?
Well, we'll get it finished. There might be another hiccup on the way, but we'll go as hard as we can and see if we can get it done.
And what about when does light become an issue? And if it does, what's the process from there?
Well, light could become an issue around about 8:30, but I'm hoping that we'll be well and truly done by then. But if it were, we'd come back and finish whatever we need to get finished in the morning. But I don't see that happening.
Thanks very much, Trevor.
Pleasure.
Gee, light an issue at 8:30. Jane Craft, you've got plans for a barbecue, don't you?
Well, this is more important than that for the moment, and certainly much more important for the players. But yeah, let's hope that they can finish it tonight. Yeah, the weather's looking, it's hanging out to the west, which is good news. And you know, you see Amy Yang and Lydia Ko, they've got a good 9 or 10 holes left to play. So at least the good news is they're in twosomes, and you know, there's enough light that if we have no more interruptions, we should be okay to finish this evening.
Well, I bet Lydia Ko is champing at the bit to restart play. Let's have a look at some of her highlights from this tournament, starting at round 1. Jane, she's been so settled right from the off.
Well, she's such a consistent player, really very precise from tee to green, and you know, plans out every shot with her caddy, Jason Hamilton, talking through where they want to line it up, where they want to land it. And when you're that good and you can land it on those particular distances, she's not too bad with the flat stick either. This was for eagle on the 14th. Uphill, breaking slightly from right to left, and
that'll do it. It's a shot of a champion.
Absolutely.
Just looking, this is her 3rd to 17 in round 2, but what is quite interesting is the different grips that she's using. Is that just in her short game?
Yes, exactly. She uses the cross-handed putting grip from short distance and regular grip with the longer putts. And she's extremely good on these hole-out putts. You know, the putter face stays beautifully square through the ball, keeps her head lovely and still. Now this is on the par 3 7th. Uphill, short par 3 that's got an incredibly treacherous green, and it's been playing downwind from left to right the first couple of days, and that was judged beautifully.
Yeah, Lydia Ko makes it all look relatively simple, doesn't she? We are in round 3, just as calm, just as composed.
Yes, for one so young, it really is admirable, and we've been watching this for quite some time. She was in contention, wasn't she, at Royal Canberra? And, you know, clearly the favourite right now. This is on the 12th. And another putt that never looked like missing. Just unflappable. I mean, there's not much change of expression even. There's no highs, there's no lows. And really does remind me of an Annika Sorenstam-like player.
And here we are today, Lydia with an eagle attempt at 3, and we've been privileged to hear some of the discussions with her caddy. You mentioned how much she talks to him, and she really values his opinion, doesn't she?
Yeah, she certainly does. Jason is a native of Melbourne, knows these courses well. That was great touch. Not an easy shot by any stretch of the imagination. That a little low 5 there from Jason.
Well, what I love about that is the fact that she couldn't even see where it had gone. She had to rely on the gallery, and the galleries are moving back out to the golf course. The players are ready to resume their game, so let's rejoin our commentator, Quentin Hull.
Stephanie, thank you. Still threatening cloud around Melbourne, but the decision's been made to send them back out onto the course. And Kate Burton, we only can hope that, we just see a bit of lightning off in the distance as well. They might not get finished before they're called in again. We can only hope that the decision to send them back out to the course doesn't become more of a frustration than required, because, well, here's a part of the course that's a bit lighter, but certainly there's still some weather around.
3:27 local time. Play was suspended, so players are back out on the golf course at 10 to 5. Here is Julieta Granada. It's her approach into the 10th hole, the par 5. Good chance of a birdie for Granada, who's played this hole the conventional way. Doesn't have the distance to get on in 2.
So let's go to our last group, and this is Arya Jatanagarn, who's 3 from the lead. A long birdie putt, having come up shy of the 9th green. So that for par. The one that I can't wait for is Amy Yang. We saw her magnificent approach to the par 5 10th. She's got an eagle putt in the offing, so we wait for that as you see the relevance of that eagle putt that we await, because Yang shares the lead with Ko. This for a long birdie at 9.
over a rise as well for Lydia. Now it goes down the other side. Oh, beautifully judged after a break.
Oh, that is the pace that she got on. That was just nigh on perfect. Players did go out to warm up before they played. Resumed play. A few players on the putting green. Some might have had a chance to hit balls, but they all had to be in position, ready to play just before 10 to 5.
Well, it's taken an hour and 20 minutes from the brilliant approach to this now, the moment that Amy Yang stares down this eagle putt. It looks like still her opponent's playing partner's honour here, so yeah, wonderful fairway metal second shot from Amy Yang.
She's got a caddy involved. Dave was down on the ground then. So many subtle breaks and undulations, gentle contouring on some of these greens, and then it can be quite dramatic on other parts. That has been good to Julieta Granada so far. Oh, and it is again. So the prodigy from Paraguay finds herself once again at 1 under. Just a handful of players under par, 10 in a field of 73.
This for Jitana going to stay -7. And she takes care of her outward 9. Area Jitanagan in a 38 3 over. And here's that wonderful second shot from Amy Yang just before the warning siren sounded. And to think that it came off the back of the drama of Lydia Ko going beyond the green at 8, coming back and getting a bogey. So now finally the telling putt for Yang to go 2 ahead. Yeah, oh no! It took a huge look at the bottom of the cup and said, no, I'm not going there right now. She'll still go to the lead, but oh, how it could have been a lead of 2.
And how it touched that much of the hole and circled around and still didn't drop. It was an easy birdie tap in, so she has the outright lead at 8 under. This is Ko tidying up on the 9th. She will remain 1 behind.
So she's out in 35, and sure this didn't bounce off the bottom of the cup.
Certainly worth another look at it. Look at it, held on to the rim of the cup for an awfully long time without going in.
So still the clouds about, but we're back underway, and Amy Yang, well, can't really complain when you find a birdie to go to the lead down the back 9 on the Sunday of a major tournament, but it could have been a lead of 2. As it is, it's -8 for the 25-year-old Korean, and a lead of 1 over Lydia Ko. As our last group makes the turn, she's playing with Arya Jitanagan 3 over today to drop to 4 under for the tournament, and then Il-Hee Lee has picked up 2 shots today to be 2 under.
Il-Hee Lee, who had the outright lead on the opening day. This is her 3rd shot into 14. 3 par 5s on the back 9. It's a good effort from their big lip on that bunker.
Now the Korean Beck 2 under through
15 holes.
Yes, through 15, and she can't find another birdie there. And just a concerning look to the sky for the very neatly apparelled Beck of Korea.
Not needing a driver off the tee for the explosive golf.
Just bringing this down the left-hand side. It's going to be a nice long drive. I have to tell you, the conditions have changed dramatically. The breeze has picked up and it's coming from the south now, so a complete turnaround.
Our leader launching on 11. See certain parts of the course, you can see that cloud. It's a bit better with that shot panning back, and just the ponderances of how she's going to handle the back nine. But our last group has made the turn. We're officially at money time, Kate. The back nine on Sunday.
And definitely a hole to pick up a shot. Can be brave. Sandy was just saying that the wind direction has changed. That will be helping players off the tee. So majority of these players will bomb it over those bunkers on the left to set themselves up with a very good chance of getting home in two. But you do need to have the distance, because anything short will get gobbled up by that short bunker on the left. And you see the rough cuts all the way across the fairway. Also, anything slightly left can kick off with a subtle undulation just off the green on the apron.
Nice high ball flight there from Lydia, just coming down the right-hand side. This will open this left pin position up quite a bit, so pretty good spot to be.
And Sandy, while I've got you, you know these parts of the world so well. Are we in any danger of being called back into the clubhouse?
Oh, I come from Melbourne. Fancy asking me that, because it can change in 2 minutes' time. It's still out to the right. We have seen lightning, but it doesn't seem to be coming this way. But however, the wind has shifted around to the south, and hopefully that won't push us further, the storm further towards us. It was going a little south for a while there, but beautiful conditions out here at the moment. Let's hope we stay here.
It seems very still, really, when you look at the flags, not fluttering a great deal. Il-hee Lee, another birdie putt for the South Korean on 14. She might need that yellow ball if we do continue playing to the twilight this evening.
It's very helpful, isn't it?
Trevor Herden saying we can certainly play here through to 8:30. It's currently just before 5 o'clock. So imagine, weather permitting, we should get through the back nine in under 3.5 hours.
So Lee is 6 from the lead. Here's a countrywoman, Beck, and she is 7 from the lead. 2 under today with 3 to play. So needs the leaders really to fall over, but she's in top 5, or tied for top 5 at the moment, Beck of Korea. Ko opening up that angle out on the right side, but we've seen most of the players opt to fly that tongue of rough on the left-hand side there, Kate.
Yeah, certainly Ko has the better line in. Jutanagan didn't take driver off the tee, just a 3-wood. Norwich should run out of fairway with her prodigious length off the tee. But very important to get a decent bounce with your approach if you are going to go for the green.
Interesting shot these players have in here now. Ariya Jutanagan is 180. She's actually closer than Lydia, but she's going to go first. Visually, it looks further away. 182 is the actual pin. She can only just see the flag stick tight on those trees. A bit more awkward angle. And there is a mound directly at the front of the green. A mound directly in front of her, right at the front of the green, but the flag is not moving, but back on the fairway there's a gentle southerly. Started that well right. Now it's not coming back at this stage. She'll pick up the right-hand side of the green, Kate.
It's just going to creep onto the front edge. She made birdie the first day, eagle on Friday, and a par yesterday. This could well be her first birdie of the day. It's once again a sluggish start from Ariya Jutanagan. Made the turn in 38, 3 over.
Probably even landed a little more than 10 short, so 8 short of 71.
Interestingly, she came home 4 under on Thursday, 3 under Friday, and 1 under yesterday. Jutanagan.
Okay. Good.
182 the pin for Lydia. Now she's just leaking out a little bit right as well on a similar line to Ariya Jutanagan, and just coming up a little shy.
Well, it doesn't have the distance that Ariya Jutanagan has. It's no harm, but that's going to be a long 2-putt.
So we'll leave our last group there and rejoin the long-time American residing Korean Jenny Shin. looking to join the elite group under par. And she drops it. There are just 11 players under par, and now Jenny Shin at 1 under is tied for 5th with 1 to play.
Amy Yang, her approach into 11. Another good solid shot. All that. She's okay, but there's a lot of slope on the 11th green. The putt will be moved appreciably left to right.
Free to play for Beck. 6 from the lead, but there's some big money to play for in the last 3 holes. Up the hill to the par 3 16th, and that's the tees here. You think, oh, I've got to get it there, but then trickles away. So thankfully, the weather seems to be holding off here at Royal Melbourne after a delay of more than an hour. We're back underway and on the back 9 of the Sunday of the 2015 Australian Open, with Amy Yang leading by 1. Ko 7 under, Jatanagarn 4 under, Lee 2 under, and then that group at 1 under, Shin with 1 to play. Beck's got 3 to go on the green at, or just off the back at 16, and Charlie Hull, well, she could find herself with a better check if she finds some birdies late on, as is the case for Pathachaveria of Chile. Catherine Kirk of Australia, well, she got hot in the back 9. Optimistic Australians might think maybe it would take a major turn of events. Nothing wrong with a bit of optimism, though, from the local fans.
Much better to have the glass half full than half empty. Melissa Reid struggling today, flying the flag for the Ladies European Tour alongside Charlie Hull. Very good round from Katie Burnett, 2 under the card today. But these players, as we move further down the leaderboard, have struggled over this superb composite layout. Has been an extreme test of their skills. A lot of shots they're not used to playing, a lot of bump and runs. A lot of it is target golf on the LPGA, and to a certain extent on the Ladies European Tour. Very markedly different conditions to what they're generally used to. But Min Lee, wow, very nice round of 2 under. Young player from Chinese Taipei. Na Yeon Choi, a winner this year on the LPGA Tour, going through a bit of a winless drought. Struggled this week in Australia. She'll move up to Thailand, and then the week after in Singapore. The LPGA caravan moves on. Garrett Phillips, who made an early impact at the Australian Open, has slipped back down the leaderboard.
The vista at Royal Melbourne, the flags as limp as they've been all week, really, with the storm in the vicinity. Amy Yang at 8 under par, Lydia Ko 7 under, playing the 10th. And the 17-year-old world number 1 from in front of the 10th. And looking to get it in close range for a birdie chance.
This is up and over the ridge for Lydia Ko, and then it flattens out and runs away.
Oh, nearly again for a 4th eagle of the tournament so far. Lydia Ko's superb touch, and she'll have that left for birdie to go back to a share of the lead. Well, unless Amy Yang manages to hold this. 8 under par.
And a swift one. It is breaking to the right. Oh, just just needed a tad more speed. It was a really good try.
Yeah, another super putt from Amy Yang, Jane Crafter. She's very high on the statistics on the US LPGA Tour, around 15 in putting averages. She's shown her wares this week, taps into a main 8 under par.
A lot of talent, young 25-year-old. Now here's back from Korea.
That's delightful touch, a lot of movement in that putt. A very tricky pin placement today. The Korean doing well. She'll have that for par. So again, go back to the 10th hole, the third shot for Jatanagarn.
Now moving up the slope, just taking too much of the region. It's moving below the flat of the pin.
Nicely judged. You like it?
Well, it's that testing distance for birdie. You know, you'd love to run it up another couple of feet closer. And Echeverria after a lovely shot. Young Chilean, yes, well done.
Whips it in to go to 2 under par in a tie for 4th place currently. As the course deflates a few chances. Birdie putt, Lydia Ko. Well holed, back into a share of the lead. Lydia Ko after 10 holes. So Amy Yang just missing that eagle attempt on the same hole. Lydia Ko up and down from the front as we view the par putt for Quebec.
First name in Korean is spelled K-Y-U, so she just decided to go with Q. She's a single initial person now. Rather fun.
Waiting a setter for Aria Jatanagarn to stay in sight. As he plays with a great joy. She's 3 behind. It's not quite a race in 2. 8 under par. Yang and Ko at the top of the leaderboard.
Well, let's have a look at hole number 12. Another dogleg to the right. This hole goes back towards the clubhouse. It is the 18th on the west course, and the fairway goes uphill and then it goes downhill and it runs from right to left. So emphasis on staying on the fairway. The better angle is from the left side of the fairway to this back right hole location. Not quite as far back as it was yesterday, but still well guarded by that right-hand bunker. As you look back towards the tee box, there's Amy Yang. And the good line really right over the edge of that bunker. If you can hug the right side, then it'll take the slope and bound down to the left. And Amy opting to go with fairway wood here. Looks like the 3 wood.
Oh, great shot.
Nice rhythm. Yeah, that's ideal. So it bounds down the fairway to the left. Setting up a good angle.
And the weather holding off that break of around about an hour and 20 minutes as we see Dave Poitevin on the bag, the Texan. He's been with Amy Yang for a couple of years. He loves Amy Yang's attitude around the course, unfazed by any situation.
Tough shot for Jenny Shin from over the back of 18.
Oh, Jenny Shin
yes.
nails one on 18. That's one of the shots of the day. Brilliantly done. And in the clubhouse as the clubhouse leader with a 69. What a way to finish.
Makes a home in California. Well done, Jenny Shin. It's a great way to finish. Jatanagarn on the tee.
Incredibly calm conditions out here, and that is a good drive. It's taking the left bunker very, very tight. Should be in great shape.
Well, that's the irony, isn't it, Sandy? It's as good as it's been all week, really, the conditions.
That's always what happens in a lightning delay. Everything calms down.
Yeah, the distinctive fluorescent ball almost of Ilhi Lee. It's been a journey. Unfortunate, grabs the edge and stays out for Ilhi Lee. Nonetheless, one under par after 15 holes, still in the red figures. One of the 12 players in that zone. Lydia Ko.
Good solid contact there by Lydia. That's a little bit of follow the leader. She's also taking those bunkers tight, and that's going to be in great shape as well. Bit tight for the right pin though over this right hand side.
Yes, it's only 8 steps from the right edge, 14 on today. Most of the hole locations on 11 have been in that vicinity.
As we confirm the leaderboard as the players head well and truly into the second 9 after the lightning delay. It hasn't rained as yet. Amy Yang and Lydia Ko sharing the lead. Arya Jatanagarn of Thailand looking to get something going over the next few holes. She loves the back 9, loves the 14th. What is she going to produce today? Jenny Shin with that brilliant finish on 18. 69, 4 under for the day, 2 under for the tournament, and Paz Echeverria from Chile. At 1 under, a group that can still make some ground up the leaderboard. Typical roller coaster for Charlie Hull has been her round today. Here's the view of the scenic. Par 5 for Q Beck. It's been playing pretty tough early in the day, maybe not now.
Hole today located on the back left part of the green.
Good shot from Q Beck. Sandy on 11.
Yeah, well, they're both very close together here, as you can see. Arya Jatanagarn 125, Lydia 126. So both in good shape, but tight on the pin on this right-hand side pin. We'll move around and you can see how tight that becomes.
Yeah, it's hard really to get the ball much further left on this fairway, Sandy, isn't it really?
Well, Jane, you know, Arya Jatanagarn landed that right next to the bunker, so it's certainly in play, and that's the last place you want to be, so you've got to be fractionally right. But then the fairway all slopes left to right, so very hard to get on the left-hand side.
Yes.
Now, at the 16th hole, Q Beck, 160-metre par 3, or Ilhi Lee, I should say. This 16th hole, it's playing very tough today. In fact, 15, 16, 17. This is number 1 on the course today. Only a couple of birdies. Extremely difficult pin placement for Ilhi Lee.
Uphill, playing 163 yards today. That is not too bad a shot at all. So hard to get it anywhere near that hole, being 5 off the left. So that's well judged there for Ilhi Lee. If it weren't for the second round, Peter, could be completely different tournament for her.
Absolutely. Amy Yang 8 under with Lydia Ko. Arya Jatanagarn, she's had some chances today. She was in the scrub and recovered for a bogey. That was on the 6th. Jenny Shin at 2 under with Paz Echeverria. Just 12 players under par as the course shows its wares. And a carbon copy, really, of 3 years ago, where only 9 players finished under par, and the mark was 3 under, 6 players in the playoff. We're going to see another one today. We could be here for some time if that is the case. Or is Lydia Ko going to take a grasp?
126 for Lydia, and it's just on the left edge of the pin. Looks good, feeding back towards the flag.
Talk about flirtation. Another super iron shot from Lydia Ko. Just a little bit out of view, that finishing position for her, but she'll be happy.
Talk about precision, Sandy. That was quite something.
Everybody was holding their breath back here till that landed. Now Arya Jatanagarn just 1 metre closer at 125.
Got that gaping bunker on the right, guarding the front of the green. Certainly don't want to be there.
Contact is good. Line is very good.
A couple of lovely shots. That's what you would expect of our championship leaders, Peter.
Yeah, generous applause for the two. 3 shots between them. Amy Yang is up there, but Ilya Jatanagan is that sort of player where she could just produce something and be right back in the hunt. Hana Jang, a par putt, she's at even. Well hold. Hana Jang, and the line does drift back to the 12th hole yesterday when she found the trees drop down. Bunker 7. And the other joint leader is Amy Yang. Steering this shot down, Jane.
Yes, the hole is very well guarded by those bunkers in the front, but the slope is from left to right, so you can bring it in with the slope.
Yeah, good.
Further left than she wanted, but very safe.
Pin high nonetheless. Amy Yang with 3 birdies in the round today to go. Just that 1 bogey at the 7th hole, which was a treacherous hole. We saw a stretch of about 20 minutes where the players could barely negotiate at all, but Lydia Ko found trouble there. Cue back.
19 years of age. Oh, and she thought that was in. Oh, heartbreaking. Unforgiving, the edges of these holes. They cut so sharply. Unless you're in the middle of the hole, they won't go in.
Julieta Granada, she's had her troubles today. Still finds herself in the red figures.
Works with Sean Foley, former coach of Tiger Woods. Just hit the downslope there at the front of the green, and very long couple of putts for that group for birdie. I think they'll be happy to get down in 2 from there.
Now another great vista with the sand as the backdrop. Lydia Ko lining up birdie. Currently 8 under, sharing the lead. This to take the outright lead.
Well, the good thing about both these putts is they've managed to get themselves a relatively, well, best position uphill putt on this hole. So they are makeable. This is a very difficult green to read. Lydia's should move a little bit right to left. There's a ridge just to her right going onto the far side of the green.
Never had enough speed, and it's always the challenge. You want to keep yourself below the flag, but it's so hard sometimes to make yourself hit the putts firmly enough.
In safely for par. There's Lydia Ko after bogeying the hole the last couple of days. She remains at 8 under par in a share of the lead. A total picture in concentration, the 17-year-old. Can she get one back here, the 19-year-old from Thailand, Ilya Jatanagan?
Good place to be aggressive here, Peter. Just makes you want to kick yourself.
She wasn't listening, Jane.
Oh, I know. You just want to run out there and have a whisper in the ear and go, you can hit this one.
That's the thing, chances like that, you want to be getting into the hole at least. You're 3 behind.
Absolutely.
Don't be short. Isn't that the mantra?
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more.
Excuse me.
Area Jatanagan follows a birdie at 10 with a par at 11. 3 bogeys on the front 9 have her in the current situation of trailing the leading duo. So we look now ahead to the 12th, Amy Yang. She's been one of the best long putters. Can she steal a march on the 12th green? Wandering and sort of weaving its way right, never really had the line, but not too far away. Remember that fine shot in from Ilhi Lee, under par. This for birdie, not too many at the 16th today.
A pretty fast putt. We saw Kari Webb run her putt well by. And look at that, just picks up speed and just keeps trundling on. Julieta Granada just a little bit further up in the green. She might have learned a little bit of something from Amy Yang's putt right before her. So fairly quick, and it will be turning to her right.
Absolutely brilliant. Right, to score a little bit on Amy Yang's putt, gets back to 2 under par. Wow, good stuff.
And that's paying attention to the person before you. Well done. Was tracking, decided to take a little turn and then just straightened up beautifully, right in the middle of a hole. And that makes her a big smile. Look at this intent. Could it be? Could it be? Yes, it is.
Well, she liked it from a long way out as we now look at Amy Yang for par. Well done. Stays at 8 under par, does the 25-year-old. The winner of the Australian Ladies Masters in spectacular fashion as a 16-year-old, then the youngest winner of an LET event. And now, 9 years later, she has a chance for an Australian Open title too. Amy Yang and Lydia Ko, Area Jatanagan, they seem the main contenders as we head into the last handful or so holes at Royal Melbourne. Area Jatanagan, the explosive 19-year-old from Thailand. She's found the tree. She's found a lot of the course. Lydia Ko staring down putt after putt. She holed a beautiful shot at the 3rd hole. And Amy Yang in the picture as 3 players fight it out for the Australian Women's Open. Eight under. The leading 2, Area Jatanagan at 5 under, Jenny Shin and Julieta Granada. After that super putt at 2 under, you'd say it's between the top 3, if not just the top 2. Jatanagan really needs to pull something out of a hat.
Going with a hybrid.
And Area's brought that right along the tree line, just straight over the bunkers with fade. So this is going to be really, really good down the fairway.
Oh, this is scampering down the fairway, Sandy. Ideal. Very
beautiful
nice
line,
shot.
Jane.
Yeah.
Beautiful line.
Big smile from the young Thai. Now Lydia Ko. Let's see what she's taking off the tee.
Good.
Going with the driver.
And Lydia has just bombed that straight over the trees. Now it's got to clear everything. Oh, beautiful. Back out onto the fairway. So that was very brave.
That was full of adventure for Lydia Ko. Not entirely conservative as we're used to from the young New Zealander. Just a grand shot. This is never easy off this particular ground at the 18th. Second shot. So nonetheless, a good line on the pin.
Good aggressive swing there from Quebec. Oh, a little overly aggressive. Wrong club there. Really needed to land it just barely on the front of the green and let it scamper up, but
she needs to go and have a look at the Jenny Shin handbook from that particular area. Amy Yang and Lydia Ko sharing the lead in the latter stages of the Australian Women's Open. We've had a delay for weather, lightning on the periphery of the course. It was around an hour and 20 minutes. They're back on the course. Ariel Jutanagan at 5 under. They seem to be the three. Jenny Shin and Julieta Granada at 2 under par. Quebec, Illy Lee, Charlie Hull there at 1 under. And not too many in the red figures, but at the moment, fairly calm out on the course. The wind, a light zephyr comparatively with what we've seen over the early part of the day. Some of the players really copped a battering, particularly on 16 and 17. They were playing extremely tough early in the day. Here is the joint leader, Amy Yang, at the par 4 13th.
Just 324 metres, dogleg to the left this hole. Ideally you want to be down the right side, and that is good position for Amy Yang. Hole today fairly much in the centre towards the back of the green that does slope quite a bit from front to back. So
Julieta Granada gives away a little bit in distance off the tee, but she makes up for it normally with accuracy.
Slight in stature. It's as much out of a golf swing as she can. Again, splitting the fairway as per usual for Julieta.
And they troop off. See the clouds not terribly threatening in that direction, and the view from Ilhi Lee, second at the 17th.
And the wind's switched around here, certainly playing a little bit more down breeze than it was earlier in the day. I think Ilhi Lee and her caddy are trying to figure out if they can take on those cross bunkers. Beautiful par 5 here, the 17th. Risk-reward hole. Some players opt to lay back, a sand wedge or a pitching wedge in. But if you're long enough, you can reach the green.
Yes, it has been playing the 7th toughest of the day so far, but in the last hour or so, or half hour, those statistics would have got a little more favourable. The view down the 17th for Ilhi Lee. We've just seen the, what have we seen? 7 birdies so far today. No eagles in the pin position. A little tricky. Edge of that bunker. The left one, not the centre one.
Yeah, just playing smart, laying up short. Doesn't really have the length to get to the front of the green, so smart play, just taking those bunkers out of play.
You got a feeling, Jane Crafter, 1997 Australian Open champion? It's still a little hard to pick, isn't it?
Anything can happen. You've got a couple of par 5s left for the leaders, so it's going to be tight. And they're neck and neck here again off the 12th tee, both in good position. A little tighter line now for Ko, Sandy.
Very much a tighter line, Jane. This is a 7-iron, and this is straight at this tight pin. It's going to depend on the bounce.
Lands it in the rough and skips it onto the green.
Lydia Ko produces another masterful shot with the iron. Oh, she doesn't look totally pleased. It was a super effort. Jutanagan now.
8-iron for Area, and she is straight at it as well. This should be pretty good.
There's anything you can do, I can do better.
Terrific shot from Jutanagan. And that's in close range for a birdie. What's going to be the outcome on that hole? Oh, skipping, a little bit of a dance. Quebec off the back of the 18th.
Going to putt downhill to start with and slightly back uphill at the end.
A little shy. Some disappointment for the young Korean after some fine play today. And we now look at the ball positioning for Amy Yang and Julieta Granada on the par 4 13th.
See Julieta, 231 metres off the tee. They've both got about the same distance on the angle going towards this whole location that's just 24 steps on. The trick of this green is, it's most unusual on Royal Melbourne, is that it runs from the front to the back, so you've got to be precise with your landing spot.
Outstanding. She was telling it to stop. Now check. That's speared on a little bit. It was only a few centimetres away from a bit of a dive.
Well, and the challenge right now on this particular hole is that not only is it run away, it's downwind. Even though the wind is not great, that makes a little bit of a difference.
Well, another big moment in the championship, perhaps. Lydia Ko for birdie at the 12th hole. She's willing it in. It's in. It drops for the 17-year-old world number 1. She goes to 9 under. It trickled, it trickled, it trickled, it dropped.
Well, let's have another look at this. Beautiful stroke, kept her head lovely and still. Did it have enough pace? Areas, a little bit of body English there.
It was almost as if Ariel was willing it in as well. That's sportsmanship for you.
Oh, and they've played a fair bit of golf together, these two, even though they're a couple of years apart. Now, can Area top that one?
Well, it's bust and make, really.
Break, break, break. There's always a little too far left.
There's some despair. Walking up to the putt, she would have hoped that it would have been in the reverse order. She's now 4 shots adrift of Lydia Ko, and that you'd think is too far back. Amy Yang to the 13th. It's now a battle in 2.
An all-important shot here. She can not afford to land it too far into the green. Good amount of spin. That was well struck.
Beautifully controlled from Amy Yang, who's accumulated a terrific record in the majors too. 10 top 10s across her career. The 4th last year on the US Open, to go with a 2nd back in 2012 as you look at Ilhee Lee. That's a pretty good effort too. It stopped.
And you sense that there's a little more moisture in the greens now that the cloud cover has come over. The wind is slightly different. It's died down now. Quebec. Important putt for par for the young Korean. Oh, a little bit of a nervy putt there. And so the talented young crop of Koreans.
Disappointing finish. A bogey at the last. Bogeyed it yesterday as well. It's going to be a 1 under round of 72. And she's going to finish even should this go in. So a tidy performance nonetheless from Quebec. A bogey at the last, but even par for the tournament around Royal Melbourne. It takes some doing. Lydia Ko in the lead after a brilliant putt at the 12th. Preceded by a fine approach. Amy Yang is going to have a chance to get to 9 under also. Ariya Jutanugarn, is she out of it? Called it a battle in 2, but you just never know. There's a couple of holes in front of Ariya Jutanugarn as we find Julieta Granada poised over another birdie putt.
She can be aggressive with this one. Slow back uphill. Has it turned? Oh, not quite enough. So 7 shots behind for Julieta. It's too much to ask, I think, at this point.
Now an iron for Elia Jatanagarn at the 13th.
Probably a safe play too for Area. It's not a long second shot. Just taking it down the right though, and that's okay. Yeah, it didn't. It's on the left-hand side, James. So it's good.
Yeah, it didn't look happy off. The tee might have been disturbed by a camera or some distraction. It's going to be a long approach on a green that you really need something short to come in. Now Lydia Ko, as we look back from the green towards the tee, you can see the dog leg from right to left. Lydia working now David Ledbetter Academy, David Ledbetter and also Sean Hogan. Going with the 3-wood.
Just starting that well down the right-hand side, Jane, moving back to the centre as she does, and yeah, perfect shape.
Hit another fairway. What a shocker!
Oh, gee,
it's really a clinic that she's putting on right at the moment off the tee. That's for sure.
Amy Yang. This two go back into a share of the lead. These two trading blows in superlative fashion.
But for another foot of speed.
Another tantalising effort from Amy Yang, the 25-year-old. Tips the cap, but she'll be undeterred. She'll move on. At the 17th, Il-Hee Lee to get to 2 under par. As the battle is well and truly behind her. Held up ahead and everything fairly still. That is a birdie, Il-Hee Lee, with her roller coaster effort, 68, 82, 69. Gee,
incredible.
You need to sit on the couch after that exercise, wouldn't you? But she's still in there, battling away. Lydia Ko at 9 under, Amy Yang just missing a birdie putt, 8 under par. Elia Jatanagarn also shaving the hole. She could be 6 under, she's 5. It's a battle in 3, but it seems to be more likely the battle between the top 2. Lydia Ko, the 17-year-old, and Amy Yang, who struck gold at 16 9 years ago. Jeannie Shin, Il-Hee Lee, Julieta Granada, they're at 2 under par. Charlie Hull, Chella Choi, a couple of good consecutive Australian Opens after that brilliant 62 last year. She looked to have it in the bag and then found a few obstacles on Sunday. Kari Webb coming out of the clouds to claim her 5th Australian Open. Kari Webb has finished fairly nicely as well. 1 over par. She's probably on the next page after Partha Echeverria, who completes the grouping at 1 under par. Minjee Lee has done well to get it back to even par after 17 holes. Jess Corder, there'll be no further Australian Open triumph at Royal Melbourne after her spectacular win as an 18-year-old 3 years ago. Gladys Nacera, another good tournament. Hana Jang, and she's struggling away today, 3 over par.
Now Minjee Lee here at 18. Nice approach shot, and she finished with a flourish. Yes, well done. And what a bright future does this young lady have. Sue O won last week, good friend of hers, and 2 top amateurs in Australia, now young professionals. It's wonderful to see.
A broad smile from Minjee Lee. Well, Lydia Ko was giving it a ride to Jatanagarn after taking the iron. A bit of a splash to the right, so advantage again to the world number 1.
Absolutely, especially on this hole with the way the green slopes. And it's going to be a challenge for Elia Jatanagarn to get the distance correct on this hole from 140 metres. And that's what area we'll be facing.
Just needs a little moment of brilliance. 19-year-old from Thailand certainly has it in her game. So you probably need to arrive in the next hole or two. Otherwise, the two will have it between them. Lydia Ko at 9 under, Amy Yang at 8 under. Ariya Jatanagarn playing his second shot for the 13th.
140 to the pin from area. Now this is a really nice looking shot into this tricky pin.
She's produced a beauty.
Brilliant shot. Quality play from the young Thai. That was not easy by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, her still ran out 15.
She'll find her way back into this tussle.
Yeah, I mean, we only need to pitch like, 100. It's a little downwind. It's playing like 96. All right. Yep.
I'll go right at it and it should draw.
Okay.
What's it to the front?
94 front. I don't think we can get 54 to the front. If they're playing 89.
And that scientific approach. Lydia Ko stands over this short to the green. 13.
84 to get it past the front, just on the left-hand side, starting to move around.
Brilliant. In close as well. Another birdie opportunity as Lydia Ko tightens that vice, perhaps on the Patricia Bridges bowl. And her first Australian Open title. Plenty of work to do. Amy Yang's going to be involved over the next few holes. It is a script that is unravelling before us. Sandy?
Oh, I have a very, very special guest. Delighted to welcome the Premier of Victoria, Daniel Andrews, and welcome to Royal Melbourne.
Thanks very much for having us along, Sandy. It's really good to be part of the ABC broadcast.
Now, you feeling a little like me? You're feeling a little old at this point in time because we've got a 17-year-old and a 19-year-old.
And what an amazing talent they both are. You know, well, so many of the field are young this week, but this is a fantastic event played on the jewel that is the Royal Melbourne Composite Course, and it showcases Melbourne and Victoria's golf offering to the world. I think we've got 35 of the top 50, 4 of the top 10. This is a really special week.
And, of course, Melbourne hasn't let us down. It's thrown everything at us, from northerly winds to southerlies to thunderstorms. We've had the lot.
We can usually be very much relied upon to give you a little bit of everything. But where would you rather be? It's a fantastic venue and the play's fantastic and everyone seems to be enjoying themselves. And Lydia can be an honorary Aussie today, can't she? Yeah.
Now, you were a bit keen to get the microphone off me and call some shots a moment ago.
No, of course not. It's best I stick to what I'm good at and you stick to what you're good at, I reckon. But no, it's really good to be out here, and obviously we lost a bit of the crowd in terms of the lightning delay, but I think the numbers have been good all week, and this is an event that does help us showcase all that we have to offer. And if golf's important to you, then you have to come play the Melbourne Sandbelt.
Well, it's been a fantastic event on one of the world's greatest golf courses, and it's fantastic to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having us on.
Thank you, Sandy, as we look at the leaderboard in the bottom right corner. Lydia Ko, 9 under, Amy Yang, 8 under, Ariya Jatanagarn at 5 under. Julieta Granada, who featured 3 years ago in that 6-way playoff. She's been pitching out a good round. She's been up and down. A couple of big hemorrhages early, but she's recovered.
Going for this green in 2. We'll get a favourable kick. Almost. Probably a little bit in between clubs there. I think she wanted something that was going to sling in from right to left to pick up some pace when it hit the ground. But, knowing her short game, she can get up and down from there. She's doing Mum's job there. Mum Rosa has been on the bag a long time. She's a former architect. They make a great team. I'll tell you what, Amy Yang's caddy knows how to win an Australian Open. Was on the bag for Yani Sen when she won at Commonwealth. Now, this is definitely doable for Amy Yang. Longer off the tee. That's a big error.
The hole had been very, very good to Amy Yang. She eagled it yesterday and birdied it the previous 2 days, and now she's going to need a little bit of magic from the sand. Now, this for her 3rd birdie in 4 holes. Lydia Ko to go to 10 under par. Well, not one of the better strokes from the world #1. I think there'd be some disappointment from that range that she didn't even manage to hit the hole.
Yes, I think a misread there. She thought it was going to break more than it did, but never really had the line. Little Hee Lee taking an adventurous route to the 18th green. Depends on the lie. She does have the room to run it up. But it lands softly. That's going to be a long, treacherous putt up and over a little ridge to the hole location today here at 18.
Well, now a massive moment for Audia Jatanagan. This is really a must hole, and she has the 14th next. Yes, one goes in. And Audia Jatanagan perhaps not out of the picture. 6 under par, 3 behind the par 5. 14th is in front, Jane Crafter.
Yes, that was a must make, and well done. An opportunity there with Lydia Ko just missing her birdie. And Amy Yang as well in trouble at the 14th, even though it is a reachable par 5. She'll be looking to have hit the green in 2 for an eagle chance, but now she's going to have to try and get up and down out of the right hand greenside bunker for a birdie. And good to see Minjee Lee down there, tied for 7th at the moment at 1 under par. Good performance from the young Aussie.
Just the 11 players under par. Chela Choi, Pazacheveria and Hana Jang, the others, to beat Royal Melbourne so far. Mika Miyazato with a 2 under round of 71 today, finishes even for the tournament. And good round from Baek, the Korean. 1 under 72 even as well. Now Jessica Corder still out on the course along with a few others, and Kari Webb today started at 3 over, got it to 1 over with a 2 under 71. Yet again, she looks like she's going to finish in the top 20 at her National Open. She missed the cut here actually when it was played 3 years ago at Royal Melbourne, so that's an improvement for her. And Su Yeon Yu, well, her tournament really unravelled on the opening day with a 77. But she finished with an even par 73 today. As we keep rolling through, see Holly Clyburn, second trip to Australia, finishing 6 over par. Cheyenne Woods, she's heading to New Zealand next week along with Lydia Ko. 1 under today for Cheyenne Woods to finish at 9 over. Here's the tournament leader, teeing off on 14.
That's coming down the right-hand side. Good, solid contact from Lydia, and that puts her in really good shape for this green.
Yeah, fairway bunkers up and over the hill, and she's just in the right rough. Should be fine.
On the closing hole, Il Hee Lee with a long birdie putt.
Just climbs a little ridge, then back down again. Oh, she's given this a bit too much.
Decent size check in those putts on 18, even though the trophy might be beyond you, so she'll be hoping to get back down there to finish at 2 under. Now Yang disappointing off the tee at 14.
This is her 3rd shot. Greenside bunker.
Oh, the sand came up into her face, but she'll like the look of it once it clears.
Very well done.
Birdie
Needs a
chance
hand
if
to
she
get
can
out.
get out of the bunker.
It was a deep one, Quentin.
Royal Melbourne on the Sunday, and Lydia Ko, the red-hot favourite, leads the tournament by 1. And Amy Yang, who's got a birdie putt coming up on the 14th green. Jitana Gan, the playing partner of Ko, 3 back, but scoring conditions have not been this good since I can hardly remember this weekend, Jane Crafter. It is dead calm out there at the moment. Expect some birdies before we get to the end of this tournament. The engraver's work needs to be done now. Long eagle chance for Granada, who has got great touch around these greens. Gave it a big fright.
Oh, that was a good effort. Certainly not dead there for birdie, but with Julietta's ability on the greens, it's looking good. Now we saw Ilhi Lee run her birdie attempt from the front of the green well past a good 2.5 metres or so, and I just wonder what runs through the caddy's mind when the caddy's standing there with the flag and this is running by and it's like, stop, stop.
Well, she'll be the only player most likely to sign for 2 rounds under 70 for the weekend, but where did that 82 on Friday come from?
Just a horror day, and Royal Melbourne can do that to you if you get out of position. Just a little left to right in this one. Good stroke and relief, I'm sure. A little bow.
68-82, 69-71 for Ilhi Lee, and a valuable lesson for the young Korean. She's played good enough to be closer, but just let it unravel too far on the second day. So it's a thought of what could have been really for Ilhi Lee, although she'll still be pretty proud of her work. Now, Amy Yang to rejoin Ko at 9 under. Brilliant out of the sand. This for birdie. Joint leaders once again down the stretch at Royal Melbourne. Yang joins Ko at 9 under the card. Well, that's a terrific 4 for Amy Yang, having missed that fairway, then gone into the bunker. Brilliant shot from the sand. And there we see Yang and Ko at the top of the leaderboard. Let's go down to the last group. Sandy McKenzie.
Oh, all sorts of drama going on here. Area has hit it way right into these bushes, and we saw it go into the middle. Nobody heard anything, and we have not been able to find it. She has played a provisional down the centre of the fairway, but there's a lot of people looking, so I'm guessing if she finds it, she's not going to want it, because it's certainly not in the clear anywhere, so we'll just have to wait and see. A couple of minutes left, though.
Okay. Kate Burton rejoins me. I have to get out and help have a look. Now, that's the provisional of Jitana Gan, and Ko just off to the right. So that adds a bit of theatre. She was 3 back, but Sandy? Sorry?
Sorry, I just got my headset caught in the bushes. Apologies for that. Not yet. There's still a lot of people looking, so we might run out of time very shortly, but her other ball is in the centre of the fairway, but that's not what she wants at these closing stages. I'll keep looking.
Oh, as the intrepid cameraman fancies his chances looking for that golf ball. We'll go up to the green where Julieta Granada's gunning for a birdie.
I've seen a few little tricklers just hit the edge of the cup. That hole away at your pool, especially at that distance. But I think over the weekend these players have been so spooked by the greens.
Now Zhang.
Oh, yes. Well, that's a fist pump and worthy of it.
Well, she's playing well, and if she's happy with her golf, she could also be an American football referee with that skirt on.
A joint leader. Gee, that was a good 4 at the previous. 4 to play. And looks pretty handy from Amy Yang down the 15th fairway.
Best placed Australian this final round was Catherine Kirk, but the round didn't quite get going. Like the back nine she enjoyed yesterday with that lovely run of birdies. Well, that ball certainly wasn't afraid of the dark, but even par.
And as it stands, the second placed Australian, because Minjee Lee signed for a 1 under 72 today, and she's finished at 1 under the card. Now, Sandy, we might just rejoin you. No luck in the scrub.
Not to be seen, so there's a lot of people looking, so I'm only guessing that it's jammed in something, which is, she wouldn't want it anyway if she found it, so she's elected to call it lost, and she's back out on the fairway to play her provisional, so she'll be playing 3.
This is such a disaster for Jatanagarn, having birdied this hole all 3 previous days.
And especially on the back nine, where she really does come alight. It was a very promising start for the back nine for Ariya Jatanagarn, birdie at 10 and 13. And Lydia Ko finds herself 3 ahead of Ariya Jatanagarn, most probably more by the end of this hole.
Well, it's been a favourable hole for Ko as well. We'll just hold on that, because here's the 4th shot of Jatanagarn.
187 for Ariya Jatanagarn. She started that right centre of the green. It needs to do some kicking up there. No, just going to come up a little short.
Now the challenge Ariya Jatanagarn faces is harnessing the considerable power that she has.
25 is only a bit, it might not even cover that, so yeah, 23. Yeah, 75, so it's not much.
She made a super eagle on the opening day. Lydia Ko hit a rescue club to the heart of the green.
11 o'clock. A couple of yards.
Par Friday and birdie yesterday, so she's played the hole 3 under par for the tournament to date.
And this rescue is a number 4. 188, great angle coming from. Very still conditions. Now that is moving left to the bunker.
Ooh, looks like it's gone in.
And that is a deep, cavernous bunker. Not a lot of green to play with. She's going to need her considerable short game skills to get up and down, walk away with a birdie on this very birdieable par 5. The drama continues.
Now the former champion 3 years ago, Jessica Korda, can she finish with a highlight here? Made a birdie in the playoff 3 years ago to win the title. She won't be winning it this year. Can't find a birdie there, but the popular American has that to finish out even par for the championship. Now the ball flight of Yang and Granada at the par 4 15th, out to the corner of the course.
It's a cheeky hole location on 15, front run, right hand segment, just 5 on, 5 from the right. Anything beyond the hole will run off into the gully. What has happened to Julietta's ball? You can see it hasn't finished just yet. Players will be wary of going long, as it's a difficult putt coming back up that rise onto the correct shelf. I tend to think the front hole locations are the easier ones, not on this green.
So now second into 15 for our joint leader. 3 under for the day, Amy Yang. Wonderful birdie at the last, having been in trouble. Par all 3 days previously at this hole for the world number 21. It's very controlled. Will it scoot? No, but she still might be able to stand over that at the front fringe with a bit of confidence of wrapping it in. Late in the day at the 2015 Australian Open, a bit later than we expected. We had a delay of about 90 minutes because the warning siren was sounded due to threatening weather. But the players are back out there, and we'll stick with it to the end with Amy Yang and Lydia Ko, joint leaders at 9 under par. Ko 2 under for the day, Yang 3 under for the day, and they look to have the title between them unless the long-hitting Thai Arya Jitanagarn can find some form down the stretch, but she's in real trouble at the 14th hole. Jenny Shin's finished at 2 under in a group that are watching on and hoping they've got decent sized checks, because the trophy winner could be right here.
Difficult bunker shot for Lydia Ko, trying to chase towards the hole to fly a long way, but that is a birdie chance for Lydia. Amy Yang safely through this par 5, 14th hole. She made a birdie.
What a nice way for Charlie Hull to finish another trip to Australia. Great to see the young talent here. She squares off on a even par 73 today to be 1 under for the tournament, and just one of 9 players under par at the moment.
And safely negotiated for Jessica Korda. It was a promising start, 72-71, and then a disappointing weekend by her lofty standards, 75 on Saturday, really threw her out of contention.
With the putter, a long way off the green for birdie. The line was pretty good if she gave it a bit more juice, but looks pretty safe for 4. Amy Yang running out of chances. Just 3 to play after that green for the Korean.
Well, this is some incredible long range for par. Got to get it all the way up there and get it to run out. It's a good looking pace.
So it will certainly be one dropped shot for Arya Jitanagarn.
About to see a birdie opportunity for Lydia Ko. And way back on Thursday, this is the kind of wonderful touch she can display on this green. So today, can she find another birdie to return to the outright lead? Yet again, Ko finds a putt slide by.
Squanders a chance. But that putt will be to remain at 9 under and share top billing with Amy Yang. 3 clear of their nearest challengers, Arya Jitanagarn, who is going to drop at least 1.
Seems to have been the great tease. She hasn't been able to pull away the world #1. Now, Renata for birdie. So no birdie for Granada. And she takes care of business. Julieta Granada 2 under for the tournament. Now this for a pretty good bogey save for Jitanagarn. Birdie off the tee for the provisional. But a 6 goes on the scorecard and she drops 4 from the pace.
Amy Yang looking to wrap things up on the 15th.
Ooh, she drops out of a share of the lead with that mistake. Dear, oh dear.
Looked like a rather nervy stroke then. I wasn't quite convinced of the line. There was a fair bit of movement on such a short range putt. So
3 to play and 1 back from Coe, who knocks in her par putt on 14 and is the outright leader once again. Lydia Ko, 9 under. 2 under for the day, as is Amy Yang. So the 1-shot gap between the two of them remains, with Yang having missed that huge opportunity on the 15th to square away par. Jatanagarn with that bogey on 14 is 4 under. And there's not too many that have beat the course here. But Jessica Korda, well, this was back 3 years ago. She's finished even for the tournament. And a wonderful memory for Jessica Korda of 3 years ago. A 1 over today, even for the championship. And let's get to her now. Her thoughts with Georgina Tung.
Yes, thanks very much, Quentin. Just have Jessica Korda. She's just come off the course, and Jess, rounds of 72, 71, 75 and 73. What did you make of your performances here at Royal Melbourne?
I was definitely playing tough, but nice to be back. You know, the golf course is a lot longer than we played it, and I feel like the certain greens were firmer and then certain greens were softer than we were expecting every day, so it was a little tough to gauge what we were playing. But all in all, I feel like, you know, it was a good week and got another 2 weeks left.
Talk us through that eagle putt that you had on hole 2. I mean, it just would not go in.
That's kind of just like the story of my week this week. It just won't go in the hole. It was half in, half out. Obviously one of the fastest greens on the golf course, and I still don't get how that didn't go in. But you know what? It happens sometimes like that, and just take it how it is and go to the next week.
Obviously a frustrating thing when that does happen. How do you clear that from your mind? What's the process of getting onto the next hole?
There's not really a good process to it. You say a couple of words in your head and then continue on to the next hole. There's really not much you can do about it.
So champion here at the Australian Open in 2012, what positives can you take out of this time around in Melbourne?
You know, it was a different golf course. It played completely differently. I feel like the wind wasn't up as much as it was in 2012, and it was longer. So, you know, obviously I'm striking the ball really well. A couple of bounces here and there on this golf course. There's nothing much you can do about it. If you land it short and it goes over, that's just the way it is. And, you know, I feel like next week should be a good week for me because it'll be the first time I can land my clubs on the numbers I want.
And who's going to win? Pick a winner for us, Jess.
I think Lydia Ko. You know, her strength is she's so steady, and you can't beat her when she's hot.
Thanks so much, Jess, and good luck for the rest of the season.
Thank you.
So a consistent start to the year. Tied for second at the opener at Florida. T38 at the Bahamas, and could be a top 10 finish here for Jessica Korda.
Lydia Ko holds that slender 1-shot lead over her nearest challenger, Amy Yang. Here she is on the dogleg right, par 4, 15th.
Well, there's hardly a breath of breeze out here at the moment, and Lydia has put that where you would expect it, down the centre of the fairway.
It's a lovely rhythmical swing that Lydia Ko has. Just keeps on repeating.
And now up the hill is the task and the vision confronted for golfers on the 16th. Victorian Premier watching on.
He's watching the hardest hole on the golf course today, the 16th. Happened earlier in the week, but it is a very difficult assignment.
More than half a shot over par. Holds, that's going to be okay, but it might trickle a bit from there. And that's pretty safe.
hard for the players. From the base to an elevated green, you cannot see the bottom of the pin flag. Trust the yardage.
Well, Area Jatanagarn's just put that straight down the centre as well. So both these balls are going to be in really good position for this very tough front right pin.
Really is a difficult hole location on 15, but very calm conditions now.
Not good feelings going through the mind of this woman with that bogey at the previous, and look at her record at this hole throughout the tournament. And it's the hardest hole on the course today. This will be some mental victory to walk away with some significance here.
Percentage shot to the heart of the green, but that's no easy two-putt.
Just wonder whether Amy Yang will rue that par putt on 15. One behind Lydia Ko, who is safely on the green with Area on the fairway with Area Jatanagarn. That's what they've got into this par 4.
It's so easy in order to get the right distance to just leave it short. Landed on the apron and it trickles back. All of a sudden, a seemingly innocuous par 4 turns into anything but. Area to play first.
One, 3, 1 into a hollow little pin, and that's going left. It's going to stay on the left side of the fairway.
Just get the feeling that she's probably mentally cogged down a bit now, realising, well, I can't win the tournament. I've just got to try and play some good golf to finish off. Just a surmising thought there, but it must be hard for the players as they go through that process. This woman, though.
1-2-6 for Lydia. That's left of the flag, just between the bunkers. It'll sneak on. Not too bad.
Gonna try it. Oh, that is a very, very good shot from Lydia Ko. Stay there. Give her makeable birdie opportunity. From a distance of just 125 metres, it gives the players an awful lot to think about.
And now the Spaniard Beatriz Ricari, who tied for 10th here 3 years ago. So has a history of playing well at Royal Melbourne. Ooh. Wanted a glory finish. Looked a bit nasty in the end. The young lady who spent a summer in Melbourne in her youth, so she's played around the sandbelt quite a bit. We'll leave her there for the moment and go back to the green at 16. Most notably the interest here in what Amy Yang can do.
These are two substantial putts that they face, Quentin. It's a fair bit of swing on both of these. And both of them would be more than happy to walk away with a 3. Try and be a little bit too bold, a little bit audacious. That ball will just roll on past the hole, and then you're facing a real tough par putt. Not easy.
There you go. An illustration of just the sheer undulation that Royal Melbourne possesses.
That's Julietta's mother, Rosa, herself a 10 handicapper. So it's probably working, just trying to get the shoulders to rock a little bit more. Keep the body still and rock the shoulders and the arms, just like a pendulum. Just keep that left shoulder down.
So Yang to play first. Unlikely chance here to rejoin Ko at 9 under. We've seen plenty of twists and turns to date. Still work in that to try and walk away with a 3. So Amy Yang needing to hold firm on the 16th to stay in the fight. Let's go to Jatanagarn.
A difficult green wherever you are, and this is moving left to right. Going to miss on the low side and a little short.
When she first struck that putt, Sandy, I didn't think it was going to meet the green. She hardly had to touch it. It sent it on its merry way.
So we'll just wait for Ko's birdie putt for a moment and link in with Chella Choi, who can join that select group under par with this birdie opportunity. Oh, and the colourful ball finds the bottom of the cup. So Chella Choi at 1 under and tied for 7th with 1 hole to play in her championship.
Chance to extend her lead at the top of the leaderboard for Lydia Ko.
Well, it is very makeable, Kate. It's going to move a little left to right. It's going to be quick.
Missing below quite some margin by her lofty standards. Yes, she may still win her first Australian Open, Kate, but we've been almost waiting for her to gallop away for 2 days now.
Well, she's certainly keeping us in suspense.
So 3 holes to play for the teenager from the Shaky Isles. Now, back to the 16th green, Granada. See if Mum's advice helped here. No matter the nature of the advice, always listen at least to your mother.
She's always right, as much as you don't want to admit it. Par saver for Jatanagarn. Oh, my goodness me, another one slips by.
I think the brain switched off a bit, Kate.
That 8 months that she had off for injury, it's very hard to play your way back into being match fit. She's giving herself plenty of opportunities already in 2015 with those 2 good results so far. And it's just a question of harnessing the power, working on the short game, but my, she really is going to be something very special.
So she's still safely in 3rd position, 2 clear of a big group at 2 under.
Good attitude.
Well, this is just a must-hold for Amy Yang if she has any claims on the title. So Amy Yang stays in the fight for the first time in the tournament. She can walk off 16 with a 3. She has 2 to play and is 1 behind Lydia Ko.
This is Paz Echeverria on the 17th. Yes. Good putt from Echeverria. Moves to 1 under. 11 players now under par.
Up to 16.
Including Julieta Granada. Quick.
So that's a drop shot. And Granada back to 1 over. Now Ricari went very hard at a birdie putt. Try and stay square with the course. Oh, sorry, Beatrice. Royal Melbourne beats you just at the end. A bogey on the 72nd hole. And the popular Spaniard finishes 1 worse than even par. Tied for 16th, Beatrice Ricari. Now we have our last group on the tee at 16.
And it's the hardest hole on the golf course, so Lydia Ko holds that slender 1-shot lead, but she really needs accuracy with her range of fairway woods that she has in that magical bag of hers.
Well, this is such a tough pin position in this back left corner here, Kate. You're coming up all the way. It's quite a steep climb, and of course the bunker on the left cuts into the green. So if you're going to carry the flag, then it's a matter of whether you can actually stop it. So a lot of players will play just to the right, but then of course it moves away quite severely on the right-hand side. Good high high ball flight of Lydia. It looks like it's got some legs. It's up in the middle. Now, if it bounces okay, that is the really safe shot to play. 2 putts from there, and she knows what she's got to do. This is quite a risky pin position on this hole.
Good to have the local knowledge of Jason Hamilton, who knows this golf course inside out, her caddy. Play the percentage shot, which she does so often, Quentin, Lydia Ko. It's a game of precision. She plots her way around the golf course beautifully. Just gives herself plenty of chances.
It's a very different approach from her playing partner today. And just can't wait until she really feels comfortable with her body again. It's immense talent.
Enormous talent, Area Jatanagarn. She's been a bit of a joy to watch. Now, come on, kick on, a little straighter line. Oh, took the tiger line, but still going to move away just a little bit. Both shots safely on the green.
So our last group is on the march up the hill to the green at 16. Now the Australian Catherine Kirk couldn't find a Sunday charge. Can she find some late joy for another top 10 finish at the Australian Open? Just a little disappointed there. So she needs to find a birdie or two coming in. Currently Kirk tied for 16th at 1 over, and it's been a 5 over round so far today. But Ko leads the Australian Open. Her playing partner Area Jatanagarn with her going up to the 16th green. But Amy Yang, the one standing between Ko and victory. Two players at 2 under, Jenny Shin and Il-Hee Lee, and then Minjee Lee looking like she will be the leading Australian with a 1 under 72 today and 1 under for the tournament.
A familiar duo of Chela Choi and her father. Looking to finish with a good one on 18. Come on. Stay there.
Safe enough. Flirting with these treacherous bunkers on the 18th, and she's got a dazzling smile, Chela Choi.
Oh, she's an absolute delight. Had the pleasure of playing with her in a Pro-Am last year. Got a lot of good advice.
This is one of the good stories of the tournament, just below the surface of the victors. Just the second ever Chilean to play on the LPGA Tour, Patha Chaveria. A couple of years on the Symetra Tour, and of the 19 events she played last year, only made 9 cuts. So this is a huge achievement in her career. Just wants to take that extra moment to ensure it doesn't get unraveling at all at the last gasp. Nicole Perrott was the trailblazer for Chilean women on the LPGA Tour. She only just made the cut here last year, Echeverria. But staring down a top 10 finish here, and could be staring down a birdie at the last. It's a terrific week in her career. Ranked 305 in the world, but mixing it with the best in one of the toughest layouts around. Down to the wire at the 2015 Australian Open. It's Ko's to lose, or this woman's to win. She has birdied this hole every day so far.
The great tempo on the swing of Amy Yang will find her in a good, solid position. 485 meters, the 17th. She's long. She might have a chance. Getting on in 2.
Could mean little if this goes in.
It's up and over the ridge for Lydia Ko, and then once it gets to the top, it's going to start feeding right to left.
It's a very good putt.
Back to the Australian Kirk.
There's a fair bit of movement in this putt.
So she's got that left for par, and gee, of those up the top of the leaderboard, she's going to unfortunately sign for one of the poorer rounds of the day. As Ko takes care of business on 16, and she remains one in front with 2 to play. Looking to add to that New South Wales Open she won as a 14-year-old while winning the senior Australian title at 17. Here on 18.
The crowds are assembled.
Sorry, Kate, yes, they're gathering around, aren't they? Having had to wait a while for these last groups to come through. If you're wondering, why is the tournament still going? Well, we had a weather delay. Didn't get wet, but there was lightning around, so the siren sounded just before 3:30 local time and didn't resume until 10 to 5.
You were sounding a little bit like Path Echeverria then.
It's been a long week.
It's a beautiful finishing hole at the 18th. And crowds are certainly being given a number of good shots to cheer her. This is a tricky putt for Path Echeverria. It's going to come up over a gentle rise.
Of the gallery, not quite there, but a landmark week for Path Echeverria. A top 10 finish at the Australian Open. And the 11 players under par, and she's one of them. And even past 73 today to finish 1 under for the tournament. Well played.
It's a dastardly putt. Catherine Kirk faced, and another one to come to salvage a par. It broke the other way. It was a real curler. Left to right, off the blade, off the green for her birdie, but a very good save. So she'll walk on to the 18th, 1 over. Lovely to give the grandstand a birdie to cheer about for Catherine Kirk.
This is a birdie putt for Jatanagarn. That hill at 16, not getting there. The day's written all over her face.
I really like the demeanour that she has on the golf course. There'll be many, many opportunities for her in the future.
Woonjong Chela Choi. Ranked number 26 in the world, but still waiting for that win. Extraordinary round of 62 in the 3rd round at Victoria last year, but Kari Webb was too good for her on Sunday. The highlight here, Chela. Yes, indeed. We get to see that smile again in Melbourne. Chela Choi, 2 under for the tournament. Always a good feeling when you leave the 72nd green with a birdie, and that has her tied for 4th at the Australian Open. Big moment in the deciding of the trophy coming up, because here is the hard-hitting Yang, who has birdied this hole every day of the tournament. The 2nd into 17.
Oh, interesting. Looking to lay up. That was an interesting decision of Amy Yang's to lay up on 17. Let's have a closer look. It is the final par 5 on this composite course. And it really is an opportunity for players to go for the green in 2. 485 metres, very gentle dogleg left, a wide fairway. And the longer players, we have seen a number get home in 2. You do have to negotiate those bunkers positioned diagonally up the right-hand side. If you do that, there's not a lot of danger around the green. Very expansive green. The whole location today is 28 on and 5 from the left. So Amy Yang deciding to play it the conservative, traditional way of pitching on and getting her birdie with a good solid putt. Let's go back to the tee and join the leader on 17.
Good.
Just starting that down the centre for Lydia, drawing it back towards this left-hand side of the fairway, but it will be fine. Just pulling up on a mound.
I'll be staying until the end of the tournament. And the final holes. Who's going to take the Patricia Bridges bowl? Lydia Ko or Amy Yang? That weather delay. I think it's a little bit later than normal.
Eri Jatanagan has that coming well to the left-hand side, and that is going to be in trouble.
Now back down the fairway, an absolutely critical shot for Amy Yang. She's birdied this hole. In fact, the par 5's 14. She's played in 5 under, 17, 3 under, so combined 8 under. This, if she can get it close, perhaps 9 under. She wants it. She needs it.
Whole location back into the green. Oh, and that's not what she needs at this point in the proceedings. Oh, poor effort. That's going to be a tough up and down, Peter.
Yeah, 2 errors from Amy Yang at 15, putting up. That's a slightly defensive play. Could she have chipped in? Who knows? Lydia Ko at 9 under seems to have a stranglehold on the tournament now. The 17-year-old world #1, Amy Yang at 8 under. Eri Jatanagan, she folded at the 14th, her chances after performing creditably throughout. Jenny Shin, Ilhee Lee. Lydia Ko striding as the shadows lengthen down the 17th hole. This youngster who's set so many records, so many benchmarks in her career. 14, I had the great joy of being there at the Oaklands course when she won at 14 years of age to be the first, the youngest winner of a professional tournament. Then at 15 wins a Canadian Open, youngest ever. Youngest world #1, crowned in early February by a long space too at 17 years of age, and here she stands on the cusp of another grand triumph, another chapter, and she keeps writing them. We've only scratched the surface of those firsts. There have been just a zillion of them. Jane Crafter.
Well, it is an extraordinary career at one so young, but we're looking right now at Jatanagan in the bracken once more.
Yeah, so that's only going to be
and it is a horrible lie. It is sitting down. That's going to be a challenge.
We'll give me 166 pitch. Yeah, 100. Yeah. 166. It doesn't run much. The pitch like.
And that's the voice of Jason Hamilton, Lydia Ko's caddy. I'm not quite sure who's away at the moment.
It will be Lydia first to go.
Well, it's a 160 shot.
You can hear Jason say it's a 160 shot. It's 272 to the green, to the pin, so that's out of the equation.
Yeah, you've got a bit of room right of it. So I was even thinking left edge of the.
Well, in the meantime, let's go up to the 18th and Catherine Kirk with an approach from the right-hand rough to the green here at 18. Just behind that little tuft of wispy grass. Pretty decent opening in the front of this green, Peter. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. very still conditions right now here at 18.
A little left for Catherine Kirk. In high, but the long putt. The closing moments of the Australian Open for 2015. Lydia Ko poised. A vital shot, though, for Amy Yang coming up, and also for Lydia Ko at the 17th. Is the complexion going to change? Is there one more dramatic chapter to be played out? Lydia Ko standing over her second to the 17th.
And the smart play, Sandy laying up.
Very much, Jane. This is going to be a 160-metre 5 rescue. Just popping it down there short of the bunkers. So that's high in the air and it's going to be perfect.
Yeah, absolutely 0 point, taking that trouble on at this point with a 1-shot lead. 2 to play.
Amy Yang now in contention for so long, and she still is. Needs something spectacular. Is that the putter she's taken again? It's tracking pretty well, but it's going to run out of steam, and that's a nasty length. But also, here we go, Chatanagan. He has needed the snipper and a few gardening tools today.
She's just got to get this out, and she's done it very, very well. That was a horrible line.
She's had a couple of interactions with the bracken around here at Royal Melbourne. Haven't seen too many players in the tea tree so far this week that we've seen on camera. But there's plenty of trouble if you are off the fairway now. A very important putt for par for Amy Yang to stay at 8 under.
Oh no. It trickles by.
I think she's almost just handed it to Lydia Ko.
2 short missed putts, and she walks off the 17th, the hole she'd birdied 3 previous times. Today playing, or this afternoon at least, in sublime conditions. She walks off with the wrong number.
Oh, and a miscue there from the young Korean HANDA. Jang was certainly in there with a chance through the middle of the 3rd round, and then a couple of disasters.
Yeah, 15. See where the scoreboard is? Right there. So the 15 on is 40. Wind is
90 too far.
a little right to left.
90.
Well,
What are you thinking?
I'm thinking.
Is it cool at 140?
It's either the cut 8 or the
Maybe 95.
Well, the way, like the last 2 days, the screen has been bouncing. If you look at see where the scoreboard is and just hit it, like you can get around 45 out of it.
So what way is it Portuguese? Right to left?
Right to left, yeah.
You like 9?
Yeah.
I'll cut 8.
I like a good solid 9-iron. Keeping her like see where those people are. Yeah, exactly. And you saw how it bounced up there on the.
Well, you can hear all this. They've decided that a good strong 9 is better than an easy 8. I'm trying to work this one out, and I've got to tell you too, I've been very busy because Jason Hamilton has been asking me every step of the way what's happening up in front. So they know they have a 2-shot lead. Harry Jatanagan, good solid shot at the flagstick. Looks good from back here.
Yeah, just comes up a little bit shy in the hollow. May have needed half a club more. Difficult decision, because you certainly don't want to go over the back. Tough hole location there today, just up on that little back tier. Now Lydia Ko.
93 metres to the front of the screen, Jane. So just under 120 to the flag. Well, it looks good if it's got the length to get up on that tier.
And it has. Just barely will it stay.
Not quite. That precarious pin position. Seeing a trickle back. but still some work to do for Lydia Ko at 17. 2 putts though, and you'd think that it's secure that she'd play the last with a 2-shot lead.
Now, this is what Hannah Zhang is facing from the right-hand greenside bunker here at 18. Wonderful sand to play out of, so consistent. Oh, quality shot from the young lady from South Korea. Beautiful. What a wonderful smile.
The beaming smile, the arms up. Oh, well done. And she's poised to finish in red figures. It'll be a good effort back on the tee now. Needing something really special. Has to post a birdie to put some pressure on Amy Yang, who's bogeyed the 15th and the 17th.
She'll be kicking herself, thinking about those couple of putts that she's missed, but has to put that out of her mind. Focus on making a birdie.
Now to tidy up for Hannah Zhang, the 22-year-old. Member this year of the PGA Tour. 71-69, 76-75. 1 under par.
Well, we're certainly going to see a lot more of her ability on the LPGA as a rookie. The 17th, and both players came up in that little hollow just short of the flag.
Crowd gathering, and some have been willing some big things for Catherine Kirk. Couldn't quite produce the masterpiece that was the second 9 yesterday with 5 birdies and 6 holes. This too get into red figures or finish at least at even par. Oh, it's going to run out of juice. So supporting day out for Catherine Kirk, but heading to hopefully a good year, following up a 60th place finish on the money list on the LPGA Tour last year. Catherine Kirk in a tie for 16th position at 1 over par, 5 over today. And somewhat disappointing 78 to close it out.
Now a big putt for Jutanagan. Not much chance left for her at this point, though. Just a couple of bad holes there on the back 9 led to her downfall.
It's an exhalation of disappointment, maybe summing it up. She has been buoyant throughout, but you can see a little bit of that disappointment. There's now Lydia Ko. I've learnt a little bit from that putt too, so the advantages fall in the way of the 17-year-old world number 1.
Well, I think she
here.
Actually, Peter, got the best possible spot here to get a read off Ariya Jutanagan, because there was only about 8 inches between the balls. And it's given her a really good idea of the pace when it hits the top of this ridge and to get it all the way back. It's a bit of an ugly little spot, this back corner. And she's down in quite a steep hollow, but Ariya has helped her no end.
Yes, because a 3-putt here bring Amy Yang back into the picture.
She gives it a nice wrap and leaves it stone cold dead close to the 17th for a tap-in par, and she'll take a 2-shot lead to the 18th. That's a beautiful play from Lydia Ko.
Well, that's what you would expect of the world number 1, and living up to her billing, that's for sure.
Julieta Granada to the 18th. Just a couple of players remaining. Delightful shot to the 18th, one of the better efforts of the day. The pin seems to be accessible, but it's proved tough. And Jutanagan tapping in. There's the smile again. She remains at 4 under par for the championship. 3 over for the day as the final group head to the 18th. And Amy Yang, well, she could hole out. Second shot, she needs to.
Stranger things have happened, Peter Wilkins.
That's a wonderful shot from Amy Yang and gives herself a shot at a birdie. And she refuses to lie down, as you would expect. The 25-year-old, the Australian Ladies Masters champion in sensational fashion as a 16-year-old while she was schooling on the Gold Coast. She also won a Queensland Amateur. 10 top 10 finishes in majors, including a second in the US Open. Highly performed, 4 top 10s last year. Lydia Ko is about to move to the 18th tee with the hands on this elusive prize. Third last year, third the year before. It's only the 5th time she's played it. Well, she's only 17. It's the 5th time. It's an amazing career developing before our very eyes. Golf lovers the world over will no doubt be joining in the celebration. Should she close the deal, Amy Yang could hold the putt. There could be pressure. Who knows?
I'm going over you. Guys, you want to back up under the tree if you can.
Oh, now she's going to take this down the left-hand side by the look of it, down the first hole. She did this the other day.
Very interesting.
Keep going. Come this way. We're going this way, guys.
Yeah, trying to move everybody across. That could be challenging.
It's going to be an interesting angle, Sandy. I'm not 100% sure of this play.
I'm not quite sure of the advantage with the pin where it is, but anyhow, they've decided that's the way they like to play it. A little bit of breeze just picking up here too as I speak, and now that breeze is helping them from the left-hand side. So
just watch out for those people that are walking around you.
it just means I may have to cover a lot of territory here to get you a yardage, Crafty, very shortly.
Yes, you might wish you had a rangefinder, Sandy. There are a lot of people over there on the first fairway right now, so I hope they're watching.
No, I think most of them have got their backs to her. No idea what's going on here. I can see the ball high in the air, heading out to that first fairway. And there it goes. Well, beautiful drive.
I can see it from the commentary box, and yeah, just a short iron left to this whole location. Plenty of green between the greenside bunker and the hole, so maybe that is the way to go. I'm sure they've analysed it early in the week.
Well, a number of players have chosen that route over the last couple of days.
Now, I'm not surprised if Aria doesn't try and do the same thing. She looks like she's looking out in that direction as well. I have to say, what an absolute pure pleasure it has been watching these two today. Gosh, the future of women's golf is extraordinary. She is doing the same. She is hammering that out the left-hand side, but looks like it's going to be in the rough. Oh, there's people everywhere. They're ducking and diving, but okay, all is good.
I don't know which way we're to go.
They played a lot of golf together, those two.
Yeah, the smile's beaming. Julieta Granada for birdie.
A little slow from that angle. Quite judge the pace.
Now, she's going to leave the stage for Amy Yang. Pressure on Julieta Granada, finishing with a 76. Problems began early. Amy Yang, 4 birdie, 7 under. Oh, too much. It slides by for Amy Yang. And so 3 missed putts on 15, 17 and 18. Means the tournament is in the hands of Lydia Ko, but a fine effort nonetheless from Amy Yang. Rounds of 73, 70, 70 and 72. 1 under par today. 7 under for the championship.
Oh, what might have been for Amy Yang.
But then didn't put like hot in a lot. So more they put like middle or back. Oh, yeah.
17-year-old and a 19-year-old. It's making me feel old. But women's golf, as Sandy McKenzie said, the future is looking extremely bright. The global nature of women's golf. Look at that. South Korean-born Kiwi and a young Thai. It's tremendous.
Absolutely. And a glorious stage for Lydia Ko to perform with all the pressure of favouritism. She seems to handle that with enormous aplomb. Media commitments, everything she does in such a relaxed and pleasurable manner. Sandy is down there on the 18th doing the great walk. Well, you've come to a halt, but you've got the ball positioning, Sandy.
Well, I have the ball positioning. However, I don't have a yardage from this fairway. They've been a little unkind to me, so I'm going to get back to you with that one. But this is Lydia coming straight in over this bunker on the front left of the green here. Breeze behind, and if we move over here, in amongst the crowd, and I've just been told 127 for Lydia Ko, so you wonder where I plucked that one from. And over there is Eri Jatanagarn. Now that is a long way down, and that is a very short shot into this green. So all is good, but an unusual angle.
Well, and with the whole location today, really not much problem at all for these players. Certainly if the flag is tucked next to the bunker, you wouldn't want to play it that way. But 127 for Ko, 106 for Eri Jatanagarn as they approach this magnificent 18th green. And Lydia Ko
at the bottom of the hill,
pretty much having it all in her hands right now as we listen to Jason Hamilton discuss.
13.
Doing the numbers all week.
That's 13 short. Okay. A little left to right.
Arguments here on there.
Just be a nice line and it's going to play like 121. Yep.
How many yards below are we pitching?
We're pitching it at the base of the hill. Okay. And that's the only, it's got to bounce up, especially being slightly downwind.
Now to absolutely seal the deal with a shot to the green. Plenty of green to aim for. Lydia Ko to the 18th.
Now that is straight at the flagstick if it's the club.
Oh, thank you very much. Lydia Ko seals the deal, and the smile of a champion greases the face. Magnificent.
Well, let's have another look at this. Not very often do her golf balls leave the flag, Peter Wilkins, but this was a thing of beauty. Landed a little further than they'd planned, perhaps a little bit of adrenaline. And there's the smile of a happy 17-year-old. Great stuff. Now Jatanagarn, just from the light rough.
Great shot.
Now the breeze picked up a little bit there, Peter, when she hit. I can see the flags freshening. A little bit unlucky.
So they'll stride up. Sandy close to Lydia Ko as the time evaporates. We're heading up towards the news. We're very hopeful of completing the final shot or two. If we can't, you can join the action on ABC2, but we're hopeful that these next couple of shots will be completed and we'll have crowned the champion. And what a champion, Lydia Ko. What a year already it has been. Just a brilliant year last year for Lydia Ko. She finished in the top 10 15 times, would you believe? And the crowd hailed the reigning #1, soon to be crowned Australian Open champion, and just 17 years of age. The bar just keeps being reset.
phenomenal performance this week, Peter, under the pressure of coming in as world #1, but nothing seems to bother her. It's pretty much unflappable. No highs, no lows. It's just very even-tempered all the way around the golf course and keeps producing quality shot after quality shot. And the New Zealand flag flying high. A fan has he's been waving it all around the golf course following her today.
Proudly so.
Well, her mum Tina is here with her, and you know, everyone back in New Zealand is extremely proud. Always great to win a national championship. She's won the Canadian Open, she's won the New Zealand Open, and now she's won the Australian Open. All that's left really for the Commonwealth Slams are British. And that's a likely occurrence.
That is likely, yes. The next, not an obstacle, but challenge is a major title. It's been in contention in a couple. Now we focus in on Ariya Jutanugarn from Thailand. And she just knock it stone dead here and then tap in for par to finish off in style. She's provided plenty of joy throughout the last 4 days. And it's magnificently judged. And another beaming contribution from Ariya Jutanugarn, the 19-year-old. These two are going to be fighting it out on many a stage over the next 5 or 10 years, and there'll be glorious moments for each of them. And make no mistake, Ariya Jutanugarn will have her day. She's going to tap in and leave the stage for Lydia Ko now to size up this putt for birdie to absolutely finish in style. A third placing for the youngster from Thailand. That's left from this 17-year-old from New Zealand. Just to hold this short putt.
Well, what you love to see is someone so thoroughly professional that even at this stage, with the well in hand, she's going through her normal pre-shot routine, using the aim point putting method, analysing the slope with her feet and figuring out exactly the line. Slight break from left to right to get to double digits.
Slides a little bit by Lydia Ko to have this one back to claim the Australian Open title. Methodical, poised, ready for another first. History maker, record breaker. Lydia Ko adds another notch to the belt as the youngest ever Australian Open champion. Rounds of 70, 70, 72 and 71. A wonderful performance. She's a star of the present and the future. Well played, Lydia Ko. She'll go and sign the card. She'll be awarded the trophy. Congratulations, Lydia Ko. We're saying goodbye to our ABC One viewers. You can continue on ABC Two. Lydia Ko, the champion.
Congratulations. Thank you. Hope you enjoyed our golf.
Well played for the youngster. John Hopkins, the chairman of Golf Australia, with a congratulatory handshake. And now the hug.
Oh, I was so scared.
And there'll be many more in front of Lydia Ko the youngest ever winner of a professional tournament at 14, the New South Wales Open. Youngest LPGA winner at 15, the Canadian Open. She was the youngest and only ever to win 2 LPGA titles as an amateur. And now into the professional ranks. The youngest ever world #1, the youngest Australian Open champion. Oh, gee, a breathless moment for all concerned in world sport. And the New Zealand flag flies proudly at Royal Melbourne. We'll confirm the leaderboard, the final round of the Australian Open. A little bit of a delay today with the weather intervention. It was about an hour and 20 minutes when they came back. Lydia Ko made it hers with a flawless second 9 to finish 9 under for the tournament, 2 under today, all rounds under par, 3 under, 3 under, 1 under and 2 under for a 9 under total. Amy Yang was valiant throughout, but slip-ups at the 15th and the 17th, and then just that missed chance at 18. It would not have mattered. She finished at 7 under and second place for the one who won the Australian Ladies Masters at just 16 years of age back in 2006. Aurea Jutanagan, she had many a journey today to the scrub and out, but she kept playing the game in a great spirit. She finished at 4 under, 5 from the lead. Under par also, Jenny Shin in that group at 2 under with Ilhee Lee and Chella Choi. Minjee Lee did well to get into red figures, the Australian to be the highest placed Australian. Charlie Hull at 1 under. Patha Echeverria at 1 under. Hana Jang at 1 under, a 75 for her. And Julieta Granada, who featured in that playoff 3 years ago, won by the then youngest winner, Jessica Korda. She finished under par. Only 11 players under par, almost matching that of a few years ago. 9 players under par in that particular tournament, both at the demanding Royal Melbourne layout. Lydia Ko, her round today, well, it began in a spectacular fashion early on as we go through the players on down the leaderboard. On the first hole, this was a moment here where it slid by, and so for both the leading contenders, a bogey at the first, but she made it up in spades with just a piece of mastery at the third hole. Almost impossible to get close. Impossible to hole. You'd think she's done it. She didn't see it go in. The elevated green. Yes, well played. Her third eagle of the week. Then at the 8th hole, she had some trouble. Lydia Ko, it wasn't all plain sailing today. She fluffed the ball up and it came back not quite at her feet. But it left her with quite a bit of work to do at the short par 4. But she did wonderfully well to chip up and then hole a putt to make a bogey. Up at the 10th hole, this was the third shot at the par 5. Plenty of green to work with. Nearly took the pin on the way through, but she managed a birdie on the way back. It was a good second 9, and it began in fine fashion with the birdie. Yes, holding it. All the while, Amy Yang was doing well, and the two were trading blows at around about 8 or 9 under on the leaderboard. This was a critical blow at the 12th hole, a right to left breaker. Speed all important. It held on the lip and fell in. And that will be a pivotal moment as far as registering in the history books is concerned. Now a par putt for Lydia Ko to seal the championship and the beaming smile of the victor. Lydia Ko, the Australian Open champion, 2/3 in the last 2 years. She follows it up with a special victory, 9 under par. Amy Yang 7 under, Aurea Jutanagan at 4 under. Jenny Shin, Ilhi Lee and Chella Choi, who did well last year. She came back brilliantly in the final round with a 1 under score to be a 2 under. Minji Lee and Charlie Hull at 1 under. We'll keep going over the leaderboard and look at all the scores. Hatha Echeverria, Hana Jang, Julieta Granada, and at even par. Mika Miyazato from Japan, Kubek from Korea, at 1 under round. Jessica Corder finished at even par. Gladys Nacera at even par, and Kari Webb, a couple of very good final rounds. The CME race to the globe points. Lydia Ko with 890, Aurea Jutanagan 560, Yan Choi 510. Lydia Ko leaving after the formalities. And Shearer leading the way with Mark Hayes, part of the media contingent, the strong media contingent here at the Australian Open. The putt on 18. Well, she missed the putt for birdie. It slid by, but this was the reaction with the short tap in for par. Lydia Ko, the champion. So many successes. Let's go down to the presentation. Kate Burton.
Well, it's time to salute our champion, and I'm delighted to welcome our presentation party. On my far left, we have John Hopkins, the chairman of Golf Australia. We are also delighted to be joined by the Honourable Daniel Andrews, the Premier of Victoria, and Midori Miyazaki from ISPS representing Dr. HANDA, and of course, our champion for 2015, Lydia Ko. Lydia, you held off the nerves and you held off the challenge as well of Aurea Jutanagan and Amy Yang. Congratulations.
Thank you. It was such a long day. You know, we had that break, but I think that break was really good for me. You know, I had a little bit of lunch and, got my stuff together, and, I played much better after that.
But your round was also ignited by that fantastic eagle early on.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. I had 3 eagles this week, so, I don't know if I've had 3 eagles the whole of last year, so it was really great to have it at such an amazing course.
Your first win came as a professional win came in Australia at the New South Wales Open. You're winning here again. You love Australia.
Yeah, I really love Australia. I've always played well here. I've been close the last couple of years, with the Australian Open, but it's great to kind of do it at the end of the day in 2015.
This is your 6th LPGA victory. You are #1 in the world. How old are you again?
17, soon turning 18.
What's the secret?
There's no secret. Yeah, I don't think there's a secret. I just try and have lots of fun here, and I've just got that mindset that I've always played well in Australia, so it's always cool coming back to a country where you've played well.
Well, you've tackled this course just beautifully, and so congratulations. And can I please ask John Hopkins to present the medal to Lydia? Will be our first presentation. And the Honourable Daniel Andrews will also present a giant cheque. Congratulations, Lydia. Whoa, for $180,000. And last and certainly not least, the magnificent Patricia Bridges-Bowl Midori. Would you please do the honours? And to our 2015 ISPS HANDA Women's Australian Open champion, Lydia Ko.
There we have the champion of the Australian Women's Open for 2015, Jane Crafter. She'll get very used to having those trophies and kissing them for the camera. Good on her.
Well, it was a tremendous performance from the world #1. Hard to believe what she's achieved by age 17. I can't wait to see what's in store for her for the rest of the time, but she's got the Canadian, the New Zealand, now the Australian, perhaps a British awaits.
Indeed, exactly, and well it might. And she would have known on that 17th hole when Amy Yang went bogey there, that it was all hers, and that tells the story, doesn't it?
It certainly does, and Amy Yang is going to rue the day. I think she's going to look back and go, oh, I was so close, a couple of putts here and there, but Lydia Ko, just solid performance. Arya Jutanagar, not her day, but the chasers behind. Look at Jenny Shin, shot 69. Anytime you do that on Royal Melbourne, you're going to zoom up the leaderboard. So just a terrific day of golf. A shame that there was that delay for lightning.
Introducing the all-new FlyZ Plus from Cobra. With advanced flip zone weighting technology, flip the weight forward for a lower ball flight with more roll. Flip the weight back for a higher ball flight with more carry. Engineered to provide 2 ball flight paths, so you get more distance from your swing.
Flip it and rip it.
Discover how to flip it and rip it at cobragolf.com/flyz.
Soldier On supports those who have been physically or psychologically wounded. Golf and sport in general have been absolutely critical in helping those who have been wounded transition back into society and build up a community that cares. We as an organisation have been very lucky to be supported by HANDA and other organisations which have allowed this program to exist and will mean that more servicemen and women and their families can communicate and connect to each other through the game of golf and other sports.
Tina looks like she's in need of something refreshing.
Canadian Club and Dry, thanks.
I knew it. Bring on the sexy person. Canadian Club. Tastes refreshing, like a snowball in your face from a sexy person.
You don't get that from a beer.
We see pluses. Home, health, wealth, all pluses. Friends, family, love. There's another big plus in the world. You plus the opportunities you create. You plus the action you take. You plus the future that's yours and yours alone. Host Plus, your industry super fund.
Wolf Blass, International Winemaker of the Year.
Have you heard of foot golf? Beginning in the Netherlands in 2009, it's now one of the fastest growing sports in the world. And with the first courses opening in Australia, these A-League champions, past and present, were keen to give it a shot. Just like golf, the aim is to sink the ball in the hole in the least number of shots. It's played on a golf course, but away from the golf greens. A round of 9 holes takes roughly 45 minutes, and all you need is a soccer ball. So it's quicker, cheaper and accessible to almost any age. It's helped golf clubs struggling financially to stay afloat, and it's also brought new participants to golf.